You have to know the rules.
Okay, everybody ready?
Yep.
I just read you than you.
Mayor,
Let's go.
there's a microphone right there.
Let's go. So everybody can hear me anyway.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Whatever you need. We can share with yeah, this is I have a CIP in here. Well, I didn't bring it all. No, I didn't. I did bring it all. That's the house. Yeah, I have it in here.
Which one of these is the internet I found down here?
The one, the circle?
The circle.
This thing?
Nope, the
The other one
globe.
looks like a globe.
This?
Yeah.
Then click on this arrow.
This says it's on the internet. I don't know why.
It's rockfish.
No, I have, but I'm saying this laptop has its own Verizon. But no, I'm just saying, why is it not coming up? Do you know? Like, how do you find it?
The Wi-Fi signature is bad.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, so I understand. Oh, so that's based on the strength of the Wi-Fi signal.
Correct.
Oh, okay. So which one I click on?
The rockfish one?
Guess?
No, the
This
first,
one?
yeah. And it's Red Wall 71.
Red wall. Red wall. Red rum.
That's what I thought. I taught my niece to do that when she was little.
Waiting on Mr. Morris. As soon as he sets, we're good.
Oh, I didn't realize that. I thought wherever this was, it would work. It's based on the Wi-Fi signal.
Just like your cell phone.
Yeah.
You can, so it's
okay.
not strong enough.
Jessica, do you have that paper with the Wi-Fi on it?
Priority.
With the password? That's all for
Red wall 71, you said.
That's what I
It's
that's,
verifying that means.
Okay, I'm here. I'm getting.
So there is no mute. So we're like, just be mindful of that.
Okay, it's 9 o'clock this morning. Welcome everyone to attendance and those that are viewing us live stream. I'm going to call the meeting to order and we'll stand for the pledge of allegiance. But I don't see a flag in the room.
I got one more.
Do not see a flag.
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I was looking for the paper that it was on.
Somebody have a flag on the
Well,
tip.
it's a imaginary flag over there.
Got internet? Somebody?
Imagine the best
Just face the screen. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please be seated.
There was a paper, but I think that's I had it on.
Item 1, approval of the agenda. Is there any additions or deletions to the agenda? If there are no additions or deletions to the agenda, do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second? All in favor? Seeing none opposed, agenda is approved. We'll go right into manager comments. But before we do that, I want to make sure that everyone looks at the time sheet today. Of course, we're going to start on time at 9. And then in a few minutes, we'll start with 9:10 with just the day's strategic alignment. And then the break, and then everybody can read this for the rest of the day. The goal is to be out or finished by 4:15. That's the goal.
Huh?
4:15.
More like 3:30.
Yeah.
Or early.
3 o'clock.
Well, not if you can do it all.
That is the goal, is to be out of here early. Now, the ground rules. Each department is going to present, and you'll see that the lineup today. I respectfully ask that any questions be asked at the end of each of the department's presentations. Make notes if you need to, but hear the whole presentation because the fundamental part of why we're in this room is to listen. We'll have questions, yes, but let's hold them until the end of the presentation, until the department says, do you have any questions? That's what we'll ask. Just have in mind that we're on the clock. I'm not saying don't ask questions, I'm just saying be mindful we're on the clock. Chancellor?
Thank you, sir. And to piggyback on what he just said, when you see this presentation, there are literally slides in there that says discussion forum. So after each department, there is a section where we're supposed to pause and discuss what was just presented. And so I want to welcome everybody to the 2026 special budget retreat meeting. You'll hear this repeated when we get to my section after lunch. But this is a new day for the town because we've never entered one of these budget retreats with an established strategic plan. We've never entered into these budget sessions with a land use plan that's currently being adopted. And so that's the foundation that we're standing on today. Like the mayor said, this is open discussions. What you'll see is that when you get to the presentations from each department, I am seeing it, but the department head would default to explain what that need is. I think there's only one decision that will be very impactful in terms of something to be made, but most of this is very fruitful discussions that will lead us into May for the actual workshop. And so keep your eyes and ears open and ready to start.
Thank you, Chancellor. Jessica, it's yours. Everybody knows Jessica Day, Mayor from Mikeville. Everybody know her? Yes? No. Everybody's familiar? Okay, just wanted to make sure that proper introduction.
I greatly appreciate that. I do. And yes, it is such an honor and a pleasure to be back again. Most of you I was able to see, whether it was at the departmental retreat or at the council retreat. So yes, I will be facilitating today, and I will be sharing some information in this first section, specifically talking about strategic
Excuse me.
alignment.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Can you use the microphone, please?
Oh, yes, sure.
Thank you.
Feel very important now. But yes, so been able to build that up. So first, wanting to just do kind of a welcome, warm up. There we go. Thank you for your patience. All right, now it's working. So we'll go over just a brief agenda of what we're about to do right now, and then kind of do a welcome exercise just to get us connected. So the agenda, we're doing the welcome session framing, just talk a little bit right now about what we're going to talk about over the next 2 hours. Strategic planning overview. What is strategic planning? We're going to talk a little bit about that. We're going to talk a little bit about why strategic planning matters. Why is it important just in general? And why is it important in local government? Then we're going to talk about a strategic planning framework. After that, we are going to review the previous retreats and current position in the process. Just a short, brief conversation about where we are. When we talk about that framework, where are we right now in that process? Then we're going to do governance roles and organizational alignment. We've talked about that, but I just, as as we're talking about the strategic plan, where does it fit in with where we are? I know this is the first time having a strategic plan, which was shared in this. So this is a conversation for us to talk about, well, what does that mean? How do we put it into action? Where are we now? And a lot of this probably is not going to be new information. This may be information that I'm sharing that you're aware of, but to be able to share it now means that we will have a common language. So we can all share that language of this is where we are, this is what we're doing, this is how we're moving forward. Any questions or any changes, we can talk about that throughout this, but hopefully that will help with that process. And then connecting strategy to budget and implementation. So really just leading into what we're going to be doing for the rest of the day. Laying that groundwork of what that means when we're going into the budget season, when we're going into the next step, which is implementation. Because we want to be able to see those things that we hoped, see those things that we shared in action and see the results for them. So we're going to talk about that, and then we're just going to do some closing reflections, next steps. So, any questions before we get started? All right. If not, so just some quick, easy questions. It's not going to be hard, just some simple questions, just to kind of know how we are in the room. So, wanting to ask you to raise your hand as I am sharing some of the different things that I am asking. So, the first question is, how many people in the room are morning people? All right. Looks like almost maybe half. Night owls, is that the rest? All right. I'm with you, those night owls, yes. For some reason, I get a jolt of energy at like 11 o'clock at night. What about coffee drinkers? Probably had some coffee this morning, getting us going. You can be both, but most of the time it's one or the other. So tea drinkers. Okay, we got some both. What about those that are planners? I gotta plan everything out. I need to know the details. I need to know what's happening. All right, we got quite a few in the room. What about people to just figure it out as you go? Okay. So, and thinking about what we're doing now, we need both, right? We need the planners to plan out what's happening, but we also need people to push us to say, we might not know all the details, so let's just go. Just see what happens, see what we can adjust, see what we need to do, because right now we need to take some action. So, good to have both in the room. Now I want to think about kind of in planning, this is just a fun one, so raise your hand if you've ever left a meeting thinking, I'm not sure what we just discussed.
Oh, yes. I left one yesterday.
What about, I just left a meeting, that whole meeting could have been just one email.
Yes.
Right? Especially for my night owls, but for everybody. Raise your hand if you had a great idea at 2 o'clock in the morning. Man, it was going to change the world. Now raise your hand if you forgot the idea when you woke up. Raise your hand if you've been a part of a plan that changed halfway through. How did that feel? So we have some commonalities, we have some common themes that we're hearing. We're talking about strategic planning in those last few ones. Some of those things that we're talking about could help in those spaces. But it's very important to have a plan going into things so that we are productive. We're getting the results out of it that we want to. And this was just kind of fun making those connections as well. So now, I have had a chance to meet you, but just for me as a reminder, if we could just go around the room, if everyone could share their name and share their either role or department, and then we're going to answer this one question. What is one word, just one word, that describes what you hope comes out of today's session? And it could be alignment. We're talking about, I'm going to be sharing strategic alignment, so that could be an example of one word. But name, department, or role, and then what is one word?
And use the microphone, please.
Yes, and I will pass this around.
There's another one over there.
You don't want to start? Okay, we'll start on this side, and we'll come around this way.
Bruce Clark with the Public Works Department, and I'm the Deputy Director, and I help to facilitate his strategic plan based on the strategic overall plan of the to describe what I hope to come out of this is progress.
Don Cisco, Public Works, and my word would be improvement.
Matthew Kane, Fire Chief, and those two just took both of my words.
Robert Herbert, Deputy Fire Chief, and I'm gonna be like Bruce said there, progress.
Marco Morrison, Parks and Recreation Director. One word, direction.
Drew Holland, Finance Director. One word, be optimistic.
Chancellor McLaughlin, Town Manager, one word, facilitation.
Brown Molly Commissioner, and I guess all the above.
Lisa Trammell, Commissioner, and one word would be togetherness.
Page, Commissioner, Mayor Pro Tem, and the one word is agreement.
Jesse Bellflowers, Mayor, Town of Oak Mills. Jessica, the one word is alignment.
Burley Mission, two-time commissioner. My position is making sure that our department heads with what's required and something that might be desired.
Cindy Hamilton, Commissioner. I don't have just one word. I just want to say working together.
Ashley Wyatt, Town Clerk, and my one word is efficiency.
Steve Dollinger, Police Chief, approval as in my budget.
It's always your word.
Pastor Rowdy. I'm Leanne Carlucci, HR Director. My one word would be clarity. Emily Black, your Planning Director. Among everything else that's been spoken, I'd like to add organized.
Yes.
And Beth Brown, I'm stormwater and floodplain administrator.
I can't hear you.
Leanne said my word. But I'm gonna go with teamwork.
You know, I have this one word. It is.
Say this to us. That's what I
I'm
was
a
going
little
to do.
aware, I was picking them up. And it all fits, if you listen to all these words, they all connect to alignment and collaboration. And that's why we're here.
Thank you, Ben.
That's all I'm saying.
Oh, I've got it, time.
Thank you. And that perfectly ties in. And that's exactly what we're talking about. So we're talking about that in this meeting. That's the goal of this meeting. At the same time, it is the goal of strategic planning. And so that is why we're going to spend some time in the morning just laying that groundwork of strategic planning. And then, as I mentioned, what is this process so that we can get to the place where we're seeing that progress that was asked for. We're seeing some improvements. We've got common direction in where we're going, togetherness, working together. We're seeing that alignment. We are seeing efficiency, hopefully. As was said, there's some things that are approved, and we can talk about decisions that we are making, some clarity, some organization, and overall just facilitating the conversations. So, thank you for the one words. So now I just want to talk first, before we get into specific strategic planning, I want to talk about some organizations that have done well with their planning. And when we think about planning, we're thinking about the combination of not just day-to-day operations, but somebody looking ahead and saying, what's happening in the future? What do we need to prepare for now? What changes do we need to make? What decisions do we need to make today so that we are prospering in the future and not just today? So I'm pretty sure these probably resonate, right? Does anybody know what this first one is? It's an Apple store. So the first one is an Apple store. And using Apple as an example, we probably all know the changes and things that Apple has done, laying that groundwork and being an example. Not just, they really did well with their marketing. People aligning with Apple, and whether it is starting with computers and whether it's going to now with our phones and all the other technology that they have, and they've made those shifts, but they thought forward on what's happening in the market, what's needed, what do we need to do. Second one, we probably all have either something in the cart right now, something that's being delivered to the house right now, but Amazon, right? How big Amazon has gotten, thinking about what are the future needs, how can we address them, and what can we do now to put ourselves in that market. And then the last one, Netflix. How many remember in the very beginning with Netflix? Remember, right? It was the DVDs, and that was all they had. But somebody looked forward and said, yes, this is working very well, but what else can we do? Can we think about some things, whether it is digital media that's coming straight and call that streaming, so now people can get that direct to their house, and how can we make our own? They were one of the starts of, we're gonna create our own branding, create our own videos and things that we want to put out there. And so now, how big has Netflix gotten? We all probably, once again, have either a Netflix account or are borrowing one. I won't tell. But gotten very big, right? So now let's talk about some that maybe have not done so well. All right. Really? Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. So thinking about Kodak, right? And how big, remember, we had the camera, and then we had to take it, and we had to go get the film developed. Right? And it was so big that there was even things that we could say, oh, it's a Kodak moment, y'all. Remember saying that? So they were thinking, this is the market. We got it. We're doing it. We don't have to worry about all these other things that are happening and coming up, because we are, when we think about pictures, this is who you come to, right? Who's using that? Yeah, yeah. So, unfortunately, Sears. I remember Sears. We still have some, but it's closing, and I don't know if y'all remember, well, but for me, I think about the Sears catalog and getting that in the mail. And I was so excited to look through it and see what I wanted. So for me, it was thinking what I wanted for Christmas. I could tell my parents.
Yeah.
But think about how big Sears was. Sears was the place. They had everything. It was where you could go.
They were told online was the future, but they refused to listen.
They refused to listen, right?
Amazon stole their model. They had the model all along. They did.
They did.
That is true. But they didn't shift. They
had
didn't
the model
change.
They didn't switch.
Yeah.
And Amazon just picked it up.
It was right there. They told them already, so now we got the market.
Exactly. And they were just confident in the operations because they had that. They said, we are doing it today. We got it. We don't have to worry about anybody else, the competition, what they're doing, because everybody comes to Sears.
And they forgot their loyal customers was dying off.
So, third one, as you mentioned, I remember Friday evenings.
Yep.
Our Blockbuster was right beside the pizza. Get a pizza, get the movie, go home. Beautiful night, right? Just like you just said with Sears, Blockbuster was the same. They had the opportunity. We go back to Netflix, they had the same opportunity.
We remember when the shift happened and Blockbuster tried to innovate and went with the monthly. You can get a DVD sent to your house as opposed to going in the store. They just did shift further to streaming. They tried, but they didn't actually.
It was too late.
People were assigned.
Can you say that a little bit louder?
Netflix offered to join Blockbuster, but Blockbuster felt like we didn't need it.
That's a good point. Netflix started with the rentals in the mail too. Netflix innovated Blockbuster.
So perfect examples, right? Thank you so much for adding. Thank you so much for sharing. These are perfect examples of what strategy does. When you're thinking about it, it's about doing what we need to do today. Yes, of course, operations are important. Business today is important. And in the future. So what shifts do we need to make? What things do we need to think about? think about all of that as we go into more of the details of strategic planning. So now this is the private sector. Now let's go to a little bit of the public sector. Let's use some examples in this space. Has anybody heard of Singapore and their housing? So in Singapore, there was a big conversation around housing. We want to support, we want to, and I will share with you personally, I want to do more research and really understand what they did here, because it is amazing. They worked with partners, they worked with different organizations, and they said, how do we help with the housing crisis? What they realized and what they decided to do was they said, what can we do from the public sector? I see when we think about public housing, it's typically just for those who can't afford housing or can't afford this space, but what if we created it for everyone? What if public housing was available for everyone? And they created a system where literally it's just that. Anybody can get public housing. What happens is, based on your income, that determines the housing and it determines how much you pay.
When I was doing my master's degree, I had to write a research paper and I did it on bias. But, however, one of the things that I did learn was housing was available. Sorry. One of the things that I did learn was housing was for everybody, but it was solely based on their income and for the people that wanted it, and depending on your income determines your housing that you have. So that's what I learned when I was doing my research.
I will add.
Hello.
I will
add to that, for example, they call it mixed income now, where if you make below 80% median income, your rates are different. If you make above 80% median income, there's a development like that in Hope Mills. It's called Millstone Landing, right behind Millstone Theaters. If you move into an apartment complex and you are above 80%, you have to pay market rate. If you are below, you don't.
The difference is,
Let's talk loud.
the difference is you can't tell the difference.
Yes.
The lower rated rents, the apartments look exactly the same. There's a guy we studied in Atlanta named H.J. Russell. He pioneered that in Atlanta decades ago. They call it mixed income. There's a psychological aspect to it as well, because I feel that I'm included because I live next door to someone who has a higher income bracket, but my place looks just like theirs. I didn't realize they were doing that at that level.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So now, if you look, 80% of the people who live in Singapore live in public housing. So now that has shifted from, it's not I live in public housing because I have to. I live in public housing because it's what we do. And as you just mentioned, it shifted the conversation to, it looks like everyone. This is what we're all doing. And I don't know. I live next to you. I don't know what your income is. I don't know what you're making. So it creates.
I'm going to say, the concept been around for a long time in America. It really has. The problem is greed overtook it for the developers. One of the challenges we have right now, developers coming in, buying housing markets not to be competitive, so the sellers will not get the profitability on that they once did. It's out.
Yeah. Thank you for that. So I give this as an example of strategy, right? They had a vision, they had a challenge, and they said, we want to do something in this space. What do we do? And they created those steps. And now they have greatly reduced the housing issues as far as finding housing, because now housing is available for everyone.
What was their housing crisis? Was the housing crisis they couldn't afford it, or was it that it wasn't designed?
There was a combination. But really couldn't afford it was the number one.
I think we also have, I think they probably did this too, they had to change their mindset on how they look at it.
Yeah.
I remember when they started the construction of the apartments behind Millstone, and developers put a HUD sign. And the narrative became crime and things of that nature. And we said we have to be careful, because people that make below 80% median income, police officers, school teachers, maintenance workers on our staff. What are we projecting when we say this development is crime? You have to be careful how we frame it, because I can talk to dollars and tell you there has been an increase in crime numbers at that apartment, one iota. So I think they changed the way they look at it first, so people can change the mindset of, I can live in that place regardless of my income, and it's still a nice place to live.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you for that perspective too. Yeah, because that's part of it too. It's not just having it, but it's also the mindset around it. So another example is Pittsburgh. And originally, when we thought about Pittsburgh, we thought about the steel industry. And steel industry, just like going back to the Blockbuster, going back to the Sears, we're doing great. Everything's going well. And then what happens when we lose that? This is what we're known for, this piece is what we have. So as they started to realize that, as they started to see that, we're starting to lose that as an industry, what does next steps look like? What do we want to be known for? What is this? And they put a lot of planning and work together when it comes to that strategic planning. And now it's known for robotics, healthcare, and technology innovation. It didn't just happen. That was because of the foresight to say, this is what we want to do. We're not going to just allow it to die out. We want to build something new. So now, let's talk about one who's not so great.
It's coming back though.
It's coming back, but it has really, so most of you, we know this one. I use this one as an example because very common, right? And very sad situation to see the impact on the community, to see the impact on finances and the trust of the town because of not doing that strategic planning, not having that foresight, not really saying what the impacts are happening right now and how they can escalate. And this is the Flint, Michigan water crisis. As I just said, health, financial, and trust impacts in the community because of the issues with the water. So now, one closer to home, thinking about in North Carolina, Charlotte is a great example. Positive example again is Charlotte made the decision to add the light rail.
Yeah.
Took a lot of work, took a lot of planning, took a lot of investment, finances, everything for them to decide we want to put this light rail here. But because they made that decision and said transportation is going to be important. Transportation is something that we want to have. We are going to pause and we're going to make time for this investment and space. And because of that, now it's the second largest banking center in the United States. So just an example, once again, of what planning can do when we think about for local government. So now, just for fun, want to take just a moment for everyone to think about, and we're not going to record this. This is just to practice. Well, we will, but I'm saying I'm not going to hold you to this. This is just for practice. I want you to think about this for later, but as we're practicing right now. Everyone write down, and you've got sticky notes in front of you. Everybody has some sticky notes in front of you. In 5 to 10 years, so we've talked about some of those brands, we talked about what they were known for. Originally we talked about some of the brands that they were known for and they didn't shift. We talked about some of the local governments and what they were known for. We want to think about Hope Mills. And we're 5 to 10 years in the future, and there's a headline in the newspaper. And now I guess it's digital, but there's a headline of Hope Mills. What's one example of a headline that you see?
Now?
Not now. So we're 5 to 10 years in the future. And you've got that vision right now. You've got the where you want to go, where we want to see ourselves. We're thinking about that strategic planning. We're thinking about kind of where we want to be. We're there. So now in the future, there's going to be an article that they put out there, just like we put out there in Singapore. And Singapore, look what they're doing. They're going to do an article about Hope Mills. Look, Hope Mills, look what they're doing. And we need to share it with the country because they are doing something great in this space. What is that space?
You want it now?
You sure can. I'll let you go first, and then I like to always ask which one likes to go second. Ready?
I guess.
Okay, so we'll go this way, and then we'll let the.
Let him start.
We're gonna go this way, and then we're gonna come back around, and we're gonna let the mayor close us out.
Future Hope Mills is quality of life, the best.
You got mine.
Well, you don't got to know here, man.
What's some of the subtext?
Excuse me?
What's some of the subtext?
Matter of fact, priority is safety. I mean, and it's a fun environment, recreational. Family.
Yeah.
Destination spot up in North Carolina.
Okay.
I singled out one that they're currently working on, and that is the lake park is finally completed.
Well, I would think so in 10 years.
Well, she said 5.
5 is good. Let's do it.
Let's stretch it out a little bit.
Okay.
It's doable.
I don't know.
Yeah.
He's being funny. Who's next? Chief?
Oh, I guess.
Ashley?
I wrote that Hope Mills reaches 35,000 residents.
That's doable.
That's very ambitious.
That's
Oh,
in
yeah.
20 years.
That's gonna happen.
Not in 5 years.
Well, she said 5 to 10.
Hope Mills hosts the Little League World Series.
Maybe.
Say that again?
Hope Mills host a Little League World Series.
Yeah.
Being
That's
from
doable.
Pennsylvania, negative.
Big.
I put a destination, a family-friendly destination.
That's good.
I put a collage of things, maybe working toward being a walkable city with mixed-use, commercial, residential, public transportation, more parks.
Let's do it.
Just to see.
Collage.
That sounds like a plan.
Dead Beth? Where you going, Beth? Come on, you gotta do something. What?
More stormwater.
Yeah.
Let's stormwater.
Less stormwater. There we go.
Second and third floor condominiums open on Trade Street across from Hope Mills Lake.
What was that again?
That'll never happen.
Second and third floor condominiums open on Trade Street across from Hope Mills Lake.
Yeah. That's about 50 years.
If they ever sell it.
Mine does a lot with the identity of the town. We talk about being a destination for the lake and stuff. But one of the needs that we have nationally, I think it would be awesome if we could find a spot, since we're doing land use planning, to build, or have somebody come in and build something like a trade school, because that is a very desperate need in the town.
Yeah, we're expanding out.
I guess my head department will be the town working hard to provide for its citizens.
How about third fire station opens in Hope Mills?
I wrote, Hope Mills, top desired municipality in Eastern North Carolina.
Destination.
I've got major industry selects Hope Mills and triples their tax base.
Yeah.
Data center.
That would be him.
I put, Hope Mills is the model for tremendous growth and the preservation of their small town character.
I put, very simply, Hope Mills, opportunities for all.
I put Hope Mills cuts the ribbon on their second transportation station.
Ambitious. Ambitious we are in our 5 to 10 year vision. This word was, this question was asked to us during the filming of the Dennis Quaid video. Pretty much where we thought we would see Hope Mills. And it's about quality of life, and it's about the destination point. But when you look at quality of life includes all the services that are provided at this table by every department that's sitting here. Every one. in concert, like a wagon wheel, with all these different spokes. And the quality of life is that hub that's right in the middle of that wheel that goes on the wagon. And that's kind of the spirit of what we're here to do today. So that's mine. That's a lot of work, but quality of life and destination.
No, it's good. Thank you all for sharing. And I know with that, there were some great things that were shared. Keep that in mind. And in a moment, I'm going to ask that I'll have a space and that we put our sticky notes on that. So I wanted to give space for us to be able to share, us to be able to take some time, think about it, reflect on that. And then if the statement is still the same, if you could put your sticky note there, if you think of another idea, you want to say something differently, you can do that on another sticky note, and then I want to capture that. So those are the ones I want to capture and be able to share back with you, as these are some of the things that we said in the meeting today. So take some space, time to do that. I'll give a moment when we get to our break for us to be able to do that. So now, thinking about strategic planning. Strategic planning is a disciplined decision-making process used to define the direction, to focus our resources, and to coordinate action in a changing environment. So really, overall, what it is we have a lot of things we want to do. But we can't do everything often because we have limited resources. So it helps us to really define what are we going to do with our resources and where do we want to put them so that we can reach those goals. So the goals that you just mentioned, it takes that forethought to be able to do that. Thinking about some of those organizations, thinking about some of those companies, this is the process that's necessary in order to gain the results that we've seen. So typically, when we think about strategic planning, it answers 5 key questions. The first one is, where are we now? We have to do a review of the landscape. What are the needs? Where are we as far as when we think about operations and we think about those different spaces, where are we now? What's happening today? The second one is, where do we want to go? So that's that vision. That's that thought of what is happening and where do we see ourselves. The third one is, where do we focus? So that's that key area too, because when we say focus, often that means saying no to some things. How do we know what things we're saying yes to? So we know what things we have to say no to right now, because we have to keep that focus of where we're going. Then the fourth one, is how do we succeed? So how do we know when we've done it? How do we know when we've achieved the goal that we put in place? So what are those specific steps to be able to do that? And then the last one is, what must we do differently starting now? What are some of those concepts and what are those thoughts that we need to do that are different? And another key message is, if everything is a priority, then nothing is strategic. So it's hard to say that, and it's hard to get down to those priorities, but it's important to do that when we're thinking strategically. So why does strategic planning matter? It helps to align our council and our staff. So we're thinking about moving forward. Strategic planning is there to be able to help with that. It helps us to move from reactive decision, from what's happening, and then we're just adjusting to what's happening, to now being proactive. So when we think about proactive, it's not just proactive, but it's internal government. We are the ones that are guiding the direction of where it's going, versus the circumstances and things around us are guiding and adjusting. It helps us to align our budgets with those priorities, which is what we're going to be talking about today. We talked about the priorities. We're going to share a little bit more around that, and then we can align those resources, which oftentimes, especially in local government, the number one resource that we talk about is the budget and the finances. So how do we align that? It helps to improve transparency, and it helps to improve trust. Reason why it does that is when you are able to share, this is the vision and this is where we're going. And then you're very clear on those success measures. What does it mean to do it? and then you're able to communicate, we've done it. That helps not only to say, I'm so glad that you did this, but if you say something in the future, I trust that you're going to do that because you've done it in the past. It also helps when we say with trust, to trust when you say no, and you say no, not right now. Because I know you're working on these other things. And if you say not right now, I also know you will keep this in mind and consider it for the future because you've been able to share and communicate what's happening and what's going on. So it helps with that. And it helps to support that sustainable growth that we want and that we see. We're thinking about infrastructure. We're thinking about though a lot of that planning work that takes place. There's a lot of groundwork when we think about those grand ideas that we want to see. There's a lot of things that have to build to make it happen. So it helps us to place that so that, going back to the Charlotte, the banking was the outcome, but that infrastructure was the transportation. And so keeping that in mind and placing that groundwork helps to build up to be able to have that. So when we think about local government and we think about some additional benefits to local government, we just said capital improvements and thinking about what our capital improvements should be. That helps to align with those priorities of it. Once again, if we just look at a list, it all sounds great. It all would be good. We all want to do it tomorrow. But we don't have all the resources to do it. When we have that strategic plan and that focus, we align better with this is what we're going to do now. And this is what we need to do in those capital improvements. It helps to improve council decision making. So as you're deciding, council, on what those decisions are, you can decide better together because you have a shared vision of where you're going and what you're doing. If we do say no to an idea that you may bring up, and it helps also we think about with conflict as well, if you have an idea but you know the vision, you may be able to say, I can see why. Maybe this year might not be the year, but maybe next year. Because we know where that vision is and we know where we want to go collectively. Next is strengthen staff direction. Staff is amazing and they are just ready for you to say, this is where we're going, this is what we're doing as far as council, and then they can put it into action. They can do it. Because sometimes it's tough if we don't have a clear direction of where we're going or clear responsibilities and what's needed. Lastly, we go back to that success. If we don't have a clear, this is what success is, we end up chasing everything. And we end up trying to do everything. And at the end, we end up not actually accomplishing anything. So it's so important to say, these are the key elements. These are the key things that we need to do. We do them, we check that box and say, yes, we've done them, then we move on to the next thing. Increasing that public transparency. Public knows what we're working on, what's happening. Communication becomes so much easier when you have that goal, when you have the steps, when you have that process of, no, we haven't completed that yet, but here we are in the process. Here's where we are moving towards that. Here's what's happening in that. That helps with that transparency with the community. Without that, they're wondering and they're creating their own narratives and their own stories. Lastly, supporting leadership transitions. If there's any leadership transition, but there's clear steps that are in place, the next leaders that are coming in are able to continue. It's almost like running a race, and you're passing that baton to the next. Well, if it's a very clear handoff, then they can continue to run very quickly. But if not, then they've got to figure it out. How do I gather? Where are we? What's happening? What do you need? What do you need in order to build up? So whether that's internally with staff, if there's any type of transition, or whether that's councils or anything else, it helps to be able to keep some structure as that transition happens. And of course, I say that, we don't want anyone to transition, but it happens, right? So, overall, wanting to lay the strategic planning framework. So when we think about it, how it works is typically you have a strategic plan, which you've already done. You put in the work to get that information and to come together with, this is our strategic plan. This is where we see ourselves. This is what we want to accomplish. This is who we are. All of that is in that space. And it takes that time to be able to do that. Once you do that, the second piece is putting it into action. How do we make it live? And that is every year doing an annual process of goals and priorities alignment. So once you are doing that, now we're saying this is how, from the strategic plan, we are now going to prioritize and we're going to put it into action. And then the last piece is that performance management. That's that, how do we succeed? This is the checking, where are we in this process? How are we in this process? Where do we need to adjust? So we're going to focus right now on the annual goals and priorities because that's where we are right now. And so we're going to focus in that piece. So in that piece, before I do that, just in case, this is the strategic plan again. If you could just take one and pass it around. There's probably more than what we need, but we'll get to the middle. Just like to keep this in the forefront, this is what I'm passing around now is the strategic plan categories. And so as we're continuing throughout the day, it's just important for us to just constantly refer back to the strategic plan, what we've said, where are we? So, as I just mentioned, where we are in that larger framework is focusing on the annual goals and priorities. So with that, there is another framework, and that's what we're going to talk about a little bit more in detail today. There is the discover phase, there is the decide phase, and then there is the deliver phase. And so when we're thinking about that annual process, typically what happens is you have a discovery phase where you're looking for what are the community needs, what are the concerns, what are the things that we are seeing, and in that you are pulling all of that together. What are the current conditions? What are the trends that are happening right now? All of that information, and often that's what's done at the retreat. So when we think about the departmental retreat, that was our space and time to think about what are all of those broad ideas, what are some of the things that we are seeing from a staff perspective, what are some of the things that possibly we need to see, what changes do we see, all of that in that space. Then we did the council retreat. In the council retreat, that was an opportunity for council to come together and say, what are the community needs? What do we see as some of the important things? And in the very beginning, if you notice, it was, what are all of the ideas? We want to brainstorm and think about everything. It's important to keep every section separate. So the first one is all the ideas. What's possible? What are we thinking about? Let's put it all out there. Then once we are able to see the landscape, once we're able to see this is where we are, this is where we see ourselves, these are all of the needs. These are all of the things that we see ourselves needing to do. Then we move to the decide phase. So in that decide phase, which we did just a little bit in both of those retreats, it's now we take those ideas and narrow them down. We talked about what are the most important things that we want to see when we think about the departmental retreat. We think about the council retreat, and we talked about those priorities. And we did that tough exercise of the dot voting to narrow that down to what are those top priorities that we know we want to see. So in that, once we do that phase, once we do those steps, then we evaluate. We ask staff, and I'm going to show a little bit of an example of how this works, but to give us more data, to give us more information. We are seeing these as the most important, but what does it look like? What is the details? What is the information that we need? And then we establish what is priorities off of that information. We define what the outcomes should be, and then we set a clear direction. So, as I just mentioned, it's important for us to have that discovery phase of getting the information. And then it's important to, once we shift to what is that decide phase. Because we talk about how important it is when we have that strategic plan and we have that vision. So having the decisions are so important. And that's part of what we're talking about today is going to be what are some of those decisions that are needed. Because The third phase, once we have those decisions, is deliver. And now that we have a clear direction, now that we know what we're doing, now that we know where we're going, now we know what's necessary, we know what success looks like, now we can deliver. And so that goes back to a staff being able to take that strategy, take those thoughts, take what was shared, and turn them into action. Turn them into what we need to do through operations. What do we need to do through our budget, and what does that need to look like? And what does performance management, because they're monitoring and working through that process, and so how do we manage that process? And then to report back with the progress of that information at the end. And so this is just a pared down version, but I've gathered this information from ICMA, from the School of Government, from several books on strategic planning. This typically is a process that organizations do on an annual basis. So at the end, then we start the process. So the next year, we're looking at that performance management and we're restarting the process of now we're discovering again. Let's go back into that phase. Then let's go back into the decide phase. Then we're gonna go into the now we're gonna deliver. And then we do it again. And when you do that process over and over again, you get to see those results. You get to celebrate those results. You get to share those results. You get to continue to build on that trust internally amongst ourselves. You build on that trust within the community when you have that information. So this process works. And it's very, as I mentioned it a little bit earlier, but it's very important that as you're in each phase, focusing on that phase. Sometimes we may want to drift into one of the other phases. So we may be in the decide phase and we want to drift back into the discovery phase. Well, if we do, we're delaying that process of getting to the delivery. Sometimes we're in that decide phase and we don't want to decide yet because we want to think about it. Well, now we're getting into that delivery phase. And it's harder to be able to deliver the results if we don't have those decisions. Then we get into the delivery phase. If we're not acting and we're not able to deliver, when we come back into the discovery phase, then we're saying, well, these are the same things that we talked about before. This is the same challenges that we had before. Now we're starting that process over. So every phase of this process is so important to go through in and of itself in order to gain the results that we want to gain. So just wanting to briefly, I know we talked a little bit about this previously, and I'm going to dig into this a little bit more, but just wanting to talk about this briefly again. When we think about how we work together, what are some of the best ways to work together? So we think about the council, and the council's responsibility is to define what those outcomes are, to set the policy direction. Where are we going? To allocate those resources, which really is just approving those resources. And then to provide the overall high-level oversight. So what is that vision? Where are we going? What are we doing? That is the council's responsibilities. And the staff's responsibilities is now to achieve how to do it. So I like to say oftentimes the council is, this is what we're doing, and then the staff comes back and says, this is how we can achieve that. Then to design operational solutions. What are the solutions to solve the challenges that we are seeing? To execute and to manage the process, and then to report the progress. And I have some examples that we'll use in just a moment. But as I just mentioned, how trust is so important. Trust is important both ways. Council trusts the expertise of the staff, and staff trusts the vision of the council.
Jessica, could you stop right at that point and say that sentence one more time?
Okay.
One more time.
Council trusts the expertise of the staff.
No. Go start with the first. Trust flows both ways.
Yes.
Council trusts the expertise of our staff. And our staff has to trust the vision of this council. It's a reciprocal responsibility. It's a shared responsibility. That sentence is powerful. And I hope we keep that today as a theme as we go through our discussions. Remember that sentence. Thank you.
Thank you. And so, breaking this down, I want to give just an example in that process. So, when we think about going back to the strategic goal, and when we think about council, so you're in the community, you're hearing the concerns of the community, you're hearing what's happening, what's going on, and this example here is there's something around public safety, and we're just hearing some concerns here that the community's not feeling safe in these spaces. We need to improve public safety outcomes.
Chief will agree.
So that,
No, I don't really.
Yeah, he'll agree. He needs his budget approved.
Well, that, yeah, but I don't know where people are not feeling safe. Oh, it's an example. Oh,
this
okay.
is
Oh,
just,
okay,
this
gotcha.
is
All right.
not, this is.
All right, I agree with you. Yeah, I agree.
I think I woke him up there.
Chief, that's kind of personal with it.
They got
Just
So,
All those in out there, you guys know.
so let me clarify first, as we're going through this, this is
She's like,
not
don't
what
shoot me.
This is a generic example of a town not here, but hearing that there might be some concerns around safety. So that first step is, what is the strategic goal? That strategic goal is we need to do something around public safety. So that is shared. That is shared as the vision. That is shared as the specific, and that is the oversight. That is the vision of where the council is sharing. And so then that is shared with staff. And then staff comes in and they give possible options, possible information. So after we've researched, after we've gathered information, here's what we have seen. We can hire additional officers. We can implement response time tracking. Or we can launch a community engagement initiative. We could do either or, we could do all of them. We talk about resources, they're going to take resources. So they come back and say, here's the information that we've gathered, here's what we can share and what we can see. We're going to need the resources. Then comes back to, when we come to those resources in the budget, the council to say, are we funding this strategy? Do we approve this strategy? Do we approve what's necessary here? And then the last one is the implementation and review. And this goes back to staff to say, yes, we approve this, it goes back, and staff implements, monitors the process, and reports. So I want to pause before I go into the next one. I have another example, but I know I've shared a little bit of the high-level kind of strategic planning process, quite a bit in that space. And then with this, so I just want to pause and see if there's any questions at the moment. And we'll do an activity after the break, but. So I'll give one more example. And this one more example is sidewalks, as an example. So once again, we're coming with what are we hearing from the community? What is happening out in the community is we're not able to get from A to B. We need connectivity. We need, or there's just an observation, right, from council that says, you know, I've noticed that I've seen people trying to get from here to here and they're not able to. We need to do something in that space. And so thinking of improved pedestrian safety and connectivity. We need to do something, that is the directive, that is the, and often, and I'll share this as well, how we say things helps when we're thinking as council to staff of not necessarily we need a sidewalk here, but we need to improve connectivity. Explore what are some options. What is the feasibility of doing this? That could be the directive that is given. And when that's given, then staff takes on that responsibility to, maybe they identify the highest risk areas. They're hearing what you're saying, and they're saying, this is looking at the landscape of the town. These are the areas. This is what we need. They're coming back with, these are some of those recommendations. They may conduct an engineering study to gather some more information in that space. They're conducting or estimating the costs, the timelines, all of that information. And then they're able to share from what we are seeing. These are the best options, or these are options, or this is possible. Then that comes back to council for approval, funding, prioritization. Once again, same process. What do we need to do? That decision, that decide phase, that's where we're coming back to that. And then the last one is implementation and review. Once again, it goes back to staff to implement. So now staff is managing that process. They're managing the construction, they're overseeing the project delivery, reporting progress to the council and to the community.
Jessica, I wanted to point out, go back to the word trust. You can see trust goes in the operational goals, and that's where the expertise is from the staff. They're all subject matter experts in their departments. That's where that trust is. So I just wanted to point that out.
Yeah. And so it's important on both ends when we go back to the phases and we go back to the responsibilities. It's important to have that vision. It's important to have that first step of this is what's important. It's important to have that decision of this is what we're moving forward with. And then it's important for the delivery. So when we're thinking about this, having that goal, this is where we want to be. This is priority for us. The second one is it's important to have staff be, and when you said the trust, to be able to trust staff in that space. And having clear responsibilities of council being able to get that vision and then being able to pass it to staff so that they can come with those details of what's in it. Because as you just mentioned, they have those expertise. They have that, providing that space for them to give you that information. So they need the direction from you. And
Clear.
You need the details.
Clear.
Yes, and you need the details from them. Then there is that budget, which is coming back to, once again, that's the direction. That's that deciding. And that's what we're going to do later today. There's going to be probably some big decisions that need to be decided on so we can move to the delivery phase. And then last, it is keeping in mind, and I'll use the other one as an example, keeping it, then it passes back to staff. And relying on staff, when we say that trust going both ways, to implement. And so relying on staff to manage that process, to oversee that process. We've made the decision, now it's their responsibility to perform that and share back. What are the results? What are the updates? What is that information? And so, I think we are a little bit ahead of time, but we are going to take a break at this time.
All right.
And then we are going to come back. And I think we said we have a 15-minute break.
Yes. All
Does
right.
everybody want 15 or do you want,
No.
you want a 10?
Let's do 10.
Look, I
What
don't
do you
even-
want?
I don't even care. Just do it.
All right.
No,
We got 15, it's up to y'all.
they're gonna do 15. What? They got to smoke.
Right.
Exactly. By the time they come back in, it's me 15.
Yeah, right.
Hey, do it 10. By the time they come back, it will be 15. Seriously.
I know, you're right.
Go back and check yourself out.
What's the matter?
Like this.
Oh, she's fall.
Let me tell you. Trust and vision.
We got a little trash can right here.
I feel like maybe it was bad weather that day. Yeah.
Sunday?
Come with me in Puerto Rico. I'm making sure it goes. This is the story of my life.
What are you saying? You been there before?
Yeah, my in-laws have
Just a reminder, mics are still going.
When we went, we stayed for 3 years. We stayed at the reunion.
I didn't look at the guy say, typically they try to offer that. This area, you need that area, and then really, you have a minute.
Well, we're talking about maybe having to take this now and put it on this right here.
That's another.
So the changes here.
I think everything else is
It may have been flexible for development, but still the requirements would be 5% overall has to be usable. Instead of 5% has to be. Which they're actually saying they're actually but that's what helps to make up that 5%.
Okay. What does that mean?
Much, probably. Increase my hydration. Every 5 minutes.
I understand that.
I've been drinking like a gallon a day.
This one is discovered South Carolina. Wow. Maybe 6 years. Well, got a little bit. You recall that whole street was lined with that big we had demolition. We were in the process of synchronizing only the okay for demolition if we demolish. This is what happens. Who is the one? You know why we never move forward in this one? So that they can log on to the area. But that doesn't mean that those needs don't still exist somewhere else. So what I was saying, to resolve that issue about the town-wide, re-engage the conversation about that way, because what happens is, the code enforcement has another layer below that we call minimal housing. Which means that if it's a land with the property owner, these have the security windows, these have the code enforcement can make them tear it down. Just because it's voted up, I mean, I want it in my neighborhood. If it's part of the demolition program can actually give us that. I think what happened is more than more, we told you to the arrow. I'll tell you.
Miss Hamilton,
Our detail, next Friday. Yeah, next Friday. There's a big warrant sweep today, so I mean,
nobody's coming to develop the neighborhood. So what do you do?
Okay.
This is definitely going to be a lot of this without, so yes.
That's a misconception. There's no law enforcement authority. It's just under the statute and animal control officer.
And it's gonna sit there on
It's not chilling with you?
Yes. Yeah, no, the weather killed us last night.
I know, I did, and I'm glad I did that because there was not a leak over there.
They don't want to ride and get all mudded up, you know? Get all that mud
They're
kicking up on them and
fair
stuff. Yeah, yeah.
weather
Yeah, yeah.
shooters.
They're fair weather shooters.
Yeah. It's getting chilly in here. I'm not
It
gonna-
is, yeah, it did get a little chilly.
They said that they turned the air on.
And I've been really concentrating on hydrating, so I'm drinking about a gallon of water a day.
I know, and I normally drink a lot of water too.
And that's why I get up every 10 minutes.
Yeah.
So we just back on. But there are other
I just got a scam text from saying that Microsoft just charged my account
Yeah,
with
you
USAA.
can't. You can never go. Don't do anything on.
No, I'm not. I don't touch that stuff. USA's never gonna do that.
You good to go?
It's a turtle.
That's a big turtle.
Walking
I
or in
didn't
the
see
water?
it in the water. I saw the ripples. She was sticking on the chicken. I saw the ripples and I went, oh, what's that?
That's cool.
I hate that.
All right. We got everybody.
That's all right.
Okay, folks, back to get back to us.
No,
If you need to go to the bathroom or anything, just see yourself out.
Can I break?
Yeah.
Now, I need to poll everybody.
Why am I break?
On the
Doesn't- there's
schedule,
no
it has an
pause.
hour for lunch. Can we break, can we have a half hour for lunch?
Work on it.
Yeah.
Is that good? Is everybody good for a half
I gotta let
hour?
my dogs out.
Let's work here.
I'll be back.
Do we get out of here earlier?
She only charges $25 for the whole day to come like 3 times a
Everybody
day.
good for a half hour?
Yeah. So she's at my house.
Okay.
Yeah, 15 minutes. Everybody do 15 minutes?
Really, you're pushing me. Eat your stuff.
Ciao.
We ain't supposed to,
Eat
man.
your
You not do that.
raisins.
Yeah, we've done it.
Yeah. Eat them all.
On a log, you can raise it and make it with a lot of eggs. One this. Oh, no, you can like just put them out of there.
Oh, no.
Roll not to get you.
The chocolate ones.
Just like somebody else.
Sometimes
That's all you need.
Ready?
We're ready.
We're going to take the second part of this to take some of what was shared and put it into practice. The practice really is more for us. Thank you. The practice really is more for us, as I just mentioned, to think about in this language. So these are things we're already doing, but how do we break it down into the language that was shared? So we're going to break out into groups. In our groups, we want to think about one thing. So with that one thing, we're going to break it all the way down. So as we're breaking it all the way down, we want to think about what is the strategic goal? What would the strategic goal look like? What would the operational, and right now we don't have the research, we don't have the time to get the detailed information, so we want to be able to say, what are some of the things that we want to think about possibly? Just a few ideas. Then we want to come back and say, what are we going to do in the budget? What are we approving? What are we moving forward with? And then what would it look like? What does success look like? So for the implementation, we want to think about what does success look like. Think through, what would we be thinking about through the discover phase? What would we be thinking about through the decide phase and the deliver phase? We're going to do that at the second part. So the first one, I just want you to think about it as you're doing this. So the first part is to think through one item. So collectively, think about what is one community concern, what does not have to be something actual with Hope Mills today, because this is just practice. So you can think about anything as a group, but you're going to think about what is that strategic goal? What does that look like? What are some operational goals? So that we're practicing the difference between strategic and operational. Then thinking about if we were to approve it, what are some of the questions that we want to ask? And then what does success look like? So for the operational, now we've done it, what does success look like? And so then we're going to present that and say, this was the challenge, and this was the success. Sound good? And I am thinking, with the goals. So if we could split up into 6 groups.
There's 5. Yeah. 6. 3.
So actually, I'm going to do 3 groups. Yeah. So we'll just do 1. Yeah. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
Sound good? And then, starting here, if we could do 1 through 3 with staff. So 1.
3.
1.
2.
For this.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2.
Look at there. Perfect. Okay, so all of our 1s, if you could get together, all of our 2s get together, and all of our 3s get together.
Three's over here.
Who?
You're 1.
You're 2?
No, I'm a 3.
Okay.
You're a 2, right?
If you're a 2, I'm a 2.
You're a 1, sir.
I'm a 1?
You're 1, sir. Actually, I was 3.
Who's the 2 over there?
All 3
I'm
right
That's 2, right? There's another 2 right here. Who's another 2?
I'm a 2.
No, I'm a 3. I'm
Right
over
here.
here.
Yeah, 2's right here.
He's a 1.
You're 2, right?
I'm a 2.
I'm a 2. So Lamarcus, come right here. We got our 2 right here.
We're good.
You 2?
I'm a 2.
Alright, so let's see right there.
We're the 2s.
Yeah, Lamarcus, come good. You're 2. I'm a 2. So we just need
Oh, the 1s are over there.
one over there. So you ain't got to move. So I don't have to move. I'm gonna tell you right now. Those that work with people, we know what to tell you, right? I don't have no goals.
I'm a 2.
Just remember, we're live.
Yeah, but you remember though, my goals are always been
What's the one going?
Scribe. Huh? Do like Mr. Mickey do in the army. You slip, you stand up in the back of the room. You know what we want to do?
What's the question?
What's the problem?
We have to come up with a problem. It doesn't necessarily have to be a Hope Mills problem. Just a hypothetical problem or a Hope Mills problem.
And want to define that goal as a...
Y'all don't have one? I got one. I want to improve the appearance and the function of the Central Business District, Trade Street. If we want to get specific. Y'all cool with that?
I'm surprised you didn't go with something Parks and Rec.
I'm tired of myself.
You don't have to go specific, but you get more realistic if you do. If you can.
Well, Lamarco had a good idea.
No, yeah.
Yeah,
Lamarco wants to work on.
I want to improve the appearance and the function of our central business district, Trade Street.
Okay, so probably need to write that down.
Describe it.
Yeah.
Why don't we put it up there, like on the wall, because that's why it has a sticky.
Okay.
Oh, I'm
This is a softball. It's But technically, he's telling us we got it back. He's supposed to be a we got one
Get up tender. Thanks.
Cool.
Structures. That's both
Yeah, because correspondence, and power lines,
Such a small area, right?
The water bottle
Mrs. Chancellor.
But as far as, and this is just for so just so
Where would you expand it to, though? Yeah.
So there's no mute button here. So when we break for lunch.
I'm just gonna turn it off
Okay,
completely.
all right.
And then I'll just restart it, do a
Okay.
second one and just call it part 2.
Yeah, because we're probably going to just do a half hour.
Yep.
It's set for 12:15, so 12:45 we're going to come back.
Yep.
And I'll make that announcement when we get
Yeah.
at 12:15.
And then I'll just, like I said, I'll just call it part 2
Yeah.
for the next time, yeah.
You have the video ready for.
She has it. Mhm.
Right now, if something's commercial on project art and
Actually took my idea from college and did it. Yeah, I did my thesis on downtown Vivo. The exact thing they got right So we're looking at
commercial shops.
retail, and residential
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I don't know if you wanna like call it, at least make it in style.
This is what happens is how people.
So what about your percentages?
Every sport is busting out the seams. They're going to want more recreation facilities and the operation costs of us. Right. But it's not in the operation.
We're not solving all the problems today. If you're doing it here, if you're doing it, might as well. All right, we're gonna give about 1 more minute. Wrapping up. Have somebody to present, because they're gonna present.
I wrote it.
It's just
I don't see you participating in group number 2.
I'm supervisor.
You know what? You're just not enjoying it. Like me.
I should have brought my chair. You're so smart.
Girl. You gotta be comfy.
All right, so if we could bring it back.
No.
We're not ready? This group did say that they were solving all the problems, so I don't know, we need to give them more time. Okay, so now, if we could share out from each group, just giving their process. So whoever would like to go first, whichever group.
Chancellor would.
Let me put the timer on. It's like,
All right, so our identified initiative was pedestrian connectivity. Our ops goals were to ID the ADA impediments, talk about multimodal paths, talk about alternative
I just moved
pathways
it.
Oh, thank you.
avoid
So it didn't get knocked over. Thank you.
greenways. I like to picture the picture. Imagine if we continue our family home grants for sidewalks, but imagine a 4th of July celebration where somebody can park at the golf course, walk through the neighborhood on the greenway to connect to a sidewalk to get to the lake. Now, the budgetary aspect and how to fund it are tied to our fan programs. And so we talk about phasing, oversight, feedback, continue with each goal, but we put the arrow back to discover, decide, and deliver. Because if we stay in discovery mode, we're on a treadmill. We get to the decision mode, and we're scared to make a decision on this, we're gonna go right back to discovering, and we never get to the delivery of the product, which is pedestrian connectivity. Thank you.
Either way, don't matter.
Okay, so our goal as the finance director, this is tough, was reducing the tax rate. So why would we want to reduce the tax rate? Well, it had less tax impact on residents, and then maybe they had better quality of life, being able to keep more of their money. But decisions in order to how to do that, how to maintain current service levels for the town with less revenue, how to create new revenue to make up for the loss of taxes, and then needs versus wants for each department's budget. That's the part we got.
There's no sustainability there.
There's what?
And our final group.
If you look at it, I'm not to challenge y'all. Without funding, there's no sustainability. Ours is to improve appearance, function of the CBD, Trade Street, and of course, making our community a walkable connectivity, especially in the Trade Street, Trade and Main Street area. Amenities, of course, all focus on improving the quality of life. And you know the driving base behind improving all of those is partnership as well as the budget type space. Did I do it well?
Yes. You did? Great job.
Yeah. Fast and Furious.
Thank you.
Perfect.
We love it.
All right, so now I want to take some time, and this is, there's no grade on the responses. This was more just to practice the process. So wanting to think about how was that? What did we think about thinking through the process in that lens? What went well thinking about going through it through that lens? What worked well?
I'll take it. What went well is given the responsibility of helping develop the goals to the department heads, because they know most definitely what they need and what is desired to provide the quality of life we desire for our citizens.
Thank you. What else worked well?
what you do.
exercise actually having the direction of what you're looking to do on each step. So you're provided a focus in one certain area rather than trying to do everything all at once.
How does that help when you say that?
It helps you focus in specific areas.
You still in this one?
What else worked well?
I guess collaborating and working together. That collaboration definitely a big difference.
It was nice hearing ideas from different departments, like their input from their views.
We had a carriage
And one thing we did too, we got out the way and we let the department heads collaborate first without us getting involved. And I think that made all the difference because they was able to freely project their goals and desires.
Keep it in mind, I know we had that discussion, it's important to hear the vision from the council.
And
It's important to know what the priorities are from the council. I love thinking about it, some of them shared with me, and so I kind of share that. Whenever someone is asking, and using me as an example with Nightdale, whenever someone's asking me a question, it's not asking me, it's asking who I represent. I represent 25,000 people in the town, and I'm sitting in this seat to represent them and their voice. And so very similar, when you're on the council, you are representing your town. Staff's not just asking you, they're asking the entire community when they ask you. So it's important as well, giving that guidance and giving that direction too. And at the same time, exactly what you just said, that now they're out there, they're in the community, they're seeing those concerns and issues. How do we listen to those concerns as well? So.
What I like about it was that all these minds we have in this room and all this expertise, we're all charged with delivering services to our community, and we can randomly be put in 3 different groups and still find a way to collectively come together for a vision. That's what we have to do every single day. So no matter who is in group 1, 2, or 3, we could have switched the entire groups randomly, and I think we still would have found a way for us to collectively work together, whether it was me and public works or whether it was stormwater and human resources. We all have the ability to actually recalibrate to come together for the services that we deliver to our citizens.
During this, I think we all have our own opinions, and we're all going to either agree or disagree on what our plans are and what we would like to see happen. But as long as we all come together at the end and make it as one, I think it'll be okay.
Jess and I were just talking briefly here. We are probably the oldest two standing around. I mean, that's been involved in the community in town. And one of the things that I recall us doing was we started doing surveys and started putting together some ad hoc committees to improve Hope Mills and to listen to the citizens to become more transparent. And I think that made a big difference. Although we never followed through with some of the plans, but it still gave us something to work with, gave us a base. No, you don't say that.
You got it.
Thank you for that. So,
I just wanted to ask you real quick, when you put it on paper, like we did back there, when you have several goals to reach that strategic goal, it shows the importance of getting the priorities.
yeah, and having that one goal, because there's so much that
There's so much that goes into that. You can almost never, a strategic, you're never going to attack it in one budget cycle.
That's
You're
right.
going to have it in probably a short period of time, but it puts the importance on definitely getting the priority.
It's a continuous process.
Say that again, the success. You can see your successes.
Yeah.
And so what happens when you have that strategic goal, that high level, you're working on it with those sub goals, then that high level changes.
Right.
It's very hard. Yeah.
I want to refer everyone back to our strategic plan of our 5 goals. They are a continuous process. That's the reason why we developed last year a strategic plan, and that's part of what we're doing today, is the alignment piece and implementation of a strategic plan that identified 5 goals, not only from the council, not only from the staff, but from our community. Because everybody had input into how we drafted these 5 goals that we're looking at in this model later on today.
Mayor, a question just on that, is are these goals prioritized 1 to 5, or are they just the goals?
5, they're just 5
What I'm
goals.
saying is one the most important? Is 2?
No, they're
They're not in order precedence.
They are not. There are 5 independent goals, no ranking.
Thank you for asking that clarity question. That's very important too. Yeah. So we mentioned it briefly, but I want to ask, this process is not easy, right? In these few minutes we saw, of course, when you have more time, it's still not easy. What are some of the challenges? And we mentioned some of the challenges. We've mentioned some of the challenges. What are some of the other challenges maybe that we saw today doing this process right now? What was challenging?
This might have been mentioned before, but I think having that one strategic goal is so important because, like we said, there's so many things ideas that can be put in place to support that goal that it's really hard sometimes to funnel that into what is the most effective ideas. Because there could be 12 different ways to do something, but which one is going to get us the best end result and be the most efficient and cost effective?
And that's the whole key to it. That it really, really is. Which direction is going to be the most efficient and effective? And because you're looking at funding. So you can be ambitious and fund a lot of different processes and a goal that may not deliver the results that you're looking for. So you really got to have that solid collaboration to look at every processee that's going to be involved in that one goal, knowing that you're going to have to somewhere establish a funding method to fund those processes.
I'm gonna give you a real world. A real world. Bruce can attest to this. When we was trying to get ADA compliance in certain areas, and he kept saying it's gonna take time. It's gonna take time, and funding had become available. But if you look at our Veterans Park and the parking lot we got out there, it came with time. Well, he had a plan all along, but the citizens could not hear it. He couldn't see it because even I couldn't see the big picture until it came to fruition.
And we're still working on it. Keep that in mind for the 16th of this month.
How hard is it to stick to that, knowing it's going to take time?
It takes time.
Right?
And what the mayor said was correct about the funding, but we also need to look at the revenue. Without the revenue coming in, it's kind of difficult to do a whole lot of anything with what we currently have. But the funding is a key point, and also revenue. Well, we need to split it up.
But there's a phrase that some people use: plan your work and work your plan. As long as you stay true to the blueprint is the strategic plan. So we lay out this method and a methodology, and if you do, like HR Director Ms. Felicia said, if you have different opinions, the ability to have that strategic plan allows us to refocus back on what we put together to determine which one of those scenarios is best suited and best alignment with what we set as the future direction of the town. So I do think that sometimes when it's challenging, you can actually better make that decision by ensuring which one of the options are in alignment with the plans, strategic plan goals and objectives that we put together.
And the key off of that, and what Leanne said earlier, when you've got 12 different plans to do the same project, that's where the expertise of your staff comes into play. So if there's 12 different ways to do it, you have the staff that's an expert in that field, they're going to recommend to the council through management, here's the best plan in order to get this done. That's where you use the expertise of your staff.
Yeah. I'm like one more real world, and it happened in here. It happened in here a couple years ago. We had two projects on the books. One was the sidewalk on the Johnson Street, and the other one was the museum. But in here, we asked our department heads to give us their honest opinion what they recommended. We took their recommendations, we took their opinions, we got rid of the museum, and we got rid of the sidewalk because we gotta have your truthful, honest opinion of what is gonna work to get y'all what y'all need to get the job done.
And that's well said, because with courage comes trust. And I think that no matter what goal that we're trying to achieve, that collaboration is gonna have, every member is gonna have the courage to say, this will work, this won't work, and here's the reasons why it won't work. So I want to use that word today as we go through establishing priorities and funding opportunities, is that we have, and we're very fortunate, Jessica, I'm telling you, you probably are too in Nightdale, to work with a set of dedicated professional staff sitting at this table. They know their needs, they know how to accomplish those needs. And I hope today that they have the courage to say, we understand the goal, this is going to work, this won't work, this is why. It's because of their expertise. I don't know anything about street maintenance, I'll tell you right now. I don't know. I don't know a thing about how you even repair a pothole, but I got folks over here that know the entire process about how to fix streets. I'm not a police officer. Nope, not at all. So I wouldn't know what that position is. But anyway, just a couple examples.
To bookend what Mayor Belfont and Commissioner Mitchell said in terms of the delivery, we sat here, they made that very tough decision on the Johnson Street sidewalk. Don and Bruce can tell you, the Jack White path that's at our lake right now came from the reallocation of those funds.
Yeah.
And so that's an example at the lake that we can see was delivered as a result of that decision they had to make. It was a tough decision at the time. Not a popular one.
That project is popular.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that example, being able to share that.
One thing that everybody needs to keep in mind when you're doing these processes is one of the hardest things to do is overcome resistance to change.
Yeah.
What's the hardest part about that?
Convincing and actually reading your general population to support it and give you
Human nature is not.
Change is scary sometimes.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. It's uncomfortable. I'm comfortable right now. Why do we need to? But then we go back to the very beginning, those companies who said that. We don't need to change. And it's not about resources, right? Because we looked at companies who had all the resources. They had all the market.
Mm-hmm.
We're not going to change. We're going to keep doing what we're doing.
Yeah.
And it put them right out of business.
Vision.
I think another factor in that is as a professional and as a leader, being humble enough to know that you don't know all the answers, and sometimes you might be wrong, and knowing that there's different ways to do things, and just being open to those ideas.
Yeah, open to the ideas. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Well, just to piggyback off what Tina said, just be willing to listen to everyone and listen to the people that are familiar with that area. Like I'm going to quote one of the judges. He says, "I wouldn't try to do my own dentistry. I'm not a dentist, so I wouldn't try to know what each department does because I'm not that person."
Yeah.
So listen to what we like to, I would call the experts in that area, and yield to them. And by listening and yielding to someone else, you might learn something. Because if you have to be able to have an open mind to hear what's being said. You can't always have a rebuttal, because sometimes when you're rebutting, you're not listening. So when I used to tell my students, how are you hearing me if you're talking? You're not. Listening and hearing are two different things.
Yeah.
I have one more. Just one more. I see a lot of times where people are stuck on what happened 30 years ago or what they were involved in 30 years ago or 40 years ago, and they're unwilling to change because they don't see the vision. So I think that's where our staff comes in, where they know what's going on, they know what we need to do, and we should listen to the new ideas. Things change over time. And as far as working together, when somebody presents an idea, don't be negative about it. Listen to that person and gain their knowledge, because you may not, have the same amount of knowledge that they have. So take it in stride, don't be negative, and listen to what they have to tell you.
Say that sound, girl.
Well, I think that was great as a close for this moment. And so thank you so much for sharing. Thank you so much for engaging in the space. Just wanted to share this one more time because we said it multiple times. And so thinking about the importance of every step of this phase, right? We said the discovery phase is so important, and it is. Because in that phase, and even in this practice, if this group here doesn't mind me sharing, but we got to a point where we said, this is the goal, right? We want to reduce taxes. And then we got down to what are the operational goals? What are some of the things to do that? And then we said, well, actually what we really want to see doesn't align. So if it doesn't align, maybe we have to go back to that overall, what is that strategic goal? So in the discovery phase, really understanding what is the concern is important. What is the need is important so that you can move to that next step faster. And so once you can uncover what you really want to see, what you really want to happen, then you can say, from this, we can develop a goal. And we can have that clear, as we just said, how important to have that one clear goal is, because then we're moving to those operational goals, and there's so many pieces and elements and things that are within it. The decide phase is just as important, because we can have all of these ideas and all of these things. We've heard that as well. But if we don't make those decisions and say, this is what we're moving forward on, it's hard to be able to do that as well. And then we all know delivery, right? We can talk all day, but if we don't have the results, if we don't have that delivery, if we don't have what we're seeing, then we don't have that for the community as well. And so continuing that process, but thinking about in that process how important each phase is. So now I just want to take some time from everything. I thank you for the comments. Thank you for the additional things that were shared. Taking a moment to think back on everything, whether it's strategic planning, whether it is thinking about what we've heard from others as best practices or things not to do. Thinking about this process, thinking about whether it is discover, decide, deliver, whether it is what is strategic goal versus operational goal versus how we get to the results that we want to see, whether it's some of the things that we shared here, some things that you might be just thinking about that have just come to you while we're talking. And I want to challenge everyone thinking about one key insight that you're taking away from this moment. So once again, you have sticky notes in front of you. And if you could write on one of the sticky notes, what is one key insight? And then we are going to very, very briefly ask everyone to share that one key insight that we are gathering or taking away from this section. And whenever you're ready, whoever would like to go first. I'll go. Thank you. And then we go this way. Well, we're gonna go this way first.
My key insight is that it seems like people want to work together. It may not always turn out that way, but the desire is there.
We want to.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you. And I'll take the next. You ready now?
Oh, I was like, what?
Mine is listening, again, listen to what your department heads have to tell you and listen to what the people in the community want to tell you as well, because we work for the people in the community.
We can just pass the microphone
Oh,
down,
maybe I will.
and I'll just take.
Would you believe that we said the same thing, girl? Listen, yeah, I mean.
You probably did.
In order to develop a sense of direction, you have to listen and see what everybody's saying. And hopefully, we can all go in the same direction to achieve one common goal.
I'll take away with the vision. It's not where we are today. It's where are we going to be 10, 15 years from today? And the discussion through the collaboration piece is that thriving. That's the compass. So mine is vision.
Mine is, the takeaway is knowledge and purpose to make sure that we understand what we're doing and it aligns with the purpose of what we're doing.
My takeaway was collaboration. No one is a one-man show. We must work together. We have to trust each other.
Or one more.
I'll say that there's no way around this one word, trust. If the board's role is to give the staff the vision, the staff has to be able to trust the vision coming from the board. The board is supposed to be able to receive our expertise. They have to be able to trust the department heads. And we all collectively, as department heads and elected, we have to trust our citizens, but our citizens also have to trust us as well. So those three entities, there's no way around it. We all have to develop some type of trust with each other.
That's the anchor.
You have to make a decision in order to move forward. The decisions have to be made, otherwise you just stay in the decision phase.
You don't never make it to that delivery.
My takeaway is relying on subject matter experts. Mine was teamwork. If we don't work together, we wouldn't work together. We're not successful.
Mine was unity. Was just pretty much play the teamwork. Everyone coming together to reach a common goal.
Simply put, cooperative vision.
Yeah.
Mine is trust the process.
Yeah, you got something to say this time, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm attacking all the bruises, patience, and process.
Collaboration.
Yeah, patience too.
And the process.
Yes. Going back with the groups that we just did, I think collaboration is needed and necessary because it just showed that working together, everybody can contribute important information.
So we went back to before about courage, right?
Yeah.
So I'm gonna say that we all commit to not just talking the talk, but walking the walk. Because too many times we come to these type of things and everybody says everything, and then it goes right back to the way it was. So let's commit to that.
Good point. Commitment.
Commitment.
I have collaboration is key.
I want
Thank you.
You're supposed to be collaborating.
Are you gonna leave those up throughout the day?
I'm gonna put them right over here so we can keep
I hope so.
So we can keep them, because keys, and we've seen quite a bit of collaboration, unity, working together, and even in shared walking the walk, right? That is, we're saying collaboration, we're saying unity. Doing that, we have trust up here. How important listening and vision, like I said, collaboration, decision making, and making decisions, because we have to do that in order to get to delivery. So thinking about all of these things as we continue, not just today, but as we continue moving forward, because we do have this vision. We do have this goal of where we want to be. These are going to be the things that are going to help us to achieve it, help us to, as we talked about earlier, and I do want you to keep your, I'm going to create a space for that, I still am, so don't lose your, what's on the newspaper article, what's the extra, this is Hope Mills, keep that, because to achieve those goals, to achieve that message, these are the things to keep in mind. These are going to be the things that are important. So thank you for the opportunity for this space, and now I am going to pass it over, and we are going to jump into our next section.
Big stuff.
Okay, thank you, Jessica. Now after we've heard all that, we're going to look at the CIP, our new community investment plan for 2026. There's not a lot of changes from last year, but one of the biggest changes in your book, if you turn to any of the projects in it, in the very top right corner of every project now, it has listed what strategic goal it goes with. The top right corner on every project. There's a box that says strategic plan, and then it says which policy goal that aligns with. So each of the projects in here have that with it now. And remember, these projects in here are mostly the large projects that would be capital projects. Most of these don't really have any effect on the operating budget. The only ones that do are usually the major equipment, like fire trucks and vehicles and garbage trucks and those sorts of things. The only reason we put those in here is so that we have a plan of when they need to be replaced. So it's kind of there as a placeholder for that piece of equipment, so we know in the future when we're looking at replacing that, and we can kind of think ahead as far as the budget goes. So they're not necessarily capital projects, but it's a capital item that we plan on for the future. So, are there any questions that y'all might have about the community investment plan or how we use it? One of the things that we do have for this also, we don't have it approved by the board, because then it acts just like the budget. If you make a change, you have to do like a budget amendment, a project amendment to the capital for community investment plan. We have it more or less, it's just accepted by the board as is, and then it can be a flexible type document that it's not in stone. It's pretty much just a list of things that we would like to do in the future. It helps us with grant funding, because a lot of grants, one of the first questions is this project in your CIP? We can say it is. So each year, if you look at any of the projects, it pretty much shows the next 5 years. The current column is anything that we've spent in the past. The second column is where we are in the current year. And then the other columns show what we think it would cost or an estimate for the future. And then we also have, not only in here, the top part shows the breakdown of the cost. The bottom part shows the possible revenues that we would look at in order to fund that project. Any questions on this?
I have one question.
Wait a minute, the mic's coming in.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Which page are you looking at?
I'm looking at page 15.
I think it's the only one that works.
I'm looking at page 15. Could you explain the SS4A grant? I saw that somewhere. Is that the one that we just received?
That's the Safe Streets for All grant.
For streets, is that the one for that $96 we just got? That's all we just received. I don't know if that's true or not.
It is.
Okay.
I think it is.
Now, does that fall under the power bill, or is that a separate?
That is separate from the
Okay.
house.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Like Drew said, the community investment plan is a working document. It's a snapshot of where we are today. And it's also the planning document for the next 2 years. Now, there's been some updates because there's going to be different projects. We've got a strategic plan for the very first time that's incorporated into CIP. And as Drew also said, that when we apply for grants, which we do, one of the very first questions is, does the town have a community investment plan? And we do. It's a roadmap of all the projects that are needed in our town. It's a roadmap of the cost, it's a roadmap of what the project's detail. So as we go through the priorities today, we refer back to the community investment plan that's presented to the board. So, any other comments from the board members? Who's got staff?
No, it's still me.
Oh, still you? Sorry. I thought you were changing up.
Quick finance update. Okay, I've told some of y'all that this year I was gonna go over how the use of fund balance affects cash. So even though our bank account or our reserve says most of the time we have about $8 million in fund balance reserves, well, last year we spent, as you saw with the audit report, we spent about 1.7 million of those reserves. So instead of having 8 million in the bank, we have closer to 6 million, just over 6 million. And that's, when we say reserves is our cash, that doesn't mean we have that annually. That means that's the pretty much the average, or that's how much cash we had really as of June 30th of each year when we do the audit. So here's how cash flow works for the town. You know, every year that you approve the budget, we approve the tax rate, and then we have an estimate of what we're going to receive in property taxes. Most of the property taxes, we don't start receiving that until December. You know, your property tax bill says it's usually due January 7th. Most people try to pay it before December 31st, so they can use the tax deduction on their taxes for that year. So we don't get a lot of that money until December and January. So if you look at our last financial statement that I gave you, that on the last council meeting, you get these every month. Sometimes a little bit late, sometimes it takes longer to do them, but every month you will get the prior month's financials. On that, we have a breakdown of cash. So in January, yeah, we have the most cash that we're going to have all year because we received all the property tax payments. Usually November, we do get the mortgage companies will pay their property taxes in November. We get a big check from the banks. Well, they send it to the county sends it to us. So usually mid-November, we'll get a pretty decent sized check, maybe $2 million, something like that, in just property taxes from the mortgage. Then late December, we'll probably get another $3 million. January, we might get $8 million during that month. So by the end of January, we're sitting on $15 million sitting in the bank, which is great. That's when we're earning our interest. But then we spend that down all the rest of the year. So what happens when we get into September, October, and November, we've spent a lot of that cash throughout the year. So there are low cash months when we get to the late fall time frame. So this past year, since we were about 1.7 million less in cash than the year before, I had to empty our reserve accounts, which makes our interest for the town in order to have the payments for operations, for payroll, and just our regular bills for every month. So we got down to, in October of 2024, our checking account, well, our total cash was 4.5 million in October of 2024. That was our low cash month for that year. October 2025, we had 2.9. We had just under $3 million. We spend, on average, and this is normal, it's not overspending or anything like that, anywhere from $1 million to $1.2 million each month between salaries and operations. Everything the town has to pay. So October 25, we got down to $3 million. I had about 2.5 months worth of cash. That's all we had in the bank. For me, that's low. Well, it's recommended that you have about 3 months worth of cash. We got down to about 2.5. And you saw in the audit report, we were below that threshold that LGC likes for towns to have. So it's not that every year we have to have a lot of money to put back in reserves, but it's always good to put some. So I've been here for 10 years. So for the last 7 years, we've been able to put money back into fund balance. The amount of money that we were able to put into fund balance was about 1.6 million over 7 years. Last year we spent 1.7. We spent more reserves in 1 year than we had put into it for the last 7. Now, we're growing every year on top of that. So next year, our operation cost is going to be higher than what it was this year. We're going to do a cost of living increase for the staff, hopefully merit increase, so salaries will be higher. And then the cost of living costs more. Gas just went up again. So things are going to cost more next year than they did this year. So what we're paying now on a monthly basis is between 1 million and 1.2. That could, the low end of that could be 1.2, 1.4 this year. So I do have a concern for cash. We did have enough to cover it this year, but if we use fund balance again this year, we're going to be that much more lower next year. And the only reason I'm letting you know this is because when we approve the budget, we need to use that budget. We need time to keep adding stuff to it. Other things change and there's emergencies. But there's a reason we approved the budget as it is. Because at that time, that's all the revenues we're going to have. If you spend more than that, and you keep using our reserves, then in the fall, it just makes it difficult to cover operations. Now, I did have that 2.9 that we could have used. If I would have pulled that out, that's fine. We made operations. But now we're not making any interest. We have no money sitting in an investment account earning interest. So just want to make you aware of that. The other thing, there is a solution for this that me and the finance staff have talked about. For next year's budget, and that's approved, usually there's a lot of capital items in it, all the higher priced one-time things. Those we may have to wait to purchase until December, just so we don't have a cash situation next year. Usually what will happen is once the budget's approved, everybody buys all the big stuff. They want these new things, they need that equipment, but one way to help preserve that cash so we don't have a situation next year is all the capital items, all those one-time big ticket items, you may have to wait until December. Instead of buying them in July, they're still in the budget, they're still approved, but we don't have cash in December. And that way we don't have a situation like we had this past year.
Drew,
Yes.
sorry to interrupt, but just for clarification for the minutes, when you say next year's budget, are you referring to this coming, okay.
Yes, when the budget's approved in July, most of the time, everybody will go ahead and get purchase orders to buy that new equipment. This year, I'm suggesting that we hold off on getting that equipment until December, once we start receiving that property tax money, and then the cash is there. So even though we see in the reports, yeah, we've got $8 million sitting in reserves. Well, no, that's $6 million, and we don't have that year rate. So that's the, and another thing that has attributed to that, it's not just because of the use of the reserves last year. One, I told you the operation cost from last year to this year is up 22% from 1 year to the next. And then our monthly sales tax dropped 36% because of the county shifting how they allocated the sales tax. So even though we made up for that difference in property taxes, the sales tax we would get monthly. Property taxes we get once a year, in December or January. So those months that we normally get sales tax, it dropped 36%. That was $178,000 less each month that we were getting that. We had to wait until property taxes came in. So those are just some scenarios about how cash works, just so that you know that when things are getting funded, you know, we have to use reserves, that's why it's there. But this is the result of when we use, in my opinion, too much of it at one time. Any questions on that?
I have questions.
Mike?
Is it working?
I got this. And I know you're the expert, Drew. So how do we increase the reserves, the cash in the reserves versus the general fund? Those are a little bit confusing. Do we pay, for example, where do the budget amendments come from? What fund are those paid from, the general fund or the reserves?
Right, the best way to set aside and reestablish reserves is not spending the entire budget. So when every department turns their budget in,
Right.
I don't know if this is not, it sounds like it
It's
is.
working.
When every department turns their budget in, that's an estimate of what they think they're gonna spend for the next year. Most of the time, if you look, not every department spends 100% of their budget.
Right.
So that extra goes back into reserves.
Okay.
Anytime we have a vacant position, and it takes a few months to fill that position, that's unspent funds to pay that salary. Once it's filled, that unspent salary, that unspent money goes back into reserves.
And is
These
that-
committees, I know it's only $5,000, and they'll spend all their $5,000, we don't roll that over to the next year. That unspent money goes back into reserves.
Okay, I wasn't aware of that. So that's the only way that funds get deposited back into the reserve?
That, or you can allocate, when you do the budget, you can say, okay, we're going to intentionally build back up our reserves.
Okay.
So we know that we're gonna get, say, $3 million in sales tax. We're gonna allocate 200,000 of that sales tax, go into reserves and not spend. Those are some things, we haven't done that type thing because we don't have really enough money to really have where we can set aside funds to go and spend. You know, like I said, we've had to raise taxes in order to do our operations. So the main thing would be for just departments to watch their spending. If it's something that's not already in the budget, we may just have to wait for that sort of thing.
And then all of our bills are basically paid out of the general fund?
Right?
All of our bills are basically paid out of the general fund?
Unless it's a specific project. Like
Okay.
the ARPA fund is a separate project.
Right.
The state fund money is a separate fund.
Okay.
The Powell bill is a separate fund.
Right.
Stormwater is actually a separate fund. So those don't really have an impact on the operating budget.
Okay.
This is all just the operating budget.
Okay, great, that's my question, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions?
Drew, briefly talk about reoccurring costs from the departments.
Okay, a lot of departments have, I guess, certain contracts that are annual. You'll see those in the budget. They're usually through contract services, line item 1270 in each department. Like the finance house, for instance. We have our annual cost for our financial software. It's every year, and usually every year it goes up a little bit. So that's going to be in the budget. A lot of them have different softwares that they use. Police, when they give you their budget, you've probably seen it, they have a book by themselves that's bigger than the actual budget. Their contract service section is like this thick of the documents just justifying, here's what we have to pay on an annual basis for contracts for services that we need in order to do our jobs. Every department has these. And they're reoccurring, and they're pretty much just, most of them a little bit more than what they were previously. A lot of departments in their training, they have to get certifications every year or updates on how to do their job. So training is very important, and so you'll see a lot of reoccurring in training. What else? Just the basic office supplies and things just to run typical operations
Through
for
something
buildings,
like street
utilities, and those sorts of things are reoccurring every year. They usually go up.
I was gonna say something like streetlights, we pay for all the streetlights within the town. So that's a recurring energy cost.
Drew, if we challenge you with making us financially healthy and give us your recommendations, could you do that?
Say that one more time.
We ask you to make us financially healthy with your expertise and background, can you do that?
I mean, we have enough cash to run our operation. My concern is if we keep using fund balance like we have been, we're gonna run out. And be in a situation, I don't know if this is answering your question.
You know, because where we stand now, I think we financially healthy as we should be.
Yes.
That's
And
pretty.
you heard that from the auditor.
Yes.
My concern is, I don't want it to get any worse than where we're at.
That's what I thought.
We're in a good spot, but I don't want it to get any further off. So there is one thing that we could do, when we have budget amendments that are specifically using fund balance,
Mhm.
which we're gonna have a budget amendment today doing that. But right now, there's no other cash or revenue coming to pay for this. It's pretty much everything that's in the budget. We've estimated that revenue, it's already attributed to something. So I don't know when there's any extra revenues in the budget, so probably, another couple of months to see where there's any extra funding in the budget. Right now, I'm not showing that we're gonna have a lot of extra funding this year. One, because sales tax just got reduced. This is the first year we've had a reduction in sales tax. So I don't have a history to compare to from prior years based on this new rate. We might come in a little bit ahead in sales tax, but it's not gonna be a lot. But it could just be that, you know, when something comes up, like I said, it's just gonna have to wait.
I just had a question. So with last year's budget, the tax rate that he said could be property tax valuation, $3,000. We don't even know that's going to be red line. We haven't paid in. So this will be the first. I know it kind of rolls behind. So have we called up to see what kind of revenue we're going to be bringing in? That's on the tax rate.
Right.
Now, the property tax rebound.
The tax rate, what's in the budget is more than likely what we're gonna get. We usually have a 98-99% tax rate rate of collections. So we don't have a lot that doesn't come in. The issue with the tax rate now is last year's budget, we used some ARPA funds to cover some things in the budget instead of raising taxes. So what that means, those funds aren't available this year for that. So it's kind of like we did a transfer of $660,000 of ARPA funds into the operating budget. That's equivalent of about 3 cents a tax. But I see going into this year, the new budget, we're 3 cents in the hole as it stands with our current operations. Now, there could be different cuts, there could be different things that we don't get. Some of that 660 was for a one-time thing, some of it was for actual operations.
Reoccurring.
So, right, because we recommended 52-cent tax increase with the original budget. 51 cent was approved with that transfer. So if you think about it in that sense, there's 1 cent that was recommended that was not approved that we may have to do for next year's budget. But it all depends on the requests. We'll have to see what they come in at the end of this month. We'll have all the requests. We'll get it announced by the end of April. You'll get it in May, and we're going to have some tough decisions that we're going to have to make as far as the property tax.
And thinking about what Reed just said, ultimately, the mayor spoke about reoccurring expenses. We took $600,000 out of ARPA, which is not a reoccurring fund, and we paid for reoccurring expenses. So when we go into this budget, me and Drew have to cut 3 cents of tax out the gate before we start looking at anything if there is a goal not to raise taxes. Now, one thing that he and I have been discussing as well is there a desire sometimes of the board to put maybe some parameters on budget limits so that maybe I'm the unpopular person for saying this, but maybe throughout the year, the answer to a budget limit, if it's not an emergency, is no. You may have to wait a year. It's just a conversation, but what he's saying is, you know, Drew and I, we joke about how everybody hated Drew until you start filling back the layers to see what he's talking about, where I know around September, in October he came to last year, and I was like, oh, wow, we don't have $8 million in fund balance. We don't have $8 million in the bank. The way this fluctuates throughout the year, in the fall, you start seeing it go down a significant amount, and it dipped down to a level we had never seen when you get down to $2 billion. And then the audit tells us we're supposed to have about 25%. We dipped down to 23%. We've never done that. We spent how much in fund balance?
About 1.7
million. We've never done that out of reserve. So while we're having the conversation about priorities, this is where we're going to have to make some very difficult decisions on what we can do and what we simply cannot do if we can't find some type of alternative funding source if the appetite is not to raise taxes. I'm not saying we should or shouldn't do anything, but that's how you evaluate some of these things
Does it remain a top priority? If we can't fund it, does it get reprioritized down? That's the decision we're gonna have to make going into the budget.
So if I'm hearing correctly, what I'm hearing is when the departments come with your budgets and what you're looking for, you would need to stick to what you've requested and asked to include your recurring, is that? Your recurring.
Those will be in.
Your recurring expense, but anything outside of that, you would actually, like you said, it would have to be in, that's what I was about to say. So the departments would need to actually stick to the budget, kind of like their own personal budget. You do not go outside of what you do not have. And then also too, I was just wondering, new to the board and seeing some of the amendments for like training, which is a necessity. Can that be kind of mentally projected, I guess, into a department's budget? Hey, we haven't had these number of people do training, so we're going to plan for these number of people to do training. Anybody else that's willing to do training may have to wait until the next fiscal year to be able to do that. So perhaps if training, the departments can look into what's needed and incorporate that into your budget as well. That way it wouldn't have to be a budget amendment to come and say, well, we have X, Y, Z that needs to be training. And I think that was one of the questions that I asked in the previous, before the board meeting, was like, is this not incorporated into your existing budget already?
You're good, you're good.
The approach that we took the first year I was commissioner, was we went in our first year, we did not request anything new. We said, whatever's on the budget already, we work within those parameters. Because we focus on what's called mission critical and going lean. And it sounds like to me, based on everything you just said, we have to go lean on this budget until we find out where we at to stabilize, to make sure we can meet operational costs without excess expenditures. And most definitely note the budget amendments.
Just one thing while we have all the department heads here is something that Drew and I have talked about with the budgets. One thing that gets forgotten a lot, it kind of piggybacks on training. If you're sending an employee for training that results in them getting a certification that awards them a salary increase, budget for that as well, because it may seem like, you know, a little here and there, but that does add up, and that's one thing we've noticed that often gets forgotten.
Okay. I've been sitting here trying to frame what happened this past year. So the new members of the board has a pretty good understanding of what we were faced with this very time last year. We were faced with the word uncertainty last year's board, the former board. We were uncertain about the total sales tax loss. We were uncertain about the switch that had warm. And we were uncertain about the impact that was going to have on funding all of the requests and reoccurring costs to deliver services to our community. We had a very tough time last year. Joanne Swirl knows it, Brian Marley knows it, I know it, just about everybody at this table. In fact, where we are now, we can go back and say, this is what we did in prior boards and prior years. Well, I'm gonna tell you something. Prior boards and prior years, you didn't have what we were faced with last year. I don't mean that in a bad way. I'm just gonna say courage, vision. We had to make some hard decisions, like $600,000 just to pay reoccurring costs, which ended up to be, that's 3 cents property tax, which is very unpopular. Very unpopular. We were looking at going revenue neutral, and then going up from there with a sales tax loss of over 2.2 million to our budget in 1 year, in one smack. Personally, I think all of you know what my feelings have been. I wish I had been on the board earlier. Maybe we could have phased it in, because that's exactly what should happen. Sales tax reduction should have been phased into all 9 municipalities and not hit us all at one time. But nonetheless, you can't put the genie back in the bottle. You cannot unring the bell. And Drew is correct. We spent a ton of money last year because we had a lot of uncertainty. We had a lot of mission critical pieces that came in. One of them was in the police department. We've got a lot of needs that were actually put on the shelf from last year that are in the CIP this year. And they're probably, and I haven't looked at all the priority slides. So fundamentally, why we're here, today is about establishing priorities and finding funding opportunities. Maintain the quality of life, which is services for the betterment of our community. That's why we're here. It's going to take courage, it's going to take trust, it's going to take collaboration, but I think Drew is dead on that you play the cards that you're dealt. I'm an old country boy, y'all know that. Raised in the Blue Ridge Mountains. You play the cards that you dealt. And that's the cards we were dealt last year. There were some hard decisions made with staff and the former board. We did a very, very good job to get us where we are now.
We did make it.
You better believe we did. And I mean, it was a lot of research. It was a lot of late nights. It was a lot of meetings. It was a lot of collaboration. There was a lot of disagreement as well. But at the end of the day, you got to have the bedrock word, and that is trust. That we are going to go through this uncertainty, which we did, to where we are now. The 600,000, we're going to have to, that's going to be a piece. That 600,000 reoccurring cost, that is already there. What are the priorities? What are the vision? And I do like the plan about the December. That may be an alternative piece.
That's going to help with the cash.
That will help with the cash flow, because we did get low. And we didn't anticipate getting low, we just did. But because of Drew and the finance department's expertise of managing this process, of guiding us out of that uncertainty, this is where we are now.
I don't know if y'all saw the news what happened with the town of Denton.
Yes.
So they had an interim, their finance director wasn't there, they had an interim finance director. And in the fall, they got low on cash. And nobody's fault, it's just they didn't know that you have to move money from the reserve accounts into the operating account to pay your bills, because your operating account, well, ours doesn't take a lot of interest. So I leave it in the reserve accounts as long as possible to get most interest. So every Thursday before we print the checks for Friday, I do a bank transfer, taking it out of the reserve fund into the operating account to pay all the bills. Benson's operating account got too low, it didn't cover their checks. But they had plenty of money. But it made news, it made headlines, Benson's out of money. No, they weren't. They just, the person that was the interim finance director didn't realize, oh, I need to do a transfer before we pay payroll or send out these checks. So it's a simple fix, but it made headlines about things. Rocky Mount was in the news lately about their, I guess, manager, and the board approved it all, I suppose, just went on a spending spree. And they spent down their reserves, and they got in financial trouble as well. Now, they're on a different level than we were. They were 30 million in the hole, and they had to get rid of staff in order to make that work. because some of the staff that they hired allowed them to lose all the funding, so they had to eliminate positions in order to get out of there. So we're not in that type of situation. We're nowhere near that, but if it were to continue, we're on that path. And I know we're not going to go that way, but it's something that I felt the council needs to know, just so that you're aware, so that as we move forward, we're not in those situations. We don't think, Jessica was talking about the headlines for Hope Mills. That's not going to be a headline. All right.
To say one other word, just so everybody knows, the reserve accounts that are drawing interest is a revenue source for the town. That's what's really key about it. It's a revenue source. And if it's managed properly, then we get as much revenue as we can, and that's what Drew and his team is doing. So I just wanted to make sure that we kind of highlight that as we look through the priorities.
What about the permits and those kind of things? Do they go into the reserve fund? Because I know we do a lot of permits. Does that increase our reserve fund? Does that help?
Any money that received from operations goes into the regular general fund bank.
Okay.
Yeah. So we have our regular operation accounts at Truist Bank. That's where our checks come out of. But I have about 4 other accounts that have a high interest rate yield.
Yeah.
And so I leave as much money as possible in those accounts so that they earn us the most interest. So that money sits there until we need it to operate the account. So just say we get an $8,000 check for permits or development fee or something like that. That goes to the operating account. That really doesn't go into the reserves. That helps us pay. So when I do the transfers from the interest-bearing accounts into the operating account, I don't have to move as much because we get a little bit of money in the daily deposits into the operating account. Yeah. And every month we get sales tax, which used to be between $450,000 and $500,000 every month. Now that has dropped. We get between $300,000 and $350,000 every month. So that's a monthly thing that we used to get that we don't get anymore. We get it now annually with our sales or with the property tax. So that's a change in some of the monthly revenues that we used to get, and that has turned into an annual revenue.
Okay, thank you.
Ready for staff?
Anybody else? Is that it? Is that it? Okay. Staffing is next. Who's got staffing? Okay. Mike?
Before we begin, I want everybody to pull out this document. This will be the document we will use for the rest of the afternoon. But before we do that, we're going to play a video. No, we're not going to play video. A video that kind of sets the tone on what we're talking about, vision and growth.
Every day, I want to kind of segue this in. Every day since Target put those signs up, that the Target complex is coming, more and more people are asking, how did you guys get a Target? Before that, it was, how did you guys get a Wawa travel sign? What is it about Hope Mills that is attracting commercial, residential, What is it? What are you guys doing? Jessica, that's a headline that just came out this past week. It's about the Target. Now, there's been a lot of rumors about the Target, but nothing is really official. But now those signs are up, and now people are talking, and I mean talking not only in Hope Mills, but outside of Hope Mills. Last year, we were approached by Dennis Quaid because of the growth of Hope Mills and because we consider it, and they consider it, a town of destination. We are that destination. We put together a video last year from Dennis Quaid to highlight what our town looks like. Who are we? What's our vision? And that's what I want to play today as we go into the priorities. It's something that we had the opportunity, we were approached with it last year, and I want to start our priorities off with this video. So let's enjoy.
In the heart of North Carolina lies Hope Mills, a town that has gracefully embraced growth while preserving its small town essence. Over the years, Hope Mills has blossomed, offering a unique quality of life filled with recreational opportunities and a tight-knit community feel. This balance is a testament to the town's commitment to maintaining its unique charm amidst progress, a mission in which many small towns aspire to succeed.
Hope Mills is the second largest municipality in Cumberland County. We're known for our family-friendly environment that increases the quality of life of our residents. We also have that small town charm mixed with modern amenities. Previously known as a quiet place, we're experiencing very thoughtful and well-managed growth. But with that rapid development, we're also cognizant of ensuring that we preserve the hometown environment that makes our community so special. Within the heart of Hope Mills is our Crown Jewel, our 90-plus acre lake with an adjacent historic park. These provide our residents with unique and enjoyable park and recreation activities. With one of the strongest parks and recreation departments in the region, Hope Mills is a perfect place for families, outdoor enthusiasts, and anyone who wants access to nature within a few steps of your front door. We know here in Hope Mills, it's not just a place to live, but Hope Mills is a place to belong.
Two visionary leaders of Hope Mills have paved the way for sensible growth while preserving the town's enchanting charm. Their transparent, collaborative, and educational philosophy fosters a community where residents are well informed about the town's operations and governance. By mentoring the youth, they instill values of leadership, ensuring the next generation is ready to continue their legacy.
With deep roots in education, myself and Mayor Pro Tem Dr. McCray serve in educational leadership positions at Fayetteville Technical Community College. We also have the unique opportunity to serve in government leadership positions, serving in the roles of Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem. Every day on campus, we interact and engage with students that live and work right here at Hope Mills, and we also have the opportunity to engage and interact with our local businesses. Educational institutions are nurtured by the communities that surround them, and we're hoping that in times to come that will inspire people to serve their communities.
Hope Mills thrives on collaboration, and a town like Hope Mills where people are deeply connected to one another through schools, churches, small businesses, and local organizations. Collaboration isn't just a nice idea, it's how things get done. Whether through partnerships or shared initiatives, the town's culture of unity brings people together for the greater good.
We cultivate partnerships with local, state, and federal agencies by stimulating sustainable economic activity while massaging local investment. By fostering collaborations and focusing on long-term goals and objectives, we make Hope Mills a better place for businesses to grow and for families to call home.
Through coordination and collaboration, Hope Mills exemplifies how a town can grow sensibly, creating abundant opportunities for its residents.
What really sets Hope Mills apart is our commitment to preparing people not just for today's jobs, but for tomorrow's opportunities. We're offering advanced technology and AI courses that equip our residents with the skills they need to thrive in a changing workforce. It's about building a strong pipeline from education to employment right here in our own community. That kind of intentional investment in people makes Hope Mills a place where innovation, growth, and opportunity go hand in hand.
A town's unique character is what sets it apart from others, and it could be its history, its cultural identity, or any defining feature that makes it special. It's about residents actively participating in community initiatives, supporting local businesses, fostering a culture of mutual respect and understanding, a collaborative spirit, and a unique character work together to build a strong, vibrant community such as Hope Mills. This includes initiatives that promote civil engagement, celebrate local culture, and address the needs of the community. Educators and local business leaders work hand in hand to ensure Hope Mills maintains its delicate balance of growth and charm, and this effort ensures that the town's unique character is preserved even as it evolves every day.
Artist Village is a relatively new 501c3 charitable nonprofit. Our mission here in Hope Mills is to develop an arts performing group that's diverse and includes all of the residents of Hope Mills and the surrounding areas. We have artisan fairs so our local artists can display and sell their handmade goods. We have community theater that does several concerts a year and performs various community events. Our productions run anywhere from murder mystery dinner theaters to stage productions. All of our casts come from residents in and around Hope Mills, whatever their talent may be. If they can operate a saw, a hammer to come and help us build sets, build our stage, costumes, props, and just come and become part of our village.
Hope Mills, North Carolina is more than just a place. It's a community where dreams are nurtured, families thrive, and the future shines bright. With a vision for continued growth and harmony, Hope Mills remains an incredible place to live, work, and raise a family.
Our vision for Hope Mills is a vibrant, diverse, and welcoming community that fosters its distinct character, thriving economy, high quality of life. Hope Mills is a great place to live because we care about people. We invest in our community and we celebrate our cultural heritage. Our town is for everyone. Our distinct character, thriving economy, and high quality of life are evident in all that we do. We pride ourselves on building and growing partnerships with regional and state governments to achieve our vision. Local businesses and nonprofits are the backbone of our economy and our community. If you live, work, and play here, and you want to be involved, you have a voice. If you live in Hope Mills, you belong and are valued. Hope Mills is more than just a dot on the map. It's a community with heart and soul. It is a destination.
To learn more about life in Hope Mills, North Carolina, call or click today.
So everybody knows, we did all this in one take, by the way. Right? Anyway, for those of you that haven't seen the video before, we're proud of it. We want to showcase it. And a lot of folks look at it and they've seen it. And I think viewed when it's first released over 40,000 times, I think we're about 40,000. Yeah, I mean, that's how much times it was viewed. First release from Dennis Wade, and it's on the Dennis Wade site as well. Okay, Chancellor Myers, now we go into that?
Yes, sir. Again, pull this document out. This is what we'll be going from. I'm going to lead it off, but when we get to your department, just basically speak on the positions that you have provided us with. If you look at the front of the presentation, vision plus growth. Vision plus growth plus engagement equals facilitation. The first step to success is knowing your priorities. And so what this is you're going to see the presentation of the top and secondary priorities that you provided at the council retreat. But each one of these priorities, you're going to also see something that has been discussed several times, alignment. Each one of these priorities, you'll see the alignment with the strategic plan goals and objectives. And so I'll wait for them to get it on the screen. Do a full screen. Bottom right. So if you flip to the first page, what is a priority? A thing that is regarded as more important than the other, the right to make to take precedence or to proceed before others. Strategic planning. What you're going to see today is that we're leading into the next fiscal year. This is something we've never done before. We've never entered into the budget in a way where we have an adopted strategic plan, where we have a language plan that's actually very close to being implemented. And so strategic plan serves as a clear and intentional blueprint that we spoke before for our future. This plan provides direction, accountability, measurable goals that will guide our decision and investments in years to come. Like I said before, you'll see each priority, you'll see which goal or in the strategic plan it aligns with. And so what happens now is the updates that you're going to see are tied to the direction that we got or the vision we got from the board at our council retreat. And so if you flip to the priorities that were identified as your top priorities from our board at the council retreat, the top one was department staffing. Next, you have parks and recreation projects, the recreation center, sports complex, lake parking lot, senior center, and bond referendum. Next, you'll see public safety projects from police substations, police vehicle rotation, and fire substation. You'll hear about a proposal tied to infrastructure and regional transportation. Secondary priorities were development off the I-95 exit and Trade Street. So for your top priorities, the top one is staffing. And I'd like to speak to a narrative. In municipal government, our staff is the lifeblood of our entire operation. They are the engine that drives service delivery and the foundation upon which our commitment to our residents rests. Every service that we provide, from public safety to public works, administration to recreation, is made possible by the dedication and professionalism of our employees. As stewards of taxpayer dollars, we have a responsibility to ensure that our departments are appropriately staffed, and adequate staffing is not simply about filling positions. It is about ensuring operational efficiency, maintaining high service standards, and preventing employee burnout. To continue the evaluation of our standards and service delivery and to align with our strategic goals, the following outlines the staffing needs of each department, but I want you to look at the bottom of the screen or the paper. Staffing aligns with strategic plan goal number 5, which is organization, culture, and communication. Strategic goal 5 is defined as building a professional and inclusive town organization that is fiscally responsible, seeks innovative practices, and values the development and the diversity of our staff. So when I call on your department, just basically speak to the positions that you identify. First, we have planning and zoning, or a code enforcement officer, town planner, and animal control officer.
You need a mic?
I
Just talk about the position.
I mean, we have a shortage of, or a need for, we kind of have a need for someone to be able to focus more on the commercial side of things when it comes to code enforcement. I have one of our officers who is getting ready to start her CZO certification, which will allow her to have a better understanding of the zoning part of code enforcement. But she's one of 2 officers that we have, and we have situations where we have a landscape ordinance that is in action for commercial properties where they are required to maintain their vegetation, and some of them are slacking on that. So it would be nice to have a code enforcement officer that can focus on that among also helping the other 2 officers. Town planner, as the town grows, for a long-term goal would be to add to the department. Right now it's just the 2 of us doing the whole
all of the planning for the town. And then animal control officer, there's a rumor that I might get animal control under me here in the near future, and if that's the case, then I would like to add a second officer to that to help support our one and only animal control officer.
Did you want to speak on that? Yeah. I'll just talk about it. So ultimately, we have had some discussions about animal control, what to do. We talked about breaking off from the county, reestablishing our animal control. I think what would be the most efficient way to approach it is, and what we're talking about is shifting animal control out of the planning aligned with code. There is a connection between the enforcement of the zoning ordinance from the code standpoint and enforcement of our animal control, because the animal control ordinance is tied to the planning. So to keep our connection with the county, because the county does animal control services for the town after 5. We have an animal control officer on 8. So the goal is, and the issue is that when we merged with the county's animal control 7 years ago, the county's animal control ordinance is much less stringent. The farming and the chickens that are allowed in residential neighborhoods, it's not urbanized. So our approach is to see if the county will simply update their animal control ordinance to mirror what ours used to be. It keeps us connected, but when we shift over now, code enforcement is aligned with animal control, and maybe we have a position officer in code enforcement together. That is the idea. The shift would not cost the town a dime. We just take one position and shift it to another department. It wouldn't cost the town to make an update to the ordinance. So this is a change that we feel will be impactful to the community's desire for stronger animal control without any cost. So that's what we're talking about, that position. Next, we go into public works, or you guys want
During the board retreat piece that we fed into this, the consensus was, I'll make sure board members remember this. The consensus was at that point that we were going to keep our animal control officer, that we were going to fund this position in next year's budget. Is that still correct? Okay, I don't think there's any deviation from that. The further piece is,
repeat now, were we talking in addition to Paul's position?
no, we're talking about Paul's position. We're talking just about Paul's. If we were to keep Paul's position, make sure, and fund it for next year, then the follow-on to that would be to move Paul's position out of where it is now in the police department and put it under in planning with code enforcement about. So that's the additional piece.
It's the door that does it. Maybe move the table out a little bit. Every time the door opens, it knocks the tray off.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, it keeps getting close to the box of paper.
Because the table's too close.
We don't
Yeah,
need
yeah, you just moved it.
Yeah, we don't want to.
Start a fire with this.
I'm not going to do it.
Okay, so back to Paul's position. So this is a long-term goal, like the town planner, is that eventually we're going to need another staff person in animal control. I'm not sure if that is a priority on the front end, but I will circle back and look at code enforcement officer.
Mayor?
With the growth, I'll get you, Chief, with the growth of commercial, that's what you guys are focusing on now in code enforcement.
Well, in my defense, I've not had animal control before, so understandably, I'm not sure what it's going to entail, what the demands will be yet. So
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure it was on the list that as the town grows, we're going to need more staff
Future
to
plan.
accommodate the growth.
And that's a future position. But I'm going back to the code enforcement officer that you're requesting, and that's for commercial.
I feel like it would be aimed at more at zoning period with helping to supplement code enforcement, zoning and focusing on commercial with signage, landscaping, among other things that are related to commercial and zoning.
The reason I ask that is because of the amount of current commercial and the future commercial that is coming to Hope Mill.
Yes. We have a very large development, as you mentioned, called Target coming among other smaller developments that are commercial.
To include exit 41. Okay.
4 years ago, you'll need to consider replacing an animal control vehicle. I think it has over 160,000 miles or 170,000 miles on it already. So it's on its last legs.
Is that in here?
I would say if you evaluate that, if you look at the volume, because code enforcement in general, Clara and Jeff, they're driving around every single day. I would have to evaluate what in the policy in that truck is being in place right now. It is high mileage, but I would say you probably put more miles on the greater code enforcement. And I will say, I've been here 11 years now. You ask the code enforcement position every single year. Looking at the other cities, even from an inspection standpoint, you have so many inspectors at City of Fairfield that you have by training. You have 5 electrical inspectors, 5 mechanical. You probably have about 10 to 11 code enforcement officers in City of Fairfield. We have 2 for the entire town. So what Emily is saying is, if you can add a 3rd code enforcement officer, when you're talking about the hill, you can possibly have a code enforcement officer specifically dedicated to commercial. Right now, we're trying to see if you can get 2 officers to do maybe residential Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, commercial on Thursday, Friday. But the way we're growing, you're gonna need to increase your code enforcement. So while your town planner and animal control may be long term, there is an immediate need for that same program.
I'll come back to you. Mayor Pro Tem, and then I'll come over to you.
So what I'm understanding is you need a code enforcement officer, you need another long-term town planner, or, I'm sorry, is that what?
Now, I would say, correct me if I'm wrong, the second town planner is long term.
Long-term, so later now. Yes. But as far as animal control goes, what I understand, the county ends at 5 o'clock, is that right?
The county starts at 5.
The county
Goes
starts
to
at
8.
5.
We have Paul from 8 to 5.
So he's during the day, and the county
It's after hours.
It's after hours, okay. And they do the weekend? Who does the weekends? The county does the weekends.
She got the same number.
I have something to
Chancellor, this would be about 4 years ago, you said, I need code enforcement officer. I don't know if you remember the conversation.
What's that there again?
Well, no, but I said, how are you gonna pay for it? And you put together a plan, and you showed me that you're generating revenue, but you pay for the code enforcement officer. So I'm gonna say it again. How are you gonna pay for it?
Chancellor, I'm not arguing the point that we don't need another code enforcement officer or someone in planning, but I don't believe we can compare Fayetteville with Hope Mills population. I think Fayetteville was around 208, and we're almost 19, going on to 19. So I don't think we can compare that, but we do need, I believe, another code enforcement. As far as animal control, I'm not sure. And I'd also like to address what you said about getting the county to change the animal control policy. I don't really think that's going to happen. I don't know if they would do that. I think I've had a conversation with Paul, it's been quite a while ago, and I think he wanted to go back to the one that we had previously. I think that would probably be our best bet as far as the animal control policy.
you're saying, go back to the original animal control
Right.
ordinance.
Yeah, I think that's the best way to do it.
So that's contingent.
So the thought process about getting the county to update their policy to go back to what it was for us while remaining connected to the county is if we break off, everything is on pause, 24 hours and weekends. The amendment approach that we're talking about is working with the county to tell them we don't want to branch off, because there's another piece too. If we break off from the county, we lose the shelter. So there is value in staying connected to the county and getting the county to just simply understand that when you have areas like Hope Mills that are developing in a more rapid pace than Falcon, we need an animal control ordinance that is modern to the dense population. One of the big things that happen when we merge, if you live in a neighborhood like Palm Lakes, your neighbor can have how many chickens? 10 chickens next door without there being a violation. Our ordinance capped it, I think, at 2. And so the key is to see if the county has an appetite to update the overall animal control ordinance to make it more stringent being applied in Hope Mills. As it relates to the code enforcement, you have to make sure you speak relative. City of Fayetteville has way more because they're larger. Hope Mills is smaller, but we don't have the number of code enforcement officers to handle the size of the current size of Hope Mills.
I understand that.
There was about 6 years ago, I requested a quadrant type approach where we would have 4 code enforcement officers, where each officer is assigned a section of Hope Mills. We still haven't actually done that. And so it's unrealistic for us if we're talking about all of this property I'm saying here, you're talking about the same stretching of police and public works, because their jurisdiction now is off of Sand Hill Road. And it's also the jurisdiction of the 2 code enforcement officers you have. So while we constantly get, I think Emily was up at 3 a.m. and some code enforcement tickets, the idea to the community is not to stop the complaints about code enforcement. They have an expectation of these code enforcement complaints being addressed. We're saying we need to grow the staff to be able to address those code enforcement complaints at the level the town is growing. We don't need to.
No, and I agree with that, that wasn't my point, and I understand now what you mean by the county and animal control, because it calls, going by the ordinance, that if we go back to the one that we were using previously, if he's enforcing that one, and after 5 o'clock we call the county and they're enforcing the one they have.
That's correct.
Then we don't get anything done.
Yeah. To include the weekends.
Right.
So the key is to strengthen the ordinance that whoever is enforcing, whether it's the county on the weekends and after hours, all during the day.
I understand.
I think it's an easier track to communicate, coordinate with the county.
Right. We all need to be on the same sheet of music.
Yes.
Okay, got it. All right, thank you.
Any further discussion on staff?
And I'm gonna tell you, honestly, I'm gonna tell the board honestly, what I feel we need to look towards. There's only a couple of parks in town that could possibly be reviewed. I know that inspections kind of takes care of everything. Planning and zoning, stormwater, the code enforcement officer, if we do add that, how revenue neutral is planning and zoning right now? Are you able to sustain, just like really say, you're able to sustain that position, the salary that position for fees, citations if you issue citations? But I see the need for the code enforcement officer, the town planner long term. That's another subject. But as far as animal control, if we didn't have Paul, we would have no animal control. Because the county I'm just going to be real. County animal control is non-existent. Trying to get animal control, you're not doing what you call it on Friday afternoon at 4 o'clock. You might see somebody over here too. So this town's long-term goal, in my opinion, is we need to work toward animal control being its own department within the town. That needs to be a goal and a long-term outlook for that. I know animal control has a new director coming now, they just got a new director there. I understand they got a real old director, so maybe there may be some improvements there, as far as doing the collaboration in the ordinance. That might be something we do need to address, but I know we're not going to be able to do it this year, but at all costs, we need Paul. We need that position wherever he ends up, we do need him, because I see him out, he's working every morning, and he's getting the job done. So, but I would like to see us work toward that in the future. I don't know how many years down the road it'll be, but I envision us having our own animal control department.
I agree with that. That's a long-term goal. I think the most impactful way is a message to our community that we are reinforcing animal control in a way that does not have any effect on the budget. Shifting the department to planning, because we do talk, and I do think that animal control and code enforcement are a lot more aligned than animal control and PD operations. But the move, because we decided last year, because the idea was to see last year, could the county absorb Paul's position and their animal control and be eliminated? We decided not to do that. So we're keeping Paul, so transitioning him to planning is no cost. Changing the ordinance to strengthen it is no cost. I think that is a very effective move current. The long-term goal is to, in the future, see how we can build it up. And so I concur from an animal control and a code enforcement officer, there are immediate needs. I would probably say the most immediate one would be code enforcement on the zone team.
Chancellor, we're going to continue and finish this, and then we'll go on.
I will, it's a couple more of these.
It's not that much. We'll just go, can we go through these?
Yeah. Quickly?
Okay. Next you got Public Works, Don.
Okay, ours are all growth related. Fleet management supervisor, everybody in the town is growing, all the departments are just getting more vehicles, more equipment, and at some point in time, we're going to have somebody dedicated to do all the coordination and planning for the maintenance operations for the town. It's a shared responsibility. 4 or 5 of us are in Public Works. We also share a responsibility for engineering, because the town does not have an engineering department. So we do all the engineering based stuff that's in there as well. We also don't have construction and inspection department like many places have, so we have to do all of that. And we have full-time jobs in front of it. But everything we've got is growth related. The custodian, because we added the fire station and police department buildings. We're doing the police department, added the fire station section, and then of course our sanitation facilities. So as the town grows, we need more staff to maintain all of the properties that the town has.
Any questions or discussion on? Seeing none, we don't have any requests from inspections. We'll now go to Mrs. Paulucci with Human Resources to speak for you.
Okay, so just sort of the same message you're hearing from other department heads. This position's been requested several times and not approved, but it is growth related. With more than 200 employees and only two HR staff members, the department is operating at a level that does create compliance and operational risks. Based on common staffing benchmarks, HR is often estimated at 1 HR professional for every 50 employees, and by that measure, we are under-resourced. HR department is responsible for many legally sensitive functions, such as benefits, leave management, personnel records, policy administration, safety, employment documentation, all of which require accuracy, consistency, and timely follow-through. By requesting this HR specialist, it's important to understand that we need it not only to support daily operations, but to strengthen our compliance, reduce our risk, and give the HR department the capacity to focus on strategic planning, workforce development, and broader organizational needs.
All right, next you have Beth Brown with Stormwater.
So we have been hit at the state level from EPA that we are non-compliant federally because we do not, the erosion control is not delegated to the jurisdiction. So right now, all of our erosion control enforcement, any regulatory erosion control issues are handled through the state. There is one person in the state that has 5 counties, and I have a meeting next Friday, which I think is going to be the yes, we have to, or no, we don't have to. That's why it's listed as a possible. There's no way that I can manage the stormwater permit, our floodplain permit, and also an erosion control permit. So we will have to have somebody that will do, not necessarily the permit, but they'll have to do the inspection part and help with said permit, because that'll be a third that is under my jurisdiction. So until Friday, it's a possibility.
All right, next, you have no additional requests in finance. The administration, I'll speak to that quickly. This is a long-term goal. People may not realize that Rhonda Reagan is the deputy town clerk, the public information officer, and executive assistant all in one. And so when you see how quickly these press releases get put out and flyers for the announcements, that's myself and Ashley doing all those things. It's not something that we need right now. It's just something I want to keep on the back burner to make people understand that I would like for our deputy clerk to mirror and transition more than shadowing our clerk to get her back up, because as a manager, my goal is to elevate our staff. And I wouldn't be a good manager if I wasn't pushing Karanda to come in and say, hey, I can be the clerk right now. She may leave, but we elevated her by pushing her in the direction of a town clerk. And so the long-term goal would be possibly to create a PIO and executive assistant position in the future so that she can dedicate herself directly to the town clerk. But that's not something that I'm going to put in the budget this fiscal year. Next, flip, you have the police department. I'll transition over to
So the numbers you see here, that's a 5 or 6 year projection. That's not something we need right now. It's based on the estimated growth of the population. There's numerical formulas that you use to figure out how many officers you'll need per 1,000 residents, as well. That's the simplistic way, as well as how many Part 1 or Part 2 crimes, geographical considerations. So you'll see the school resource officer there. That's not something we would pay for. That's something the school district would pay for. That would support Southview High School because of the number of incidents that we have there per year. The only thing we would be responsible for would be the vehicle. They would cover the salary and all the equipment. Those other numbers are just what we anticipate needing over a 5 or 6 year period. The good news is once we get to that level, if we do, then that will level off, and I don't see a need to expand further after that, unless there could be maybe a onesie or twosie after, based on a few years, based on the changing needs of the town. But based on what our estimated growth is, all the commercial and residential, that would get us to where we could sufficiently police the town and keep up with the calls for service and the growth in population. 5 or 6 years.
Okay, and next you'll have any discussion on police.
Any questions?
Questions?
None?
Since none, we'll transition.
Oh, and that's a patrol officers, not payroll officers there.
I was gonna ask you that. Why do you need payroll officers?
No, I didn't even notice it. She just said, you want payroll officers?
I was gonna ask you about that.
No, this is supposed to say patrol.
I have a circle on my.
Yeah, I noticed you trying to transition the cane.
Yeah, payroll officers through, you're gonna move 4 of them.
So next we have fire with Chief King.
So, we need additional staffing as well. The numbers that are on the sheet here, before and before, I think there's a little confusion in the matter, that's far from my part. Right now, we have 11 firefighters per shift. We have a 3-engine need in the town. And NFPA 1710 recommends a minimum staffing of 4 firefighters per engine company and 4 per truck company. They recommend 5 up to 6 if you're in a high hazard or a high density urban area. So right now, we're below the minimum staffing. We have 1 position that was froze last year that we have not been able to hire for, so we've got 2 shifts running with 11 people, 1 running with 10. We would like to have a total of 5 more personnel per shift. That would give each shift 16 people. That would provide you with a minimum staffing of 12 on the 3 trucks. And it would also allow when people are either out sick or on vacation or during training. Because if you go with the bare minimum and you have someone out, you're still below what they recommend for the staff, for the personnel level. And further form and stuff from finance, 16 firefighters at entry level will cost the town approximately $1,074,102. That's salaries and benefits. We're not asking for all of them at one time, but we need them at one time. Absolutely. We're behind the 8 ball. We can do a couple per shift. If you could do like 2 per shift this year and maybe 2 per next year, eventually reach that goal. But going back to what everybody was talking about earlier was great, and that video we watched, how the town's growing. Just remember, the fire department, police department, the town services, everybody's got to grow with it.
And I do think that, I'll pass it to you, Mayor, a lot of these long-term goals, when you are projecting to us, you need to know what our staffing needs are. They're giving you the full gamut of those staffing needs. The key is for each department that has these long-term goals to figure out how to chip away with each budget year. So Kane is not going to ask for 15 positions. Donald is not going to ask for 14. He may ask for 1 or 2. You're giving the projection to him on the full gambit, but he's going to present 1 of these or 2 of these per year to just so you'll know the justification behind the request. And that applies to everyone. So I don't want people to get sticker shock when you see 14 positions or 34 total. We're not going to bring you 34 positions in the budget, but you're getting a full perspective of those full needs from the staff.
You got a question? I have a comment, but I'll wait till you have your question.
Hi, Chief. This isn't coming from me, but some of the citizens have asked why you all need a ladder truck, because we don't have anything high enough. I'm not familiar with that kind of thing, but you don't have buildings high enough that you need a ladder truck.
Well, we have 2-story houses. We got a 5-story motel. We have hundreds of municipal, we got 3-story apartment buildings. I mean, you need access to the roof. It's a whole lot easier to reach about a ladder truck than it is to have 3 or 4 heads trying to do it with a ground ladder.
Okay, I just want to clarify that for the citizens that are
You
asking
can stick that
about
ladder truck
that.
right up to a window, do rescue.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so, we definitely have a need for ladder truck.
Yeah, I understand. All right, thank you.
What was when we talk about the vision of the town, and that's what we're seeing here in our staffing meeting. The chief has had this 1 position frozen for a number of years. Now, part of our mission today, back to trust, is to provide direction. I'm gonna ask the board as a consensus. Would you consider at least unfreezing this one position for next year? Not freezing the whole thing.
I'd like to see, I'd like to see the whole thing.
You don't want to unfreeze it?
I'd like to see all of the.
Would you like to see it unfrozen in the budget, is what I'm trying to say? Or you want to see it without?
I'm kind of leaning towards freezing it, but.
It's needed.
It's no,
That's actually something, when you get to operate the budget today, it's really the discussion is that.
That's
Saying, is it in there already or not? If you want it in there, then okay, where's the revenue that can support that? But you can do what you
but
want.
why is it frozen? Why is it frozen? That was the question.
It was frozen by a previous county manager. When was that? 4 years ago? It was frozen about 4 years ago. And then last year we unfroze 2 of them.
Since 21.
But what he's saying is we unfroze 2 of them. We unfroze 2 of them last year. I can't speak to why 3 were frozen before.
It was really just to save budget money.
What?
It's just to save budget money, to balance the budget.
So last year, they were unemployed, they gave me the ability to hire. We had all the positions that, 3 previous that were frozen, we had those positions filled. The night before one of them was going to start work, sent an email, and we sent it to his, application. He went to work for City Fed. So once they were, before I could get another one hired, due to the budget constraints, they froze that position again. So that's why we added one froze at this current time.
Drew, you said that it's based on budget, right? You know what I said, work the numbers.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else? Okay. Let's pause for lunch for about 30 minutes lunch. Yeah, we close it up. We'll pick up with, we'll pick up with Parks and Rec after lunch. We can do it. Except for what everybody wants.
Y'all mind me eating at all?
Y'all want to grab something? We can eat right here. One.
You are the safety committee.
Everybody, it's 1 p.m. Let's continue on. Jessica, take us where we need to go.
All right, so just a transition, getting us ready for the second half of the day. Want to do a light moment to bring us back in. So just taking a second. It is Friday. It is a beautiful Friday outside. So thinking about if you were to take a 2-minute vacation and you could go somewhere right now, anywhere in the world, anything, what would that one thing be? And so, could be mountains, could be beach, it could be going to a different.
Say it, man. Say the one destination. Where would you go right
Oh, I'm
now?
going to Aruba on Sunday.
Aruba.
So Aruba. Yeah.
Aruba.
You said you want to
But
go
yes,
out.
if we could go.
Aruba.
Since you started it out.
And we'll just go around?
Anywhere.
I would go to Greece.
I would go somewhere peaceful, quiet, nobody around me, with my fishing pole and my dog.
That's right outside.
I know, that's what I talked about this morning.
Springtime, Mediterranean Peninsula, beautiful place.
The happy hour. Aruba.
I would go back to Italy.
I would like to go to Hawaii.
Drink
dream destination will be gone. The reality is a Virgin Cruise Line. I ship out next month.
Yay!
Dubai.
We need to do mine in a couple weeks. Just on my zero turn mower. That's right.
Dubai,
I want to party. I want to go to the water. Have a drink.
Africa.
I'm going to the mountaintops of Woods River. Lakeside cabin in the mountains.
I second that.
The 13th hole of Augusta National Park.
Big.
Any beach, anywhere, sand, drink. Say beach. Either one. Like trying to get away or trying to away, quiet.
Hey, Ben, I should say, anyone bet coochie, but.
I think mine would be interesting. But I loved hearing several of you say, this is where I'm going, and this is where I'm going. Or this is where I've been, or thinking about, oh, I could go here this weekend. This could be what it looks like. So, but just kind of a thought to kind of light, get us back in. So before we get into the continuation of our priorities, want to think about the start of that conversation and first asking what questions are still coming up. What questions do you still have? What questions still need to be addressed? Just in what we've talked about so far. And just so we can record them, please share them. And if we can also write them on a sticky note, I'll put them up here so we can keep those.
Say that last one again. What you want to write down?
So share the question, but also write it down so I can capture.
Oh, if you have a question?
Yeah.
Not really.
All right, so next we're gonna go into our Parks and Recreation project priorities.
We're supposed to have a question.
All right, exercise.
She's got an exercise. She's not ready to transition yet. What question?
That's what I'm saying.
No, the questions are, so we've shared some information so far. What questions are there any questions from what we've shared? Are there any questions that are coming up?
I don't have any questions.
And if there's none, that's fine. But if there's anything else that has come up, if there's anything that we...
I have a question. What is, this is good, you don't like this.
All right.
Okay, it's a redirect. What is your thoughts about where we are so far this morning? That's a question for you.
Okay.
What are your thoughts about where we are this morning? Don't have to rate us 0 to 10, but what are your thoughts so far that you've seen in here that you can share with us? How we doing? How we doing?
Yeah.
What's the scorecard look like?
Well, I think it's hard because right now we're just in discussion. So I think once we get to a little bit more of the other items that are going to be shared, probably all the priorities that we want to share. But good progress on the discussions.
Think about that. You're going to finish this off at the end of the day.
Right.
So think about how this afternoon goes.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
Are we in a
So I think
positive
it's more, I would need to see more. So I will hold that question.
Are we in a positive
Until the
direction
end of
where we
today.
are now?
That's fine.
All
I'll
right.
hold that question. I'll hold the response.
But I have one question that's fine on it. Why is Reese's Cup so good?
You took them all, that's why. You stole every single one of them out of
Did you?
that bowl. Really?
I was like, I didn't see it.
I'll wipe that one.
You took them all. Look at that. Yeah.
So any insights or anything that we want to capture from the first priority? Anything that we want to make sure that we don't forget? Anything that came up surprising? And if not, we'll jump right into the next priority, but just wanted to, before we do, see if there is anything that we want to capture.
I want to remind everybody about 3 words: discover, decide, and deliver. As we go forward with all of this, I think we've done the discovery phase with the council retreat and the priorities that we're getting ready to present to you. We're now going to go into the decide phase. we do have some decisions to make, so I want everybody to remain focused on what we do. Okay, and so, the next priority, on the list is Parks and Recreation. You have 4 coming up. The first one is, a recreation center. And again, I will read at the bottom of the slide, the strategic alignment to our plan. This aligns with goal number 4, Parks, Recreation, special events, and culture. Defined as established facilities, events, and programs that connect the community, promote healthy lifestyle opportunities, and culturally engaged citizens and visitors. Marco Morrison will transition now to speaking about the current status of our engagement with C.J. Robinson Life Center.
Thank you, Town Manager. Slight difference from last year. I think last year I presented a schematic that showed a design build rec center, 27,000 square feet. Approximately cost us $18 million. I don't think I need to go into the need. I mean, we're already using T.J. Robinson for basketball, realm of 3 courts, and that still wasn't enough. Our goal is to be self-sustained without having to use the schools. We like the schools, but kind of at their mercy when they can get us in, and that's still limited. It's kind of ironic, 3 months ago, just in conversation with Ms. Robinson about what we had left as far as rentals, I mentioned that every they get a chance for one to sell the facility, let's have the first rights of refusal. And she said, Marco, you don't know that you're actually saying something, not knowing you're just talking, but it's something we've been thinking about. So, the option to design build is still there, but the benefit of looking at an already established build facility is, 1, you don't have to wait 3 to 5 years to build it, because that's what we're looking at. 2, we're getting a center that's twice the size of the one that we're going to build. 3, we're still unclear about where it's going to be built at. There's discussion about the golf course. There's a little bit back and forth. Some people want the golf course developed. Some people don't want the golf course developed. And so now we're looking for a place to build the recreation center. And so the fact that we're in serious talks with the T.J. Robinson Center folks about the purchase of the T.J. Robinson Center, and still in talks with them, that's an option. Here again, instead of 27,000 square feet, you're getting 53,500 square feet of building. The benefits of buying versus design building is you get a program-ready building. You can begin to generate revenue day 1, and that's tournaments, that's basketball, that's rentals. We don't have an event space. That court can be used as an event space for a number of things. We can do leasing out for leagues and things of that nature. So we began to generate revenue from day 1. It gets us out of schools here again. And so basically, with little to no work, we have a functional ready building to begin programming. I had notes and I had an actual proposal. I'm glad I didn't bring it because I really want to get some numbers. They have a number that they would like for us to purchase with. Having done this before in the past, the path to really getting serious about this is to get an independent appraisal, someone of our choice, see what the building is worth based on the appraisal, and then come back to the board for recommendation on how to finance it. There's several ways to finance if we were to do it. I want to get into that now because the first phase of this is to do the appraisal, or first things first to see if there's something the board wants to explore doing. I will say this, I wasn't going to say it, but I'll say it. We were the first to begin to talk about, have these talks. Now there's other local municipalities that are trying to buy from above us. So I'll let you know that. So that being said.
And piggyback on what Marco said too, we have to establish any offer we have with an appraisal. Because there's certain laws that dictate we can't go above a certain amount or below a certain amount of that appraised value. So as a municipality, we have to do any discussions there first. I will say that there's about 4 acres of land behind there that probably would come with the property. That would probably handle any parking needs, but I want to pivot to the board now to see where you guys are in terms of their.
I will say that last year, another property became available too. And we were approached almost the same way as T.J. Robinson, where the property owners reached out to the town and wanted to know if we were interested in purchasing the property. And the property, I'll tell you, is the Fantasy Lake property. I think everybody knows what Fantasy Lake is. It's still on the market, so at that point, it wasn't that it wasn't that we were not interested. It was we just couldn't fund it. Not last year, because we had so much uncertainty and the other things that I talked about earlier. We just couldn't include it. If I look in past years, the town has missed opportunities in purchasing property in various places. Just to be honest about that. We have missed opportunities because, in my opinion, that lack of vision on how to make it work. My suggestion here with T.J. Robertson, I think we're still in the very elementary, early phase, is that when we have a firm decision that she is willing to sell and we're the ones that she wants us to sell to, we bring that decision to the board to see if you want to begin the appraisal process. So we can either do that here or we can wait until that determination is made. Because we're still a little bit early in the process. I don't think we have a firm, it is for sale yet, do we? I mean, is it?
It's a firm, it's a firm, and she's the one that told me there's at least 10 people that approached her about buying it. She wants to entertain the town first. And so, because of what the family wants to do with their legacy and to continue on some of their work, their first choice would be the town purchase. So she did give me a proposal, how they would be willing to allow us to finance. There's 4 different ways you can finance it, but and she does have an appraisal. But typically, towns, and I'm quite sure the attorneys out here, we don't typically accept an appraisal from someone who goes to our own house. So it's a definite she wants to sell the property.
Okay.
I told her that more than likely we want to get an appraisal just to make sure what she's asking for, is consistent with what the appraisal is.
Let's do this. Let's put this on the March 16th agenda under closed session, because it is property related.
Yes.
The one that we're talking about here and the other one, anything we're talking about property, we'll add this to Ashley. We'll add a closed session regarding property, and we'll discuss this in closed session. Okay? Continue on.
All right, next on the priority list, this also is in alignment with strategic plan going before in terms of the sports complex. As Mr. Morrison stated, the conversation about the development of the golf course or not is continuing on. There's some people that are in opposition to that, some people in support of that. About 2 years ago, when the board kind of pivoted from the golf course, 5 years ago, we actually explored other options. Because when we were talking about Fantasy Lake, I'll speak for Drew and Marco, there is an actual desire for land banking some properties as well. Even through zoning, what Mrs. Whitehouse, the planning director, has done is we have a new regulation on zoning ordinance that requires usable open space subdivisions. That's where you can start to create newer subdivisions with park land. But in respect to this current conversation, There is a piece of property owned by a family called the Hodges, that's about 300 acres off of 301. We have been in discussions, thinking about we did get a full appraisal on 30 acres. And so the idea was to possibly explore putting the sports complex out there. There are some pros and cons. The pros is that your land banking land on that side of town. They can check the road I-95 area. Some of the hurdles are that you would be spending a significant amount of money to get water and sewer to that location. And so there are some conversations about, and when I say sports complex, we're talking about the T.J. Robinson Center as a purchase. We would need to talk about the construction of a rec center and a baseball complex. So this sports complex, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Morrison, is specifically tied to the baseball field. And so is there a desire to proceed forward with this particular property with baseball fields? Or is there a desire to revisit the conversation at the golf course where we do have water and sewer at the golf course already and a design for the baseball fields there? That is something that we'd like to do.
Let me add to that too, just so you all know. Drew's already allocated this money. We have money set aside for the purchase of the property. If that's the desire of the board. So I'll let you know that. Sports complex is one thing. Aside from being a sports complex and the way we're developing it in the southeastern quadrant of Hope Mills, there is validity in having a regional park on that side of Hope Mills. So even if we didn't do a sports complex, which, you know, right now we're looking to do a sports complex, we do need a regional park in that area because it's so much further away from our nearest park, which would be Town Lake Park, if you look at it. Gray Street is in that general area, but it's not a Hope Mills. It's not a Town Hope Mills park. And it's a smaller, I would say it's a smaller park, not a regional park, that, you know, services that whole area.
I just wanted to add a couple of things for the new board. The prior board approved pursuing the acquisition of the Hodges property. I just want to make sure everybody knows that that was a decision that was made. And it was made basically because of public input that they did not want the sports complex built on the golf course. That was the driver. So then the Hodges property became an opportunity to do the very same thing. So based on public input, no ball fields or anything going on the golf course, Hodges property was an opportunity. The board went into closed session. I'm just not going to talk about what was discussed there, but the decision was to go ahead and look at the acquisition, which we got an appraisal on. So before this board will be a decision or direction. Do we continue that path, or should this be revisited again?
Mayor, I think in doing some research and looking at everything, and I've talked with the town manager a little bit. I agree that what Marcus said, land banking on this property might be a good option, but I think we need to look at the golf course myself for the ball complex, because we already own that property. Like the manager said, we talked about it, water and sewer is already there available. We don't have to run water and sewer to it. Out there, that property right now, there's no water and sewer. You know, how many millions of dollars is it going to cost us to run water and sewer to that property out there to put that ball complex on? So I would be in favor of revisiting the possibility, if we're going to move forward with a ball complex, using the golf course property, potentially land banking that 30 acres of Hodges property for the regional park, like Lamarco said, that might be better suited for that area. And in the long run, it would be less money on the town to move forward with the ball complex due to the water and sewer and other improvements that are going to be done with that property.
So again, being a new member of the board and hearing that by Commissioner Marley, what would it look like? Would we be able to see what the golf complex would look like as far as like the site plans, get an idea, kind of like the Lake Park idea?
So I will say, we spend a substantial amount of money through engineers, professionals. They did complete a master plan and a schematic plan to show the, and cost estimates to show. In fact, they did the ball complex.
Actually, turn to page 38, you know, CIP. That's not the final approved, that's one of the original schematics that kind of shows where the ball is.
With the white room and everything?
Page 38.
And there's actually a more updated rendering that we kind of.
There's a better one.
That's the part.
Oh, page 39, sorry. One more there.
That's the design.
Yeah, I remember that one.
That's not the final, but that gives you an idea.
Yes. We kind of started that process, and we got, I want to say we got pretty far along in it, and then had to stop because of, you know, some other things.
Now, question, did we start the process of preliminary designs of the ball fields at Hollywood?
At
Did
the
we
point,
stop short of that?
we stopped short of that. We asked the engineers to superimpose their design and see if that same design would work at Hodges property.
Right, and
And they did do that.
36. Oh, that's the golf course?
Page-
Page 36.
36
Final
is
rendering.
those final rendering. When you talk about the complex,
Let me roll. Now you know what I'm reading.
when you talk about the complex, you hear terms called the wagon wheel design. The wagon wheel design is you have 5 baseball fields in an anchored type of wheel shape. There's a certain number of, and this is at either location. If you can get up to 5 baseball fields, that's green lighting those big tournaments. If you notice, we send kids to the World Series every single year, but it's always us sending them to Louisiana and other places. Imagine, and this could be either location, a 75-team baseball tournament in Hope Mill. Those are your sit-down restaurants. Those are your hotels because it generates, what's the revenue annually for those tournaments? $3 million to $5 million.
Now, Rocky Mountain, what we doing with their money? If Rocky Mountain is $7 million. Compare that $7 million to $1.
But you need at least a certain number of baseball fields to be able to generate that.
And let me just go by the numbers so I can tell y'all. I promised Chris that I would tell you all.
Let me say this though. Mr. Mayor, before, 4 years ago, we voted on, there were 3 designs that came first. The wagon wheel concept. And there was 2 other designs that we looked at putting out there at the ball field. And our motivation behind it was revenue generators. And based on, I think it was $3 to $5 million. And I thought, I think we need 7 for the white wheel concept because of the fact that we can house those children and stuff here.
This is the one that was actually approved.
That's one we
Page
looked at.
36. Page 36.
4 years ago?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's the one.
But
On the golf course.
but somehow we keep kicking the can down the road and never see what we're trying. And we get behind it, it costs more to generate this stuff. But we got to begin to move forward on this plan and generate some revenue.
Well, and just to give you an idea of what that revenue looks like, we got the numbers from Robinson County and then Dunn's about to do something. So just this year, and this don't include 14 years, we're still getting registration. We got T-ball, 95 kids, 18, 6U, we have 108 kids, 9 teams. 8U, we got 145 kids. And we got 4 on the wait list, 12 teams. 10U, 128 kids, 5 on the wait list. 12U, we got 61 kids, 1 on the wait list. And we're still taking registration for 14U. So that's going to drive it. Right now, we're looking at 744 participants. 14U is going to drive that number up. And so, as it stands right now, without even 14U, we've already generated $27,000. But as far as But as far as the tournaments go, the largest baseball, softball rating program in the state, that's us. We can generate easily $3 million. I mean, you got to think about teams for any sport will pay a minimum of $150 to $350 per team to play in a weekend tournament. So that's the type of money Hope Mills, you know, I won't say could, it would generate because we already got the numbers and the program. So
I have a question. This is the golf course has been an ongoing issue back and forth. And it all came down to funding, and then it was the senior center. They were going to include the senior center in there. Well, that didn't work out. So if they do this on the golf course and they've got to renovate the old rec center for the seniors, which is going to be more funding. So like I said, it's been back and forth. I think we're talking about priorities. I think there are a lot of priorities in Hope Mills that's actually needed instead of the wants. Granted, that's going to generate a lot of revenue, maybe, if it works out the way it's supposed to. But we still have our streets that we need to fix. We have people we need to add to the police department, the planning. So I don't see where the funding is, funding is more than likely a no-go on that.
Well, we're fixing to talk about that.
Okay.
One thing I will remind everybody, the presentation we're having right now is tied to the priorities that we set.
Okay.
So, I think this is the second highest, or at least the fifth highest out of the top priorities. And so what we're doing is just bringing this back. And so, the board developed a system of top priorities, secondary priorities, and then the projects that can wait. The projects that was listed that can wait for the council to the Christmas lights, development, the skate park. So ultimately, the department has to simply bring it back to you more information on priorities to us to have this discussion.
Okay, I was just giving my part on what was already said about what they wanted and kind of a little bit of the history on exactly how that happened. That's all I've got.
If you look at the schedule for the day, everything that's on our schedule match up to the priorities that y'all determined at the work in that order. It's department staffing, rec center, sports complex, lake park, senior centers, that's all these parks.
All the dots.
We had police fire substations, which is coming next, transportation, development at I-95, Freight Street. So those are the priorities that y'all determined with the dots that we're discussing all today to show you realistically how we might be able to do these top priorities. That's all we're discussing, just the top priorities.
And Jessica has the pictures from the dots. We need to revisit those, but these were the priorities we identified in the board retreat part. That's correct. And that's what we're going over. This was the direction from the board retreat back to staff, and this is how the staff has framed out the slides.
And this is going to frame the rest of the entire presentation. Everything you're going to see is going to be us presenting back to you the alignment with the strategic plan, but we're at the decide section of discover, decide, and deliver. One thing I want to make sure is we don't make a decision, we're giving it back to discover. Now we're on the treadmill. So whatever that decision is, yes or no, before we can get to the delivery of this priority, we have to make a decision on what direction that we want to go.
I will say one thing before we move. As we continue through the slides, if we could tie the slides to the CIP, that would be most helpful.
Yeah, you see at the
I
bottom.
want to make sure that we tie to the appropriate pages
Sports complex
that are in the
is page
CIP.
36 in the CIP.
So those that are presenting, if you could present and reference back to the CIP, that would be really helpful.
All right, any further discussion on sports?
I mean, I know we're not probably gonna make a decision today, but are we, like I suggested, we start looking at the golf course again, maybe still move forward the purchase of the property, but, explore the, like, we need to give direction, or we're gonna look at it, because as, Marcus said, the board, or the town has already spent money on engineers and designs and everything for the golf course. If we move that complex, that's money we throw around the drain away, and now we got to redo all this stuff, as the manager said, we check the steps back instead of forward. But, I'm all for the land acquisition, but I think we need to, it would be more cost effective to start looking at the option of the golf course for the golf complex instead of the property property.
Land acquisition's in the CIP too.
Yeah.
It's for-
Thank you, Commissioner Marley. Before the board is a consensus to revisit the placement of the ball fields. And what I'm saying is, are we going to, the direction, one direction has us going to the Hodges property with the ball fields. Do we want to revisit putting the ball fields back on the golf course as originally approved several years ago? I think that's kind of where we are as a direction point. Which one do we want to do? Do we want to continue on? And if the decision is to continue, then that's what we stand on. If the discussion is to revisit, then that's what we do. But let's not say something here today and then walk it back a month from today.
I agree.
Let's not do that. That has happened in the past. And I'm not going to point any fingers, but it has. You have something?
Well, I don't know. I don't know what to say right now.
You don't want, yes or no?
Let me have it. I'm not arguing the point of whether to do it or not. I'm just pointing out the obvious, the things we've discussed in the past. Are you done over there?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay. It's been brought up before in the past about the noise, the traffic, and all of that, and that's part of the negative aspects of putting it out there and the funding. So those are kind of the things I wanted to capitalize on with it. And in the past, it's been a no-go for it, and now it's coming back up again. And I know we approved that. It could be one of the priorities. I just don't think it's a priority. I'd rather have one of your recents.
Okay.
Looking at back to the golf course, I want to talk to the decision.
He took them all.
But the needs of the community in this town outweigh the needs of the community. There's a handful of people that come to meetings when we talk about developing the golf course. There's a handful of people that show up at those meetings and that are crippling this town. We own this property. We've already spent money on this property. We've already heard from our finance director the financial state that we're in and we're looking at. We got to start trimming costs on some of these priorities. Moving this ball complex back to the golf course is a way to trim some of that cost off of putting it on the Hodges property. I think it's a win for the town. We got to start looking at the money and stop worrying. There's still going to be, with this development of the ball fields, there's still 70 plus acres of untouched natural land, whatever you want to call it, for walking trails and natural park out there. 70 acres. I don't think there's enough people in the town to fill up 70 acres at one time. So we got to start looking at the money side of it, being physically responsible. And we talk about subject matter experts. The market already told you we've already spent this money for this design on the golf course. And he needs the land acquisition for a regional park on that end of town. So I don't understand. I know it's not going to be a popular decision, but I'm willing to make that unpopular decision.
Thank you, Commissioner Marley. So I want to make sure that we're clear, because part of the original plan that was approved some years ago was the ball fields and a recreation center.
Yeah.
Now this was an and, it wasn't a or. So if we're going to revisit one part of that and, we need to revisit the entire. Are you still, how do you support that, Lamarco?
I guess what, Troy, I want to clarify, are you saying that if we're talking about revisiting, are we revisiting just the ball fields and proceed further with T.J. Robinson, or are we revisiting ball fields and rec center at the golf? I think that's
Well, if the T.J. Robinson Center is unattainable, then you still got the rec center to set.
Yeah.
Now, you can always take the rec center off the board. But the main argument here is if you're looking at one, then include the whole thing as approved. So if we're going to revisit at least the ball field, I guess at least that's the direction.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Marcus, with the rec center and the ball fields, that was a total of about 20 acres, or was that, what was the total amount?
20 acres.
So what Commissioner Marley was saying is, if we revisit to talk about the rec center and the ball fields at the golf course, you still have 70 acres of green space, and I don't want to say untouched green space, because the master plan is the enhancement of those 70 acres of green space. You're going to take the existing trail, well, it's not a trail, it's a golf cart trail, but you're going to tear that up and rebuild a new trail out there with, I think, an additional 2 miles of it. You're talking about an amphitheater, you're talking about another lake, you're talking about a lot of different things that are tied to green space outside of the area you're talking about developing this complex. Now, if you're talking about revisiting rec center and baseball fields, you're talking about the Hodges, you would talk about both of those pieces of those developments out there. So it's pros and cons to both. I think what Mr. Marley's talking about is typically in development, if I own 90 acres free and I got water and sewer at my front door, do we want to pivot, purchase land, and pay about $3 million to extend water and sewer? Or do we revisit the conversation of the golf course, land bank the other one? Because I don't think, what was the cost of the just purchase outright of the area? We're talking about
Garbage,
noise.
So if you're talking about just the acquisition of Hodges property, you're talking about $200,000. That's like 1/4 tax. Probably, I didn't say tax. Well, that's $200,000. That's not millions. If we just talk about land banking and keeping. If you're talking about the golf course, you already have the design out there already. I think of both, don't you, Marco? Yeah, the designs out with the restaurant and the ball field already. So we would have to, if you pivoted to the Hodges, you'd have to redesign both out there. But it's just a decision to make. That's ultimately what we have to do, and he needs direction either way on what the board wants him to see.
You got one thing? And then I'm going to ask each individual board member how they feel. And we're moving on.
My opinion is, because this is going to be, again, we're going to have to fund all of this to include the old rec center. I believe that it's something that the public needs to weigh in on. I don't think it's right to talk about a group of people that's voicing their opinion. They're citizens and they're entitled to their opinion. Even if it's 2 people, if it's 20 people, if it's 30 people, I don't believe we need to discuss that here. So I just believe that, like I said, it should be up to the public. It's their money, it's the property. That is the only green spaces left in this town for people to get out and enjoy. Everybody that I've talked to out there enjoys going out there with their families. They can run, they can take their animals, they can walk, they can do whatever they want to do. If we start building out there, we're going to have the traffic, we're going to have the noise, we're going to have the garbage, we're going to have more police out there. It's going to be a mess. There's already a lot of traffic on that road. So I really believe we need to leave it up to the public, leave it up to the citizens, let them make a decision.
Revisit, yes or no, Commissioner Hamilton?
No.
Commissioner Mitchell? Yes? Commissioner Marley? Yes?
Yes.
Commissioner Turner? Yes.
actually walked the streets from the golf course whenever I was campaigning. Did a lot of door knocking and talking to people. And 100% of the people I talked to now, it might be less than 20 homeowners, but it was the homeowners out there said no to the golf course development. And it was the noise and the lights, the traffic. It was a lot of families that I talked to with small children. And while some of them liked the convenience of being able to walk across the road and do things, they also didn't want the disruption in a quiet street. There was one young man I talked to, he's in the service, and in about a year he's gonna be going to another city. But he's keeping his house, he's gonna rent it because he's gonna make a decision about whether to come back or not. And he actually told me if that golf course had anything on it, he would leave. He wouldn't come back because it was important to him to keep quietness. And for that reason, just because I talked to enough of the people over there, I would be,
Mayor Pro Tem?
I would like to see the bigger picture of everything. I mean, in all honesty, I can walk to the golf course in my house. So I'm familiar with traffic, I'm familiar with the noise, I'm familiar with that and that tire, everything. We use that area to figure it all over there. She likes it. I'm not a nature person. I don't like it. I don't like grass. I like concrete. However, I can see what Commissioner Trimble is saying, but as we're a new board, I would like a whole picture of everything. So I guess in this juncture, I'm going to be answering this 15 minutes.
Okay, so that's 2, to revisit, there's 3, not to revisit. Okay, that's a consensus of the board.
Now, I will say too, this will kind of unfold to a bigger picture as we get forward, because when we talk about the senior center, you cannot renovate the existing rec center into a senior center without building or acquiring a second rec center. You can't do the sports complex, the rec center, transportation, or a senior center without a referendum for a bond. So the next 4 pages is going to make this a lot more of a complex conversation, and we're going to have to make a decision, because everything in this presentation is a priority that was identified by the board. If we make a decision to do no, you have to take these 4 priorities and shift them into the things that can be a category. That's what we're basically trying to, yes or no, that's the board's decision. But there are things that are going to be connected to each other that you can't do without the other. All right, so we're done with any more discussion on the conflicts. All right, next, I want everybody to turn to page 38 in your community investment plan. This is the Lake Park, which is our next priority. This was just presented. This is just more information, but this does align with strategic plan goal number 4. I'll give a narrative and then I'll pass it on to Mr. Morrison. The town authorized the Parks and Recreation staff to proceed with option 3 of the Lake Park design. The focus now turns to how to fund the project. As a result of our leadership and sound judgment, the town now has an established grant initiative and a plan of action geared toward reducing the overall cost of the lake improvements that require expenditures from the general fund. I'll let Marco go over, but if you turn to the next page, what I wanted to discuss is the power of our grant program. Right now, it appears that the estimated total cost of the Lake Park redevelopment is $2.3 million. We're gearing up for another part of grant submission and another LWCF submission, $500,000 each, which will shave down $1 million from that amount. We do have maybe a goal of requesting the 1.3 from at a later date. But again, you're not hearing us say general fund for the Lake Park priority, you're not hearing us say taxes. And so this is something more informative, but I'd like to open the floor to any discussion.
One other grant opportunity is not listed here. It's questionable whether we can use CDBG grant funds for this project. Ingrid and I kind of, we had a debate about that. I have used CDBG funds for a playground portion of a park before, so I know there's precedent there. But another grant is not listed. It's very, very popular through Rouse's office. Is an EPA grant to because we are doing some stormwater. You know how much, I mean, depending on what the estimate is, but I would venture to at least ask for $300,000 for stormwater. We got the stormwater measures that we're doing for the parking lot. Knowing that we're gonna move the playground back to where it was, there is some stormwater things we're gonna have to do over there to deal with.
Did you say you're gonna move the playground back to what?
Because, I mean, there's too many questions about how close it is to the street, even though there's like a 40-foot buffer between the playground and the street. If it's that much of an issue, I told the engineers, let's look at putting it back where it was, but dealing with the storm water and the runoff, you know, to kind of deal with that water better to mitigate the erosion. Because erosion is a big problem over there. And so that's something I asked them to look at as they complete the master plan and then go into construction documents.
So if they move the playground back, just to make sure I'm clear, if they move the playground back, then the board would have to approve an amended site plan.
No.
Just no, for clarity part. Just want to make sure.
Yeah, I mean, now, the board will get a chance to look at the final because we'll bring the final master plan and the document to the board because with any grant, they're going to ask for that master plan. And so that's one of the reasons why we're doing it. With any grant, they're going to ask for the master plan, they're going to ask for meeting minutes and letters of support. And for Rouse's office in particular, he's going to want to shovel-ready project, which means within a year's time. And so I'm saying we should get construction documents done by fall so that when that money becomes available, we can get them a definite date to move up break ground on the project.
On the site plan now, the pre-existing gazebo, with this stays, does the integrity of the same?
Yeah, yep. And in fact, we're looking at adding some more gazebo-like structures, arbors and things of that nature. So we have, a couple more opportunities to have that type of amenity in other areas of the park.
Well, Marco, moving it back, will that change or impact the 2.3 million?
No.
Okay, so that's a solid,
I felt a bit, Chance now, we had debated, he's saying, he and I know there's different ways you can deal with that, that fear, but I don't want to be one of those things that we're going back and forth online and with other people about it. Let's just move back to where it is, just move on. I think we can make it work.
When we're talking about funding, you see there at the bottom of the reduced estimate, 1.3. This is an identifiable project that we can put together and submit to our legislative delegation for possible funding in the General Assembly, just like Mayor Jessica Day will attest that I was at the mayor's conference in Pinehurst begging for money. And this is one of the projects that I was begging money for with the delegation that was on the stage at that time. So this is a really, really good project, 1.3, that we really get funding from either our local legislative delegation or from Representative Rouser's office because they are looking to fund shelter grading projects. And this is one of them. And it's not a big request. And it's a need for the community as well. Now, the other thing that I have for Marco is, should we look at doing this all in one phase or two phases?
I prefer to do it in one phase. And the reason why, if we did it in one phase, this could be a done deal in 8 to 12 months.
Okay.
If you do it in 2 phases, you're dealing with cost escalation. With each year, the cost of construction goes up. So, as one rapper said, the cost today is not going to be the cost tomorrow.
This goes back to the expertise of our staff.
Well, today's price is not today's, how's it good
That's
time?
close enough for them.
Today's price, not today's price.
There you go, there you go. So escalation each, if not each month, every 6 months, the cost of construction goes up. Especially with our climate now, with materials, it's only going to get worse. So we lock those costs in now through design build and do it within that 8 to 12 month period. We can get it done. I would say this time next year or maybe fall of next year, if not completely, be substantial. If we kind of accelerate this thing a little bit and let the engineers continue to work the way they work.
Marco, I have a question. This was asked of me, and I don't know the answer, so I'm going to ask you. Originally, there was a company by the name of Withers Ravenel Civil Engineering Surveying and Planning Company that did the original plan for the lake park and also the community input. And it was designed to be implemented in 3 phases over time. And they went through the whole thing. I don't know how much it costs. I guess we would have to find it out if we need to. But then they voted to have another company, another board, and voted to have another company come in and revise that plan. So what they're saying is the original plan should have been sufficient to work with, because they also anticipated acquiring the other 2 lots adjacent to the parking lot that were included in the plan. So what happened to the other company? How much were they paid, and why didn't they go through with the other company?
I can tell you, and I mentioned this in the agenda item a while back when I first did it, because that question did come up. So 2 things happened. First thing, we didn't have those additional properties, so we couldn't design for a big parking lot.
Okay.
The second part of that, and
Well, they anticipated acquiring them. I'm not saying that, they didn't say that they did. They said that they anticipated acquiring those other 2 properties.
They didn't show a parking lot design.
Well, that's what they said they anticipated. They didn't have.
Well,
it.
anticipating showing the design.
I'll tell you what happened.
Hold on.
I'll tell you what happened. We couldn't show the additional property because we made a decision not to acquire them. There was a period of time, 2 managers ago, purchased those particular pieces of property, and we said no. So I'm saying that to say we have to make a decision. Now, we revisited to purchase those properties, which is how we got to this current design now.
Okay.
I just want to bring the context into that. Yes or no, but whatever decision we make, we say yes, we have to understand what that means and how to fund it. If we say no, we also have to know what that means, because our staff needs direction. We're going to have a conversation about the bond on the bill we have to pay. Because 2 years ago, we were having a conversation about the bond, we said no then. And so, whatever decision we make, I just want everybody to understand what that decision means, because we can't expect Don and Lamarco to keep kicking this thing down the road. If we say no now, is it a permanent end of the conversation?
No, that's not what I meant at all. They're just wanting to know why they didn't go ahead with Withers Ravenel Civil Engineering instead of hiring another firm to pay.
And like I said in the original agenda when I wrote it. It wasn't a sufficient design. It wasn't, and it was not a master plan.
Okay.
It was a concept.
Like I said, I'm not asking.
Yeah, I knew the question would come up, and that's why I didn't go back and pull the agenda because I thought I answered that. But it was a concept at best. It didn't have adequate cost estimates. It was 8 years old, so it didn't have a playground redesigned. So that some of the elements were in with the rail now, but most of the things we had this engineering company do was not. The ADA playground was not, parking lot design was not, stormwater treatment was not, the boat ramp, dealing with the boat ramp was not. What was in there that we told them to take out was the boardwalk, and we heard loud and clear. We heard loud and clear they didn't want the boardwalk. So there was enough change in the original concept that we need to go back and revisit the master plan. Otherwise, we wouldn't have done it. So that's one of the reasons why we did it. And then, if I'm not mistaken, the then town manager didn't like the price tag. I think at the time it was $30,000, which is really a deal. If you want a firm to come in and do it, they didn't want the cost of it. I always say Woods and Revendell did this for little to nothing. That's why you guys got a concept in lieu of a actual master plan that you can implement.
I think that what they were getting to was how much did that cost to do that? Then they were paid, and then you turn around, you did, but they turned around and hired another firm. That's what the question, I think.
I want to say Woods and Revendell did this in kind. It was in kind. So to answer the question, we didn't pay them nothing.
Okay.
They did it out of the kindness of their heart, but we actually had to pay. And I think it was something around the $40,000, which is and we did the on-call contract.
Okay. Now don't shoot the messenger.
No.
I will say too, I think from my understanding, and Mark and Don can confirm this, Woodlands and Ravenel was hired, he was out there, the dam was done, and the primary goal was the bulkhead design. I don't think Woodlands and Ravenel was commissioned to redesign the entire lake part. And so I think we didn't have the 2 Fountain Lane properties at the time either. And so what triggered this current design was the acquisition of those 2 Fountain Lane properties because the goal was to expand the park. And so that has been a recent development. It wasn't the context of the conversation about 6 years ago.
There was a couple of other things. Here again, a couple other things. Woods and Ravenel dealt with amenities within the park. They didn't address pedestrian vehicle circulation. They didn't address the vehicular circulation and the danger along Main Street. So there's like maybe 10 points that I asked the East Group to address that Woods and Ravenel did not address in their original concept.
So just one more question. So in the design of the one we're going to do, number 3, so the playground actually stays where it's at and it's not moved?
Well, we're going to design that in that general area. They are going to expand slightly in that open area.
Okay.
That's not being used right now. So because to design a playground to the standard, you got to have the different age group areas.
Right.
And so it will expand slightly to that area that's not being used for anything.
Okay. Well, thank you for doing that. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Hamilton, 8 years was a dated concept plan. If you take the plan 8 years ago and you lay it right beside this plan, you're going to see a day and night difference.
Okay, like I said, I would just ask.
I know, and I would tell whoever these folks are.
It's not these folks, so.
I don't whoever.
Let's not get into that.
But I want to move on.
Let's do that.
Talk about this a little. All right.
Good Lord. Jesus.
Again,
the
lake park design didn't meet the decision.
You want to talk,
Ed? And I wanted to show the board what happens if we strategize. We have a $2.3 million project. We have a goal of shaving $1 million off of that, and the goal of requesting the remaining portion from our deputies. And so that's what I really wanted to highlight here. Go now to page 33 in your capital improvement plan. We're talking about the senior center retrofit. That goes back to what Mayor Pro Tem was talking about in terms of a bigger picture. Because what we didn't say at the complex or the T.J. Robinson is that the idea is that there is a need to target a growing senior population. That's probably one of the most important groups of people that we have a lot of programming for. And so when we were talking about the concept of the rec center at the golf course, when we engaged the seniors, we kept hearing they don't want to combine facilities. The actual separate rec center came out because Mark will tell you the original design of the rec center was one half of it was for seniors, one half of it was for the general public. The seniors said, we don't want to hear basketballs and little kids. We want our own individual facility. So that's where the idea was birthed, that if we can facilitate however we do the second rec center, we would do a full-scale renovation of the entire existing rec center into a senior center only. I didn't put a lot of the details and the numbers from the last year, but we're talking spas, low-impact flooring, showers. It's a full renovation of it. However, you can't do that if you don't green light the second rec center. So those two are married. You cannot do one without the other. The question will always remain, where are we going to get the funding? Last year's delegates, we actually requested funding. How much did we request from the Parks and Rec? Was 18 million, 16 million last year. We asked for 23 million in streets from the federal. We didn't get any of it. And so going into this year, we know maybe we can ask them for 2 million to close out the lake property. But I don't think they're going to give us full renovation of the senior center and a rec center. So we want to do this. When we get to the next area, when we talk about infrastructure, we're going to have a conversation about a bond referendum. That's probably going to be the best way to fund this, but we have to make a decision on that as well. And so I put the senior center in there because it was listed as a priority, but we're explaining how it's directly connected to another priority tied to Parks and Rec, which is the actual rec center. So are there any other questions about senior center?
Yes, I would say one thing. I would say one thing about senior citizens. Instead of saying senior citizens, maybe change it to the resource center plus or something like that. Because I've had some guys that say they are not going to fund senior center.
When you talk about the opposite of what you frame it as and what you call it, but it's still two facilities that you can't do one without.
No, I'm good.
All right.
We'll move on to infrastructure.
So now I want you guys to bear with me and flip 17 pages in the presentation to infrastructure. But hold the place where you are now, because we're going to go back to that previous place right when we finish infrastructure. It'll make sense in a few seconds. And if the mayor can shift that mic to me, and I'm going to shift this mic down to Don.
What page?
About 16 pages from what we just did.
What's the page number?
Yes. Keep going past fire. You're right past fire. You're going to see infrastructure. We can take out the church. All right. So the reason why I'm flipping to infrastructure before we take you back to the bond, makes sense, because typically, and you'll get into this as well, when you're talking about a bond referendum, it's not wise to just do a bond referendum on streets or just a bond referendum on parks. You typically need to combine them. This is the direction we get from the bond council, and the most effective approach at these priorities would be a combined bond referendum for Parks and Rec and infrastructure. So we went through the Parks and Rec stuff. I'll let Don chime in on the infrastructure piece, but I wanted to give you a narrative based on what we requested last year. So in 2020, the town did an independent study by pavement management. It was a pavement management study by a group we brought in, and it was conducted on town-maintained roadways for about 62 centerline miles. The analysis process allowed for the user, us, to determine the minimum level of funding needed over time to meet user-specified performance goals. Based on the results of the study, and we're talking about town-owned roads, not Rockfish, not Golfview, but based on the study, our street network condition or pavement condition index, PCI, was only 68.3 and indicated that only 28% of our entire network of streets are in good condition. The study also assessed the town street net worth of $35 million with the estimated cost to bring the streets up to standard at $11 million. This was pre-COVID, so naturally the numbers are a little bit higher. And so if you flip to the next page, Don and Bruce identified the 4 major streets. Now that may have changed slightly, but it was to give you an idea of the approach. If we were to entertain a bond, the bond would require us to list the projects. Mm-hmm. So if we were to meet a portion of the infrastructure, Don and Bruce would have to identify the streets that we're going to maintain. But this is the bigger picture. DOT is handling their responsibility by Camden, Wiley, Rockfish, Golfview, and Fisher. When the developers do projects. If it's a commercial developer, DOT makes them do, will make them do roadway improvements. If it's a residential developer, they have to put the roads in at town standards and dedicate it to the town. This entire initiative is tied to our Public Works Department getting funding to maintain the streets that are existing and old in your existing neighborhoods that don't have new developers coming in and maintaining them. That would give them the money to come in and do Breckenwood, to come in and do the streets in Pinewood Lakes, your neighborhood. That's what we want to make sure you understand. When we're talking about a bond for streets, we're talking about the streets that our Public Works Department maintains that doesn't have developers and contractors coming in to actually make those improvements on their end. We would do those improvements ourselves, but again, how do you fund it? And I'll turn it over to Dominic on that.
You covered it. It's also in the CIP.
No, it's also in the CIP page 23. And so we pivoted to infrastructure right after Parks and Rec because those are the 2 or 5 priorities that you would have to actually identify to be able to say what would be included in the bond.
Don, the question would be, what's the estimated cost of these, all 4 of these? Is it 11?
Well, not for those 4.
I didn't think, I was like, what's the cost of these 4, either individually or collectively?
Well, they would have to be engineered.
Okay.
Like, I can't give you good costs. I can tell you that we already got a request for a proposal from an engineering firm for almost a half mile of Bretton Woods, and with engineering and full deck replacement, we're looking at probably about $700,000 for 2,200 linear feet. And that's for that.
Any estimates on the other ones, Heather Street, Wood Spring, Pringle?
Haven't looked at.
Okay. But these are the 4 priorities.
Well, when we develop the priorities, these are the 4 priorities. You got to keep in mind, street condition changes with time.
Yeah.
One of the things that we have been doing that has helped is our guys have gone out and we have probably done a couple pallets worth of crack sealing every year since we've had this done. And I couldn't tell you how many tons of asphalt we put down since this has been done. But those are Band-Aids. It's not actually one of the problems that we have is that you will see a lot of overlays on our streets that have been done in the past, and that is a curse to a road. Just they have not been repaired, they just have fresh asphalt put over top of it, and they've had that asphalt put in the gutter pans. So besides not doing anything beneficial for the roadway itself, it's altered the hydraulics of the stormwater runoff, and it's caused problems in some areas. So it's not just looking at how much gave-back cracking we see on a roadway, it's what other type of problems have resulted from poor repairs.
Don, what's the age of these roads?
They're all different.
Wow.
I couldn't tell you. You anticipate the road for the last 20 years.
Okay.
The expectation is 20 years from the road. Now, in the last year, we did 72,000 square yards of asphalt rejuvenation in our newer neighborhoods. And that added probably 5 to 10 years of life expectancy in those areas. Because it actually adds the paraffins, the oleic resins and stuff like that back into it that are lost through UV action. And so we've done the neighborhoods that are newer, we're doing what we can to make them last longer before they need any repairs. We're doing what we can for repairs. And so we're going to do Bretton Woods, we've already got that waiting on the engineering proposal, so we can get that portion of it completed. time is not necessarily your friend, nor that you when you're doing this. But it takes a lot of time for an engineer to be able to go and look and do your hydraulic calculations and figure out what is the best way to get your stormwater runoff off of the streets and where it needs to go, as well as going into roads that don't have mounds, a lot of them. Their current weather systems are poor at best, so they have to be designed a system from the ground up. So we're going back and tearing out streets and putting down fresh roads the way they're supposed to be. The one picture that you do see in the CIP is one of the challenges that we have. A lot of our neighborhoods were allowed to be developed with asphalt that's not a half-inch thick. And that's why we've got roadways that are crumbling. We developed the standards and specs. 2015, I believe, we actually had the board of commissioners vote, and we started enforcing that. So now you've got these 2 inches of asphalt on all of our roadways. And that'll give us our durability. But our challenge and what we're fighting against is developers being allowed to put in substandard projects up front, and we can't fix it.
Thank you. Again, before I have a question, so the amount of money that was needed to bring it up to standard pre-COVID, what happened? Why didn't it come up to standard? Because it says pre-COVID. You know, after.
Because there's no money good to it. We don't understand.
So even.
No matter.
There still isn't anybody.
A couple of
So we
those.
made a request to judge, but
See, and the money that we're doing from Bretton Woods, our Cal Bill funding every year, the stuff that, the monies that we don't use in Cal Bill gets put in a reserve fund. It doesn't go to the general fund. It has to be designated there. So that's where we've got that $700,000, give or take, we've been saving over a couple of years' time. So we've got the money in our bank account to make those repairs. And then we try our best not to deplete it because we don't want to have depleted funds.
Even at one time, we requested that you give us pretty much a rough estimate of what it would cost in totality to fix all our street infrastructure. And the numbers have been high millions. And do you recall what the number was? I know they said.
Well, that's what
No.
11.5 million was.
Okay.
Way back when.
Okay.
Mayor, clarity, I correct me wrong, we requested what, 23 last year from Brownsville?
I think it's 20, yeah, we requested the whole thing.
For infrastructure.
And we identified these priority roads.
That's good.
We got 26 million in the CIP.
Now, if you were to flip back
On back, where we came.
to the bond, right behind the scenes, right. And so I'm gonna go into just general information about the bond, and then I'll pivot to Drew, who will tell you about the mechanics of it, how it needs to be structured, and the delivery of it. But this is the reason why we went Parks and Rec infrastructure to come back, because typically the bond that we are recommending is a Parks and Rec and infrastructure bond. A municipal parks and recreation bond referring with infrastructure improvements attached can be one of the most transformational tools the town has, especially for a community like ours. This is not just a Parks and Recs bond, this is a community infrastructure investment that improves mobility, safety, property values, and long-term economic strength. Some of the benefits include protecting the general fund while delivering major investments. It spreads the cost of the large-scale capital projects over time rather than draining the reserves. It drives economic development in terms of quality parks and recreation programs and infrastructure, does attract families to move here, workforce talent. I will point out that this is the only priority that actually aligns with two of your goals in the strategic plan. Goal 3 is infrastructure, transportation, and environment. Goal 4 is parks and rec, special events, and culture. You flip over to the next page, additional benefits of a
The other direction, I
referendum.
think, go backwards.
You could possibly leverage grant funding. And so we're talking about some of the funding that we get if we come with matches, you can use it for that. It aligns with the strategic and CIP funding.
Right here, right there.
And it also protects the general fund. In my opinion, this is responsible long-term financial planning. And this bond is not about strengthening the foundation. This bond is about strengthening the foundation of our community. It improves the roads that we drive every day, enhances the parks our families use, protects our financial stability, and positions our town for responsible growth. This is the combination of a lot of different layers of things. If we want a massive improvement in our streets, if we want to entertain a sports complex, a senior center, and a rec center without, or this is the preferred route to fund those things. They are listed as priorities. We'll bring it back to you what we think the best way to approach funding these priorities would be. And so this ties to the benefits of a bond. I now turn to Drew to tell you what a bond actually requires us to actually do and why there is a decision that we probably need to make today.
Okay, this is based entirely off of your priorities that you said at the council retreat last month. These 4 Parks and Rec projects. So, if we were to do a bond, if you look in your papers, what you have behind the schedule with the time allotments on it, you should have these 3 pieces of paper. That gives you a bond. Okay. So if you're looking at those in front of you, that shows you the schedule. And this is why if we want to do this now, the clock starts either after today or after the meeting on the 16th. So if you look at the one that says general obligation bond referendum process, this is if we want the citizens to vote on whether we do a bond or not. And when we say bonds, just so you understand what that is, a bond is a debt instrument. It's just like a loan. It's just a different type of loan. It is tied to the taxing authority of the town. So if you do a bond, and you do a referendum, you're asking the citizens to vote. If you pass this bond, expect a 3 cent, 4 cent, 5 cent tax increase to pay for it. But with this bond, you're going to get these amenities that go with it. Say the better streets, all these parks and rec projects, those sorts of things. So the citizens pretty much say, I want that, and I'll pay 4 cent extra tax in order to get it. So this is the schedule. So if we do a general obligation bond, which you'll hear that referred to as a GEO bond, we start in March. As soon as y'all get the go-ahead that yes, we want to do this, I give LGC, the Local Government Commission, a call, and we start the application process. April, we finalize the projects, we get our update on our debt capacity, what we're able to borrow. Then we initially any of the plans to start getting it, and we start to educate the public on what we want to do with these bonds. And then we also start the construction design on some of them, because we have to know the exact cost. We can't borrow the money until we know that this is the exact cost that it's going to be. So we have to do design construction plans. Then in May, yes, hold on.
You good?
Oh, we were just talking about the different kinds of bonds.
Okay. He's going to go over that.
Okay. Well,
I'll talk about the GEO bonds right now.
Okay.
Let him do the presentation.
GEO bonds have to do with referendum. That's when your residents approve it. So here's the, I don't have to read all this to you, but nevertheless, here's the process by which we're able to do that. And the referendum would be in November. The citizens would vote on it in the election this fall. But once they do that, the thing with the GEO bond, the money really won't be available until the next spring. Because it takes a while to process through all that. That's not on your schedule here, but the money would be available next spring. The other type of bond is called a limited obligation bond, an LO bond. Okay? LO bond does not require a vote. doesn't require a referendum. So if we know that this is what people want, and we know this is something that we want to do, we do an LO bond because it's cheaper, it's quicker, it doesn't take as much time, it doesn't cost as much money, you get the money a lot quicker. We could have the money in August or September of this year. We can have the money before there's even a vote in November if we chose to do this route. So there's the two types of bonding that we can do. The other thing with the LO, we're not restricted to this timeline. We could wait and start this same schedule in June, and it just pushes everything back 2 or 3 months. Okay, but with the GO bonds, since there's a referendum, it's always based on when's the next election, which would be November. So that's why the GO bond has more restrictions. The LO bond, you just decide when, and you can do it. It could be that we let the citizens vote and then start an LO bond process, but I don't know why you'd want to do that, because you have the authority to do a GO bond at that point. So if that's what you're thinking. But either way, those are the two options that we could do. If you've got the third page that shows you the actual tax implications of the tax rate, this isn't based on the taxes that we'll have next year, because I don't have those estimates yet. This is based on the tax situation that we're in currently. So 1 cent of tax right now is $206,000 roughly. We've been just using 200 for the purpose to make it easy. So the average price of a home in Hope Mills, I looked this up last month, February 2026 is $258,752. If you did a 4 cent tax increase on that house, it would add $8.63 a month to their tax rate. So you multiply that by 12, that's the annual cost that's going to increase for that particular home to do a 4 cent tax increase.
$8 a month. $8 times
8 times 12, 8.63 times 12. So a 4 cent tax increase gives us $15 million bond. The $15 million bond, just say, for instance, $6 million goes to Parks and Rec. No, $9 million goes to Parks and Rec, $6 million goes to streets. Don can upgrade those streets that he is there in his priority. Marco can do the sports complex, buy the property, and start the process for whatever else he needs. More than 15 is stretching the town, because I think the last time we did a debt analysis, I think we settled around 16 million was sufficient. 18 million might be pushing it. So I gave you 3 scenarios here. We did a bond for $10 million. It's pretty much a 2 cent tax increase. 15 million, 4 cents, and 20 million would be 6 cents of a tax increase. You have what it is currently and then what it is for this year. And it shows you the different houses, home prices that would increase their tax rate. So that's what we're looking at if we go the route of the bond. And when we were talking about earlier, setting priorities, making decisions, and then carrying those out, if we want to do these Parks and Rec projects, if we want to do this street infrastructure, this is the only way we're ever going to do this amount of money. We don't have another recourse for doing any of these projects outside of this. So if we decide we're not going to do a bond, these projects don't happen, because there's another way we have the funds to do it. If we have to go through a regular bank loan, a bank's not going to loan us $18 million. We don't, that's just not going to work. We have to go through the bond process. So we've been talking about bonds for 5 years. And Cynthia, you're talking about earlier, why do we have this plan and nothing's ever happened? Well, this is one of the reasons why we've got all these plans.
That wasn't basic, that wasn't what I said.
Well, anyways, we have all these plans and nothing's happened with them because we don't have the funds. This is the route to get the funds to do these projects. If we decide we're not going to do a bond, then these aren't our priority. We need to shift the priority to something else because we don't want to do this.
And to add on what he said, we got a budget amendment coming on the 16th. Or today.
Y'all got here today?
Yeah, for $30,000.
Let me tell you what this is.
I'll tell them. When we get there. Well, it'll come back into what I'm about to say as to why we have to pay it now. Because we said no 2 years ago. And so
I just want people to understand what we're saying yes to and what we're saying no to. It's not our decision. We are giving you the data. We requested for you to have that burden of making that tough decision. We're just explaining what this means. If we say, I'll reiterate what President said, I don't know of another way to fund streets in terms of the level that we need to make improvements, a senior center, a rec center, and a sports complex. Yeah, this is about the only mechanism that we have to fund it in a very powerful way. We requested a significant amount of funds 2 years in a row. We're looking at reducing that amount significantly for another ask. We're not going to the legislature asking for $18 million this year. So if we don't have an appetite to push this bond, we have to know that there are about 4 major initiatives that we're pretty much going to say we're not doing. But I want to open up the discussion with you guys.
A little background. When I first came on the board back in 18, that board in 18 realized, and who knows where I'm going, we were looking at the long-term growth and the vision of this town. That's when the board authorized Davenport, at that time, the same group we're working with now, 8 years forward.
And there are financial advisors for the
Yes,
bond.
and we wanted them to come in and begin the education on the bond process. We realized the vision in 18 needed to fund all these various projects. And some of these are brand new ones now compared to what we were looking at in 18. We knew infrastructure was the main one. The roads are not going to repair themselves. And the town is going to continue band-aiding these roads to a point where eventually band-aids are not going to work. You're going to need tourniquets. And I guess that's kind of where we are now. Don, I'm sure Don agrees that some of our streets require tourniquets. And then you're looking at the future growth of the town to include, and I'm sure this is coming up today, the growth in our public safety, police and fire substations. It's the growth of our town. Commercial is choosing to move here. Residential, industry, and we have to provide services to all 3 groups. We didn't do it in 17, 18. We didn't have the funding models at that time to do it. And then what really stopped it was COVID. We were going right at COVID on 2020. And then COVID stopped, and then new board members came in, and the whole thing got shelved. So last year, for Mr. Marley and Joanne Scarroll was part of it, we knew that this was and this is Commissioner Mitchell saying, a can that has been kicked down the road for years. It's starting to come like, if it's the win. So we started this process last year, again, and you'll see it on your agenda, which is coming up, item F, which we will discuss here shortly on the agenda as soon as we make a decision about which direction we're going in. Then we've got to go to item F. Is that we should pursue the bond again. It's the only way you're going to pay for these projects. That's the only way. So at that point, we were looking at 2 different methods to go in. Either the LO, which is outright approval by the board, which is not the preferred route, but it would give us the money early. The other one, which is the preferred route, I want to make sure I'm clear when I say this. The preferred route is on the general election ballot. The citizens will make that decision. Citizens. The taxpayers of Hope Mills will make that decision. And that's what's before the board today. We backed off last year, and Brian and Joanne, you can stop me if I'm incorrect. We backed off because of the uncertainty that was impacting our budget last year. The loss of sales tax revenue, ad valorem, increase in property values. There was so much uncertainty, frustration, even the word anger in the air. We knew that we had to take this issue off the board. And we, am I right? And we did. We made a leadership sound decision to take the bond issue off the board. However, and that's a big however, we had already started using Davenport to begin the process. So that is service that we have to pay for, regardless of what decision we make here now about going forward. We engaged their services last year, and that's under tab F when we get to it, in the amount of $36,700. So when I'm done, I'm going to pass the mic to all the commissioners because this is a decision we have to make. So what's before this board now is this. The consensus of this board is either we pursue a general obligation bond on the ballot, and if we do, then Chancellor's right, so is Drew, the clock starts, Davenport will come back March 16th and start the process. But whichever decision we make, it's either don't do it or we do it. If we do it, we're not turning back. We're just not, this is a firm, hard line, yes, we're going forward. And you've got the timeline in front of you. There will be public hearings, but it will go on the ballot in November if that is the direction of this board. But we talk about direction, we talk about delivery, we talk about vision. All I'm asking this board is for courage. That's what I'm asking, courage.
Mr. Mayor, Drew, thank you so very much for putting this together because 4 years ago we talked about this.
Yeah.
And I said, hey, let's let the citizens know what they're going to get from that bond. And it's educational. And I do believe that if we take and educate citizens, the advantages and the disadvantages of this bond referendum and how our whole entire community is going to benefit, I think they would support it. And I am supporting it going on the ballot in November.
I'm gonna bring it back to each commissioner before I talk to consensus. Or you can explain during your talk how you feel.
Well, I'm going to explain how I feel. I'm kind of the opinion that, well, first of all, I'm with Commissioner Mitchell here. I would go with the bonds that we put on the ballot because I don't feel that we should be taking the voice of the citizens away. This is their money.
Yep.
And they have the right to decide, just as much as we do, the ones sitting here, the ones in this room, how we handle their money. People are already upset about the last tax increase. So now we want to go to what, 52? I can't even imagine what's gonna happen if that goes forward. Somebody would have to pack up and leave town, I guess, but I really feel that every decision that we make, when it comes to the citizens' money, they should be involved in that process. That goes along with the golf course, Hodges, the bonds, whatever we decide. I really, truly believe that the citizens have the right to help make that decision. It's only fair. Like I said, it's their money, and they have that right. Thank you.
Are you, Commissioner Hamilton, are you a yes on proceeding with the bond?
Which bond are you talking about?
November.
She said support going on the ballot in November.
Okay, so you are in favor of
November.
of the bond going on the ballot?
I really don't want to do either one, but I'll go for the one in November.
Okay. Okay. You got it.
So my first question is.
If I have to make a choice.
My first question is, with the recent tax increase, is any of that money going towards any of these projects? Because, you know.
Current tax increase are offered.
So current tax increases are operational and towards any of the projects. Okay. So with that, I'm a firm believer that it should be on the ballot, however, it should be spelled out as to what the bond referendum will be.
It's a good question, because we're required,
It will be.
the bond statement, that they check the box on the actual ballot, it will say, I can't remember the exact wording, but it will say, voting yes, you are pretty much approving a blank cent tax increase for these projects.
And correct if I'm wrong, too, not only is it required to let citizens know on the tax increase, you're also required to identify the projects that.
So, yeah, that's what I was wondering.
So they know
Right.
if it's infrastructure, it's this.
Right.
If it's parks and rec portion, it's this. They also know they're voting for this amount of increases.
So, I wasn't, but listening to,
Oh, yeah, I got it.
listening to what was just said about the roads and the need to build, make sure they're up to standard, if it's more than $11 million, what I heard was the bond referendum would only be X amount of dollars. So therefore, it would not cover all the necessary projects that are listed as priorities. So in that juncture, out of the amount of money that's being requested for the bond, what projects would then take priority to ensure that the money that's being given and the citizens are voting for would be able to yield completed projects.
And I'm gonna pivot this to you, but to start the answer to your question is when you start engaging the bond council and they determine the amount that you can pursue, then you make a determination on what portion, if it's 15 million, is it a 8 million for parks and rec, 7 for infrastructure, and then they would start to outline the projects that it would go towards. So I don't want you to think that everything we say here today has to fit in. If we know that only 7 is going to public works, they would show the projects that would meet that, and then that would go on the ballot for approval.
Right. So if you look at the sheet that I gave you with the actual cost of, for tax for the amount of money, if we were to take that to the citizens, we're gonna do a $50 million bond and do all of this, but we're gonna increase your tax 15 cents. Nobody's gonna vote for that.
No.
So what we have to do is we have to figure out, okay, what's feasible? What do we think people will actually vote for that's not gonna cost them an arm or a leg? So we have to look at, the 5 rows that Don put on there. We might only get to do 3 of those. At that $11 million, we can do half of it. But the Parks and Rec, and it's probably if you add it up every dime of it, it's like $30 million. You can't do $30 million for the whole thing. So we're gonna find out, what can we get the biggest bang for our buck and not tax so much of our citizens? So between the 15 and the 20 is probably the realm where we'll want to stay, where it's not really more than a 4, 5, or 6 cent tax. Because then we want people to vote for this. We want them to be excited about it and say, yeah, I want to back that up and be behind it. So we're not going to be able to do all of this, but we'll do as much as possible.
And so just for my clarity as well, because math is not my subject, it's really not. Letters do not make numbers. So, with the bond referendum and it being a vote by the citizens, it is actually holding the town accountable to complete said projects. Required to do it, so therefore, when citizens are saying, hey, you increased my taxes 4 cents, it's actually, well, this is what is being done for, and it's making everyone accountable for what is going to be done to see the improvements in growth as needed in the town. Is that right?
Yes. And so one thing about the funding for a GO bond, you don't have to issue all the funding at the same time. If we decide, okay, once we get the bond approved, we have to do a master plan for some of these other projects. Because it looks like you don't want to go back to the golf course, so guess what? We're going to have to do a new master plan to decide the ball fields on the Hodges property or somewhere else. Maybe got to find out how to get water and sewer to those areas. But for the bond, the streets, they're ready to go right now. So probably if the bond passes,
Not so ready.
well, maybe not, but I would think the roads would happen quicker than it would take to do those. So, but what I'm getting at is an example of you don't issue all the money at the same time. So we could issue the street money first. Go ahead and get the streets done while the others is getting planned. So that way we don't have to pay interest or debt yet on the rest of it. We're only having to pay back what we borrowed so far. And you've got about, I think it's 5 years to spend the money. But you can also get an extension. So there is a time limit. So if people have an issue with why aren't these projects getting done, if you don't do them within a certain amount of time, that reference, it expires. So we do have to spend the money.
So is it possible that if we were to, so if it's possible that the bond referendum is voted on and citizens say yes for the projects that are being done, like for example, the complex, is it possible that grant funds could also be found to fund that money, and then that's less money that would be being used, or will that money then be matriculated into something else?
You can do one of two things. The bond money that you have has to be spent on the bond projects, because you pretty much stated that up front, this is what we're spending that money on. You can't change that necessarily. So say we get a grant that can go towards a sports complex. Then it's like, well, okay, well, you know what? We didn't have pickleball courts as part of that originally. So now we've got grant funding and we can add a bathroom or some pickleball courts or something else that's on the master plan that we weren't originally doing. Or now with Don's with the streets, if we get a grant from DOT or something else to go with it, he can just do more streets. Yep.
I think that's for the general obligation. With the first thing taxpayer in here is tax increase, so I'm going to freak out. So if you're planning in place for the education of the public.
Yes, that's part of it. Part of the thing in here, you see right here from the bid, start getting ready for public education. So the public has to be, and then you could also, the town has to have a neutral stance on it.
Right.
We can't say, you know, vote for this, vote for this. We have to be neutral. So you get different agencies that can support these funds. Like the Chamber of Commerce can say, hey, we support this thing. DFW can say, we support this thing. All the different agencies around can say, hey, we need to go out and vote for this bond. There could be agencies that say, hey, we're against that bond. Don't vote for it. But the town has to remain neutral. All we can do is educate and say, for this amount of money, we're going to do these projects. And here's what people will benefit in these projects.
There's a plan in place for that.
I think Drew will take it too, because we have to remain neutral. Davenport will come in to help with the public education. That's a requirement. Also, another group that we could also use are existing HOAs, because the HOAs in existing older neighborhoods have a vested interest in those streets being improved. I will go back to Mayor Pro Tem's point in that the decision we just made to not go back to the golf course. So if we give Marco $9 million in the bond or $8 million, half of that going to water and sewer. So you don't have the ability to do the entire sports complex anymore, because a lot of that would actually have to go to infrastructure, but you could possibly get grant funding to fill the gap. So that's how some of that may play out. Where if Marco's telling you it's 18 million for erection, you're not going to get 18 million with the bond, he's going to get about 8 or 9. So he would have to identify what can he get. I just whispered to him, can he get 3 baseball fields out of that 9? Possibly, but if you're eating up half of the amount you get with water and sewer extension, you may have to find another mechanism to fill the gap that creates. But if the advertising piece is required, Kurt Longtree, we can advocate for it. Davenport and other agencies can, but that is where the educational piece throughout the process.
We'll have to come up with a plan. Sort it out, folks, what they're voting on, how much it's going to be, and what they're going to get.
I have a question.
Hold on, I'm
so
sorry.
Are you guys apply for grants? So if you apply for grants, don't get me wrong, I'm not against growth, I'm not against any of that. It's just, I feel that the public should be involved in this, and raising taxes is gonna be a major issue. I'm not against fixing the roads or the streets or anything else. It's gonna be the cost and what impact it's gonna have on our citizens. There's a lot of citizens right now that have a hard time making their rent, putting clothes on their kids, and now we're going to do this, and that's what they're saying out there now. But besides that, if we do the grants, how is that going to affect the bond? If we get suppose we get enough money to fund, the lake park. I don't know if you're planning on using a bond for the lake park, but so what happens with the bond money, if we have enough grant money to fund everything?
Wait, Drew, before you respond to that, Commissioner Trammell, can you repeat what your response was regarding the bond?
I was gonna come back and ask.
Okay. I
Are
didn't hear.
you for?
Going on in November?
Okay, so let me finish. Let me
Okay.
finish it. Commissioner Marley, are you in support?
Yep.
So that is a unanimous board
Okay.
support.
For November.
November, yeah.
Yeah,
That is a unanimous.
All right.
Okay, so as it refers to grants, if, just say the citizens vote for the referendum, so we're gonna start moving forward with working on these projects. If we get grant money, we can apply for grants alongside the bond fund. So it will either make that money go further, or we can add things to the bond projects that weren't there originally. Like I said earlier, we can
Yeah.
add pickleball courts with ball fields that we weren't gonna
We can
pay
use for
for.
something else. If it's-
Either
okay.
something else, or we'll just make that money go further.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just one thing. The citizens, a lot of them was not against the tax increase. They was against the fact they did not know how the tax dollars was going to be utilized. I talked to them, and they said, listen, now that you explained it to me, that if I don't get a tax increase, then I'm not putting services on PWC. I'm not going to put services here, police department. Once they understood that it was an impact on their quality of life, they understood that and they approved it.
Okay, so y'all just gave the go-ahead and move forward with the bond. We did this last year.
Okay.
To move forward with the bond. I'll tell about this then. So last year, we decided, all right, we're gonna move forward with the bond.
Oh, wait a minute, then I gotta go back, just hold that. Okay, so everybody is in agreement, this is where we're gonna go. We're not walking this back. Because Davenport will be at our next board meeting, March 16th.
Either they will be here or I'll have it updated.
Or an updated, but
I gotta make sure.
we're on the clock now, so this is the way we're driving. Now, under your agenda,
That's what I was fixing to get.
I have to read it though. Under the agenda, it's item F. Consideration and approval of Davenport Public Finance Invoice and Corresponding Budget Amendment 23 in the amount of $36,750. That's under tab 1. Now, Drew, you can go.
So, we have an invoice from Davenport, who is our financial advisors. Like we said earlier, we've been working on this bond for about over 5 years. They've been doing work for us for the last 5 years and have not charged us anything since then. Because most of the time what you do is when you have the contracts for these types of companies, once you do the bond, you work the financing into the cost of the bond. It becomes part of the money that you're drawing down for the project. That's the easiest way to pay for it. So, a year ago, when we agreed to do the bond, we updated the contract. You've got a copy of the contracts and everything. We updated the contract, as Cynthia said we should do with all contracts, to have a cap on it. The cap is $35,000. That we updated the contract, so whatever they did, all the work that we were gonna do for the bond, it would not be more than $35,000. So we agreed a year ago, all the work that you're gonna do from here forth will be $35,000. So they started doing the work for us. And then we stopped. So we still have to pay that $35,000, even though we stopped the process, because we agreed to do that. We started the process, and then we ended it. So, we owe that money. They sent me an invoice, we do have to pay it. But again, we were gonna finance it through the bond money that we never got, because we never did the referendum or even did the bond money or anything. So we have to pay it. The mayor asked me to check with Davenport, just to see if we agree to do the bond this year, can we just work that into it? And then we can reestablish the contract that we had last year with the 35 cap. But that would be for this bond, not last one. So in essence, both of them together would be about $70,000. That we would have to do. Included with the bond, so it wouldn't have to come out of our general fund. And I told you the status of our general fund earlier today. So what we can do is, I need this budget amendment approved so I can pay their invoice. Because it's not in the budget, because we never did the bond referendum to even do the bond. So I have a budget amendment in front of you for $36,750. And why it's a little bit more than the $35,000, they have the a financial advisory fee and then the expenses that they incur with travel. Usually companies will do that when they have to come here to do presentations. And they've probably done 4 different presentations for us in the last several years. So we do need to pay this, even if y'all approve it. If they do say, yeah, we can work it into the new bond amount, then this will just go as unspent funds in the budget. Well, I just need it approved.
That's kind of where we are.
Yeah.
Okay.
I make the motion.
We have a motion to approve the budget amendment number 23, the amount of $36,750. Do we have a second? All in favor? Seeing none opposed? Amendment is approved. Okay.
You got that, Ashley?
Yep.
I'll sign the budget amendment here in a minute. Okay. All right.
Keep looking forward. We're back in right places. Our next priority is police department, public safety.
There you go. You're up.
And what you'll see is this is tied to the police substation. It is strategically in line with goal number 2, which is public safety and neighborhood enhancement. I'll pass it over to Chief Dollinger. Somebody either pass my mic or
Thank you.
But Chief Dollinger will tell you about police substations and police vehicles.
I'm doing both. So the substation, so unlike the fire department, we will never be big enough where we need multiple substations. We will never detail patrol officers each shift out of a different building. We'll never be that big. Our only issue is space. So, and we don't have is it ISO, right? We don't have the response time thing for that ISO rating like the fire department does. We're just out of space. So for 2 examples is the female locker room was designed to have 12 lockers. We had to add 7 additional lockers for a total of 19, and we had a makeshift room for them where if you open the door from the hallway, you can actually see where some of the lockers are, so the females can't even change where their locker's at. We are 1 female officer hire away from having to make the male locker room co-ed and hang a sign on the door say locker room in use by a female, which obviously is not ideal, but we have no more space for females. Our evidence facility is at a max already. It was not designed, it was a very, very small room. It was not designed with growth in mind. We were busting at the seams there, so we need to make some room either in the current facility by moving people out or in another facility. And we're out of workspace. So the building, when they moved in and with 41 officers, when we moved in with 41 officers, we were at max capacity then. And we've grown significantly. We're now at 59 officers. So we're out of space. But we want to break. Check.
Are we taking a break?
Huh?
Carry on.
Everybody's gone. I'm just talking about myself. So we're out of space. So we don't need multiple facilities. We don't need 2 small ones or in certain sections of town. I mean, if there was a facility right next to our current building that we could move folks into, that would suffice. Now, there is an added benefit where if it is on, like out by Chicken Foot Road or something, or by 301, then officers there, working in the office could get up and respond quickly if need be. But patrol-wise, that will never be a concern. We'll never be big enough where we need to do that. If you look, this is one of the, if you look at the next couple pages there with the kind of like yellow and red. This is a building that we looked at last year. It is not for sale, but it's for rent. And this would satisfy all of our needs, and it requires zero work. The only thing we would have to do is purchase furniture and computers, but structurally, it's all, the offices are already built, it's carpeted, it's painted, it has bathrooms, it has everything. It does not require any bit of work. So we'd save money in that capacity. And what we would do here, trying to think, spin this around here. There's an option where there's two big bays. Right now, we have that metal kind of facility building at the PD. We could move that, which we're required to have for that armored vehicle, because it's a leasehold property. We're required to keep that under lock and key. We can move that vehicle out to this facility in one of the bays, and then we can put shelving units up at that metal facility and move a lot of our overspill evidence out to that facility. So it's just an option. Tony Mendez, one of our lieutenants, is a real estate agent on the side. He's been scouring the town for buildings to either purchase or rent. There's not much out there that would satisfy our needs that would not be way overpriced or require a lot of work, making it financially impossible or difficult. But that's our needs for space. Do we have any questions?
Okay, Chief.
Any questions?
Oh, okay. You talking about on the substations, or are you talking about on secondary properties? You got there yet?
No, I'm just on the substation.
Okay. And all of these need a decision by June 1st.
Well, this rental one would need then the guy said, oh, and he's giving a $10,000 upfit too, so if there is something we wanted to do, they would give $10,000 to it. But to lock in this deal, that would be required by June 1st. But that doesn't mean other buildings, we just can't find other buildings that aren't, that would fit the needs or are too expensive or have the space that we would require.
This is not the one,
No, that was like, we looked into that. She was willing to lease us that building for like $1 a year or something, but it would require $1.2 or $1.3 million to overhaul. It was crazy.
What's wrong with the building?
It's destroyed. Like, it would need to be completely regutted. We had a contractor go down there. It would have to meet commercial codes, and that's not including whether or not the sprinkler system needed to be fixed. If that needed to be fixed, he said you can add another $200,000-$300,000 for it. It was just way, the leasing deal was great for $1 a year, but it's I don't know if you've been down there. It's completely destroyed on the inside. It would just need to be completely gutted and then constructed really.
So option 1 is the one that you need a decision on by June 1?
Well, it's the same building, it's just different options. It's just different options.
Different options.
Yeah.
Same building.
Same building, different options. And the difference in the options is the garage bay. One option has one bay, and the other option has this 2 bays. 2 bays would feed our would meet our needs better, and it was $100 different in price per month.
So one option's $5,900 a month, the other one is $7,100 a month.
No, one option is $59,000, one is $6,000. No, that's if we wanted all of the bays.
71 and then the 6. So you've got 3 options here, at least that's one.
Chief, if I could correct me wrong, did you say your preferred option would be option 1? I'm not you said it yet, but I know when you submitted it to me.
That was my next question.
Tell me your preferred
What was
option.
the preferred option?
I'm trying to.
What is this?
No, the preferred option is. I'm sorry, Chancellor, hold on one second.
You initially, the notation is initially gave you both.
No, option one is a smaller bay, and that's for 59. The better option is, would be,
That's option 2, it adds this space. And then option 3 takes away this space, this part.
would be option 2, I think, if I'm looking at it correctly.
Well, I would,
This
that's
one
what I'm
adds to
looking at.
this.
I would think you.
Yes,
want the whole
option
thing.
takes
I'm
away
sorry?
I think you'd want the whole thing. One of them has DOT has some of the bays there, so we wouldn't be able to get the whole thing. It's whatever one is the $6,000 option.
That's the 3, that's what.
One of them doesn't have a bathroom.
Yeah, which.
It does have bathrooms.
Well, the one doesn't.
Well,
Number
it's not pointed out, but.
3 does, yes, not number
So,
3.
1 is this, 2 adds this section, and then 3 takes away this section. So,
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Three is the option that we need.
So your preferred option is number 3.
Yes. On here, yes. That's okay.
So it's the same building, right?
It's the same building, yeah. It's the same
Just
building.
different configuration.
Just different configurations, yeah. Option 3 has the 2 bays, which are better for us, because we can fit the 2 vehicles in and move them at headquarters. And the bathroom you're seeing there, Ms. Hamilton, that's a bathroom inside the garage. We don't need a bathroom inside the garage.
Okay.
There's multiple bathrooms inside the actual building itself.
Okay.
Chief, Commissioner Trimble has a question for Nancy.
Yeah, we can just sit over here running numbers and I'll let Commissioner Riley do the numbers here in a second. But, would it be more cost effective to put a building somewhere, like if we would get the Hodges property, to stick a building in the corner of it somewhere?
Ultimately, we weigh all options, and so, being that police and fire service were presented as a priority, this is just what's being presented, and so I do know that we have had conversations about building a new structure. Ironically, this is down the street from Mississippi Lane, which is the location of the last one that we looked at last year, kind of backed off last minute. And so we would weigh the option of this would be a rental, what would be more amenable to the town if we were to talk about land banks and property off of 301. He's saying location really isn't a big deal, it's space. So if we were to figure out, of course, the numbers that it's more economical to actually purchase, then that would be something that we recommend. And so that is a sound solution.
Chief, this would be $72,000 a year, right?
Rent, correct. $6,000 a month, yes.
Yeah, this would be $72,000 a year, and that would be reoccurring.
Now, let me ask you a question. What is the 3% on top of
increase
that?
on top of 72, and then we gotta put 10 in front of that.
What was the 3% increase?
3% annual increase.
3% annual increase, the first year is 21.6. Then you add 21.6 to 72, and get 3% of that for every, I don't understand.
It's not, these drawings were older. These drawings actually accurately depict the building. Those numbers you see there were old numbers that he had provided last year.
So this went up since last year,
No, the rent is the same, but the rest of that is, he could lock us in on the rent, from the way I understood it from Tony Mendez and speaking to the guy. He could lock us in on the rent, and the longer the lease, a longer lease is preferable to him.
Mayor, I didn't mean to speak.
No, you're fine, you're fine.
I'll be honest with you.
I was just looking at the money like you were.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, I understand you're looking at options for the near future and I'd just soon build something, find somewhere to build a building.
Yeah, this is the only reason we presented this is Chancellor tasked me with trying to find something, and we looked at the Fantasy Lake thing. That was definitely not feasible nor worth it. And currently on the market here in Hope Mills, this is the only thing that's available. That's why this was presented.
Yeah, no disrespect, but whoever owns this is looking at making a mint, and I don't think we're in the business for that.
Chief, we will consider it if you want to move on to your police vehicle.
Yeah, and we'll keep, in the meantime too, I'll have, we'll keep looking for other properties to bring back at a later time, but this is the only thing that was available for this meeting, so, if we're clear. And the vehicles, so we're doing much better with the vehicles. Like in 2023, 75% of the fleet had over 125,000 miles on them. Now today we have 9, which is about 15%. And we keep making progress. We anticipated being a little more further along with getting rid of those older ones, but when we had to hire the SROs and the crime scene folks a year or so ago, that required us to keep some of the older vehicles. So we plan on keeping with our vehicle replacement plan and eventually getting rid of those older ones. And then once we get to that point, then Enterprise makes a recommendation when it's the best time to return the vehicles over, and we sell them back, if you would, because it's not a traditional lease. We sell them back. We have the option to either keep them when they're paid for, or to turn them back in when they have equity still in them, and that equity we get rolled back into the program. But it's we anticipated being there now, but like I said, when we had to keep some of those older vehicles, when we hired the extra officers, we weren't able to get rid of all of those older ones, but we're close.
So I guess I don't have a mic, but that's all right. So my question, now keep that, Chief, but you're gonna have to answer. So my question would be, how many vehicles are we trying to rotate in next year's budget? I think we had the rotation plan set up at one time, right?
Well, no,
I think we initiated something.
No, there was never a rotation plan until we got with Enterprise, and then our goal was to rotate 4, but because for a year, and that would be the continuous rotation. But once we had to keep some of those older ones, it would still be 4 once we get to that point. But right in this budget, we met preliminary with Drew to request 5.
Okay, so in this budget, you're looking at 5.
And their lease is not purchases.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, 5. You're looking for 5, okay.
Well, Drew was outside, but I thought 4 years ago, maybe 3.5, we did, and Drew did look at the leasing options. And I thought we did have a plan for phasing out the old vehicles and replacing with new leases.
Yes, sir. That's what I just said. Originally, when we went to when I proposed the leasing plan with Enterprise, the original plan was rotate 4 a year. The older 4 would go up. That's correct.
So are we still on track with that program, or we have exceeded that?
No, we're still not on track, because once we hired those additional officers, we were forced to hold some of the older vehicles.
Okay.
So we're still trying to replace those older ones. Once we get to the point where those older vehicles are gone, that would be realistic, correct?
Okay.
But you're right.
Okay, so in your request for this year's budget, you want to replace 5.
We want to get rid of those old Tauruses, which most of them have over 150,000 miles on them.
Is one of them this vehicle that has over 200,000?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Any other questions?
One thing we need to, and I know you brought it up, was next year is also the year that the lease is up on some of them.
Of the first batch.
Right.
Correct.
And it might be where we're talking about looking at trimming some costs.
We hold on to them, right? To hold on to them.
Yes.
Yes.
We can purchase these cars for $500.
Okay.
When that lease is up.
And they're still.
This was with the police vehicle.
Correct.
I think, or with the fire vehicle. I think police will be the same. So if maybe the next couple of years
We hold on to them.
we purchase the car, we can save some money on these leases, because they'll come off the lease. They'll save us a few dollars, because what we did when we started the leases, we were gonna do 5 or 6 cars a year. Well, then, as we got into some of the older cars had to be replaced, different cars got wrecked, we hired a bunch of SRO officers, we had the detectives needed some. We added more vehicles than we meant to in the original rotation. So now, our annual lease cost is a whole lot more than what was originally intended to. So if we do this for the next few years, it'll bring that cost down a little bit, and we won't be paying so much in the lease cost for the vehicle. The offset of that would be to start buying them outright again. But I think if you reduce the number that you're getting every year, leave it on a regular schedule, so as many's coming off as coming on, once we can get to that point, then you've got a good rotation going, and it doesn't keep going up every year. It's kind of constant.
And those vehicles are only 3 years old
They'll
or
be
4 years old,
yeah.
so they don't have that 150, 175, 200,000 miles on them. So Drew's right, we could keep those and purchase them for the $500.
Right.
But those older ones, those Tauruses, they're not on the lease. They were the ones purchased for. They all have well over.
And then some of the ones that are the SUVs, it could be the potential that different departments could possibly, since it's not the sedans, won't have much of the sedan cars anymore. The Tauruses,
I think we have 5 or 6 left, and that's the ones we're looking to get rid
but
of.
other departments could use the SUV vehicles like code enforcement, inspectors, maybe even some other departments. If the vehicle's still okay, just change the striping on them, put yellow lights instead of blue.
As we replace them, right?
Yeah, we buy them for $500 and another department gets it. So just thinking ahead on where we can save some money and get that lease cost in.
Well, Mr. Mayor, why don't draft up a layout plan with an explanation along the process, like a legend or something like that. Then it's easy for us to process and understand the phase of, I wish you said the phase of the process and how it would equate to a cost saving.
Okay, anything else, Chief? Want to add one thing before we move on, that our current contract with Cumberland County Schools for the SRO program ends this year, unless we renew it with them. And so there's going to be some negotiation and some discussion going forward about what that's going to look like next year.
Was it 2 years or 3?
It was 2 years.
2 years.
It's a 2-year contract, and it expires at the end of this year. And I mean, not December either, I'm talking about.
School year.
Yeah, school year, it expires. So I don't know what the future of the SRO program and our involvement is going to look like until we have that discussion. I think a lot of folks are just waiting on the primary election and to see who was going to come out of the primary election going forward. But I do plan on meeting with the associate superintendent and begin the discussion of what we look like for next year. There has been some discussion about the Jack Britt area. And as Chief knows, because we got several phone calls this week, the incidences are increasing in the Jack Britt area right now, and Target's not even there. There's a lot of incidences that are happening in the Britt area, across the street, over in Harris Teeter, McDonald's area. That's probably going to require a lot more patrols to be on site. So just a little bit of, until as we add through this budget, that's also another issue. I mean, the schools could say, thank you, the sheriff's department's going to take over the SRO, and we think if we run it 2 years, they could say that, or they could say, we want to renew our contract under a new format, keeping what we got, maybe looking at something else, and that may affect the budget as well. So I just wanted the board to be aware that that is something that will play out the remainder of this year as our 2-year contract expires. Okay? That is.
Point of clarification, just talking to you. If that happens and Cumberland County School pulls out, we're not going to look for the salaries of the officers that we currently hire as SROs.
Sure. Right now, they cover 100% of the salaries.
Who, the school does?
The school does, yeah. It doesn't, they cover salaries, benefits, and all equipment. They don't, the only thing the town covers. Right, but we don't issue that, yeah. But they cover $3,000 per officer for equipment, and they cover 100% of all of the salaries of all of the SROs The only thing the town provides is a vehicle.
And that is 7 officers, I believe.
7 supervisor up to 6 and 6.
It's 6 of
No, it's,
I think 7 total, right?
no,
I'll bet you the HR.
it's 5 and a supervisor. It's 5 and a supervisor right now.
So it's 6 total, 5.
Six total, yes, sir.
I have to put 5 and 6 and 6.
Yes, sir.
Sounds like a patrol.
What's that?
Same size as a patrol.
Same size as a patrol.
As a patrol, what do you mean?
Like patrols.
A squad?
Yeah, squad.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, sir, it is.
All right, any further discussion on police substation?
Need.
Had to make that point.
All right, next, Kane and Hope, you're up on the substation for the fire department.
The map you're looking at up on the screen there, the star shows where our current station is located. Everything in that tan area is in the town limits. That's part of the town. If you see the purple and the darker shaded areas within that tan, that is how much of our district right now that we meet the 5-minute, 20-second response times on from our current station. I wish I had. Actually, wish we were at the end of the season, we had a big screen, not the draw. So this next slide, you see a whole lot more purple on it. That has all of our mutual aid stations. That's counting the ones we're contracted with as well. And it shows their response time and ours is in the purple and the shaded areas. It helps if we want to work to challenge. You see where the purple ends? That is, that's actually one of the mutual aid stations coming down Legion Road toward our district. That's where their 5-minute, 20-second stops at. The purple area down here in the bigger section, that's Elk Road. That purple section there is where 2 of their stations, they kind of run together at. That's where their ends at. And just right here, that's the backside of Fox Meadow. So even with our mutual aid and our current station, Fox Meadow is outside of that 5-minute, 20-second response that was graded on. If you move over here to all this, where'd it go? So if you move right here, and right up there, there's part of Thompson Circle across the lake that's outside the 5-minute, 20-second. All of Pinewood Lakes is outside. All of this stuff, Southview, the Walmart, the One Apartments, all of that on Elk Road is outside 5-minute, 20-second. South and West Hampton, parts of it are outside 5-minute, 20-second. And like I say, that shows all of our mutual aid. The only one that's not showing right now, and it was an oversight, is Cumberland Road. But they are up on the very top end next to the blue up there is Federal District. So the Cumberland Road would probably be within the 5 minutes on some of that very top section, up the very top here. Sorry we don't have that to show you. So the next slide. This is where our mutual aid turned off. It's a proposed second station. You can see right there. That's around the Legion Road, Pinewood Drive area. I'm not saying that's got to be a deputy, but we're talking about somewhere in that area. So that station there, and its response time turned on, along with the one we have now, it covers all of Pinewood Lakes. It covers all of Fox Meadow. It covers everything on Elk Road, all the way down to include the Caliber Collision in Camden, bypass. It also gets you to the big building, I can't remember the name of it, at the end of Thomas Road and 301. So you can tell a big difference right here. It also gets everything that's on Brooklyn Circle. One in that area. We do have, we don't have the ability today, but we've got a link that GIS did. This demonstrates from Cumberland County GIS to show those response areas. We have the ability to show 4 more areas to where we can put stations, and it will cover everything in our district. That shows the red is what the town already owns, and the yellow area is 2 lots that are adjoining. We are right now in the process of getting that thing surveyed and like platted out to show what we can or can't put there in the event we work with it. So I'll give you a prime example. Right now, year to date, we've had 16 structure fire calls in the town. Out of that 16, 6 of them we did not meet the 5-minute 20 seconds. Out of that 6, 5 of them were over off of Lincoln Road and Elk Road area. The 6th one was a Queen Anne Loop in the apartment building by Jack Creek. It's covered in an area with a full responder contract. So when the full responder contract station or the mutual aid station, it's not really has anything to do with the contract. If it's mutual aid or a contracted station, if they have a call in their home district and they are out of station, they get them there. They don't have the manpower to provide 2-3 trucks at a time. So they actually had a fire call or fire alarm, I think it was, they were on. So that 6th one was a 3-story apartment building, and you asked about the last 2 minutes. Instead of 5 minutes and 20 seconds, we were like 8 minutes and some seconds getting there, which is pretty quick from where we're at. But that's what we're forced to do. We do what we do. That's pretty good response. And not to get too deep in the weeds, but that 5 minutes and 20 seconds, they grade you on that. That gives you 1 minute and 20 seconds is what they give you to get out of the building. When the dispatch goes out, the tone's hit, you have 1 minute and 20 seconds to get in the truck and get on the road and out of that 4-minute drive time. This started years ago, 26 years ago, matter of fact. Chief Lee Sudia was here prior to Chief Hodges, and he did a deployment analysis study in the year 2000. Matter of fact, I think it was March of 2000. And he had every one of the stations laid out within the road in the town. And I'll go ahead and tell you, the way the town was drawn, he hit it dead on the head, whatever one he put out there. At the time, the board said, yep, we're going to build one immediately. And within the next 2 to 3 years, we'll build another. And at the end of 15 years, they were supposed to have like all 5 or 6, whatever it was. That would have been 2015. And we like the board last year. It was 25 years ago then. Now it's 26. We're still where we're at. We were talking about staffing earlier. So don't let another station alarm you on staffing right off the bat. We got enough staffing. It's not that we don't need them, but we have enough, and we're in a good shape where we can respond multiple years. A lot of people can't. We need the staffing we have now, plus what we were asking for to meet the minimum. But if we had enough station, we could take the staffing and one of the trucks we have for it and put it in that station and keep right on truck. Eventually, there could be more staff and more equipment as it progresses. But we need to do something right now. We need to make a move to start. I go back to what Ms. Day said earlier when she spoke on the businesses. Some shifted, some elected not to change. You know what happened. I don't want a headline to be hoping that the fire department could make it there in time to say somebody like, I mean, it does happen. I don't want that to be.
Chief, about what you said in 2020, the study recommended 5 stations by 2015, correct?
In 2000.
Yes.
2000.
Year 2000, they recommended us to build 5 by 2015, correct?
Correct.
How many have we built so far?
None.
Okay.
The question you had said, they're already looking at the piece of property on Legion and Pinewood. How long is it gonna take to figure out that something can be put there? Is there a time period that you know?
Kind of mercy of, whoever the surveyor is, right now. I don't really want to call him anyway. We've got somebody, we've got emails sent out. We've sent a topo map. And, we're just waiting to hear back from them. They're aware of what we want to do. And as quick as we can get that in, I can get it to the manager and group, and we'll go through the steps. He can either say, yeah, you can put something there, or no, that property is not in here. We're just trying to be a little proactive and get something done. And yes, ma'am. And again, like I said, when we were talking about businesses earlier and the ones that failed and the ones that succeed, and you're talking about their customers. Well, our customers, along with Don's and Beth and Chief Doninger, our customers are our citizens. And we owe them the best we can give them. So.
Chief, don't we have a piece of equipment that's been ordered that will be delivered in the next year or so, or 2 years? Did we order a vehicle?
About new trucks?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And do you have the capacity to house them now in the current station?
Well, yes and no. So when the new ladder gets here, the old ladder, or the oldest one, the 96 Pierce, that is, it will be, we'll either sell it or something. I know the TCC probably wouldn't have a ladder truck, but that's up to the town. We would be getting rid of the one ladder truck. We would not be getting rid of the engine. We would be keeping our oldest engine, which is a 2014 or something like that. And it would be strictly as a reserve. So if we had a catastrophic failure on one, or we had something go on with a pump on one, and we were down a truck while it was in the shop, we could run that reserve and we could still get capacity. We do have the room to put them, but that would also mean sticking the boat and the other stuff that's set out there in the yard for however many years it was in the past, back in the yard again.
But if we had a substation, that would if we had a substation, that we could house the equipment there, that would help.
Well, if there was a substation, you'd have one of the engines and a four or five firefighter crew going anyway. They still respond right now. They would still be responding if they'd just be in a different place. That would give you, our first engine in those areas would be well within our response time. So the first crew would be on the same from there, everything else would still be responding from our centralized station. But yes, that would free up bail room
for the new board members, last year, the prior board last year realized that this was a definite location of need. And the board approved $100,000 in a separate line item, which is still there, for the purchase of the private property section that's displayed here. So we've located the owner of the private property, and we're waiting the response on the purchase. And that's already in the budget, so that's either a yes or a no. But the question is, the survey piece, if the survey says yes, a substation can actually go there with that acquired public property. Let's just say that it does. I think that's how it's probably will come back up. I'm not a surveyor. So, and staffing is not an issue. So then building the building, how much is that estimate cost?
Somewhere between 3 and 6 million.
Okay. And that is totally unbudgeted. Right. That's not budgeted. We don't have anything on line other than $100,000. So if we were to, the survey says yes, the property owner says yes, we'll sell the property for a certain amount, we would own that private property, then we'd have to look at funding opportunities for the 3.6 or the 6 million to build the substation. Okay, so that's kind of where I wanted to update the board on where we are with that substation.
Going back to the staffing we were asking for earlier as well, and I forgot to bring it up. So there are grants out there that help with that as well, safer grants. They're hard to get, but they're there.
Now, the last thing I just wanted to share with the board, and Chief knows this too, we have the first responder contract, which is a 1 year each year contract with Stony Point, that's going to have to be renewed again this year. We have mutual aid contracts with the other firehouses. Nope.
They're full responder contracts.
Full responder, but they're not to be renewed this year. But they may be increasing in cost. Is it now?
Oh, they will be.
They will be. So we don't know what that increase is going to be from any of them. So I just kind of wanted to share that, and we're under contract with them.
We have engaged Thermal County GIS to provide us some figures on that as well.
Okay. Because as we get closer to the adoption of the budget, won't have to, those will be included.
Well, much you might want to think of if you're looking at the future cost of the station is you eliminate those mutual aid or first those responder contracts, then that goes towards a debt payment of the new facility.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Okay, any other questions? Before we move on to transportation. Chief, we thank you very much. Okay.
I got a question for Chief, maybe both chiefs, since both our police chief and fire chief are looking at substations, is this a situation where we can combine the police and the fire department together, like put a police substation, maybe add some office space, maybe some base space for storage, and, instead of doing one police station as we build fire department substations, we have police substations too. Is that an option? Because it would be much cheaper to build a police and fire like we got now. Not on that grand of a scale, on a smaller scale, but put a police department, a few offices within the fire department in some Bay Area.
Yes, that would be fine with us. I mean, Chief would speak to his needs.
Yeah, we can definitely combine a building, but we would need multiple buildings with just a few offices, because the plan would be to move one whole unit and some evidence down there. So that whole unit would have to be, in the same building, or it would be too fragmented. But yeah, we can definitely combine it. It doesn't matter to us if it's.
I mean, we could build a big enough.
Yeah, that would be great. Yeah.
Instead of trying to do 2 seconds.
And the location isn't a factor for us, so wherever they build, we could just add on, that'd be
Well,
fine.
then is a town build substation, then you get more police substations as well.
Yeah.
You know, you get more office space, it adds as we go along.
2 for 1.
Yeah, that doesn't matter to us.
Okay?
You need this?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you got transportation now.
Yes. All right, no further discussion on police and fire. All right, we spoke about this. This is just a discussion item that may lend itself to a request in May. But as you are aware, Mayor and I attended the fast feasibility study work session with City of Fayetteville last week, and they unanimously approved moving forward with the study completion. But I wanted to provide some background information on what may come to us. And so, in 2025, April, the city authorized the study. They're analyzing 2 things. In order to be able to provide reasonable transportation, they're trying to find a location of an actual second hub for fast, and I do think they settled on West Fayetteville. What that does with them is it allows them to now branch out to the 2 other of the big 3, which is us and Spring Lake, to provide those regional transportation efforts. And this does align with strategic plan goal number 3, which is infrastructure, transportation, and the environment. If you flip to the next page, it gives some background information on the needs, future conditions, the recommendations for the express routes. They're talking about possibly funding a pilot program. Mayor, did they say 2 years or 3 years? 3-year pilot program to see if it'll work. They have identified 6 alternative routes that they want to explore. 3 of those routes are in Hope Mills. But there will be a need for funding and local match support. If you go to the next page, it gives you the route for alternative Route 1 in Hope Mills. Provides hourly service between Hope Mills and West Fayetteville. This would come with a park and ride facility at the Walmart on Hope Mills Road, and it would actually provide service from an express fast route from Walmart on Hope Mills Road back to West Fayetteville. They're looking at the Gillis Hill Lake Road area for that West Fayetteville location. It provides the strengths and weaknesses of this alternative route. Flip the page, the second route will provide service from Cross Creek Mall to Hope Mills. You also see for each one of these routes the actual individual transfer routes. So what would happen is this route says Cross Creek Mall to Hope Mills. But if you look at route 6, 10, 11, 14, 15, 16, 18, 19, the next one, that's Amazon, Cape Fear Valley, things of that nature. So each one of these routes, they are telling you the routes that you can get to. And so ultimately, this would be regional transportation. Strengths and weaknesses for alternative Route 2, and you flip the page, the same for alternative Route 3. Now, what may come to us in May at the desire of the board is there may be an 80-20 match for us to fund a portion of the actual pilot program. I don't think we know what that amount is. I do know they're trying to calculate a certain amount per route, but I don't think, and maybe you might want to jump in here, I don't think we have to fund all 3 in the pilot program. We may make an option of maybe funding one of the routes because the pilot program is to see how this may happen. And so that may, we have the ability of changing those routes however we want. This is typically an express route for an hour, which is basically you get picked up and you return home. I think you can reduce those routes to 30-minute routes. We do have flexibility. One thing that just in the broader perspective, we had conversations with our delegates about an internal system for Hope Mills. I call it a people mover, where you get we may purchase 3 25-passenger vans through a grant program. If we were to do that, you're establishing a transportation system within Hope Mills that would align with this fast route. It's an express route, and now you pretty much essentially have regional transportation in Hope Mills. The People Mover program within Hope Mills, you can maybe provide people with bus service to our rec center, to some Mariah events. If we're talking about a senior center, and again, you would just make sure that route was on the same line as wherever the fast routes come in, so you don't necessarily have to get to the parking ride if you don't have a vehicle. You may be able to get a ride from our service to the parking ride and get on fast. So that ultimately is the decision for the conversation. This is not something that we're asking the board support from this evening, but this was one of the priorities, so we wanted to give you an update on where we were. I will say that the city of Fayetteville approved the study unanimously, and so they are in full support. Mayor will tell you, we've never been this far into this conversation. Typically, it would stall out right at the time we're talking about money. We never got routes outlined, never got this level of a study. And so while we have been asking for years for Fayetteville to step up and give us some type of initiative, they have come to the table. They have approved the study. They have approved moving forward a pilot program. From their end, there may be a moment in time that we may have to decide on what we want to do about it.
You got a comment?
No.
Oh, okay. This, like Chancellor said, this is an informational item. There's been many, many years of work, and that's by a lot of different people to get as far as we are now. Former Mayor Pro Tem Philon McCray and Joanne Scarola were instrumental in working with us for years, trying to get us to where we're all as far as transportation. The one route that looks like it's a viable route, it's an express route. It's going to be a park and ride at Walmart. It's going straight from Walmart to Cross Creek Mall, and that will be the transfer point. The thing is it's moving people from Hope Mills on a direct. It ain't going to stop anywhere. It's just going to go straight in a 30-minute loop or less. With the city, and this is a partnership between not only Hope Mills, but the city of Fayetteville and Spring Lake. This is a regional initiative that we're looking at. And with that said, as we look at it in a regional footprint, we're also looking at it in a regional funding initiative, where it won't be just the city. Currently, the city's paying for 20%. Grants are paying 80%. So, and the city of Fayetteville has graciously, the council approved unanimously to go ahead and authorize the study, and they're paying for that. So that we're benefiting, everyone in Cumberland County is benefiting from that study that the city is doing. That is a huge benefit there. It could have just stopped, or it could have said, look, we need some money from the municipalities. They didn't ask for any money. So I don't know where it's going to go, but this is about as far as we've been. It may be something that may not be settled this year. It may take something. It may go into the fall of next year before the actual studies get done. I will say that it is tied. Yeah, I can say this. Yeah, it is tied to the city building a second facility, and that's called West Fayetteville. So that's something they have to navigate. This study was going to be conducted anyway because of that one facility that they're trying to build. I know the question. I asked the same question too. If they don't build a second facility, does the conversation end? We have not got that answer. So just an informational item. Continue on, Jim. Well, any comments?
Any further discussion on transportation?
Nope. Okay.
All right. Next, we have the beginning of our secondary priorities. I'll make this quick. There was conversations about hotel development, more conversations about development on 5. I will tell you that at plan review, we get engaged and called by a lot of people. In my world, I always say it's not really justice at a plan. You see people come in and never matriculate. We've had conversations with people developing hotels off of Chickenfoot Road. where the old grandsons is. There's a development that I'm outlining here that's out to probably one of the most massive truck wash facilities I've ever seen. It comes along with commercial overnight parking and a hotel. We're getting engaged by development along Chickenfoot Road behind where the existing Circle K gas station is. If you look at that area on the map where I-95 bisects Chickenfoot, we call it the Clover. Each corner of that area is already zoned commercial, already in the town. And so, in economic development field, where we say rooftops, when we actually approved a significant amount of residential development off of Corporation Drive and off of Sandy Hills, that's when Sheetz, Wawa's actually started coming, and we actually experienced some interest in development. And so, with the completion of 295, I do think we're going to see a massive amount of increased interest in developing in those areas. And so that's really the update. There's nothing that has been submitted as of yet. I think the latest, even if correct me wrong, the latest was a McDonald's besides Sheetz that actually appears to be gearing up for the submission of a set of plans. That's about the closest thing we have to something that's actually coming, but we get calls a lot. And so as that interest continue to have that conversation, ironically, the Hodges complex is in this part of town as well. And so there is some activity coming. We actually made some changes to our land use plan where there's an area near Tom's Fallen that we have designated for industrial development as well. And so I would say right now what you have under construction is the shopping center beside Dirtbag L's, and then about 200 residential units behind Dirtbag L's that backs up to about 600 units off the same area. That's underway right now. And so we do think that we'll see continued interest in this area, and we'll keep you guys updated. Any further discussions?
I just have something on that. Microphone. Just a couple quick things. I know they had discussed an extended stay hotel on the golf course at one time, and people had a huge objection to that. That's nothing but a lot of business for the police department, I think, along with overnight parking. Extended stay. I know that. Extended stay is not the same as just a regular hotel. So that was kind of the opinion of residents when they're talking about extended stay hotels. Not very popular, so that's all I got on that.
Okay.
I know they're not going on there.
Okay.
But back to what we were saying about the discussion of 95 and the Chickenfoot Road area. I said extended stay. It is a hotel that did approach us. We hadn't heard back from them to opt out of fully vested, but it would be something that I think would be beneficial to the town. But that's basically where we are. We're not talking about a hotel.
No, I wasn't. I didn't mean a golf course. I was just saying an extended hotel is not a very popular idea.
I don't want people to get caught up in the terminology. It's a hotel, and it has interest in openings that are not.
Well, they did when it was advertised as extended stay. I mean,
Any further discussion on the I-95 development?
No?
All right, and to bring us home before Trade Street is the last item out of the secondary priorities. I will say that Trade Street has always been a conversation about development. Always. I think Bruce talked about some condos and things of that nature. I think our planning department is engaging HPC about design guidelines in the historic overlay district area. There was a time last year where we were close to entertaining some town options off of Trade Street. We decided not to at the time. But just as a planner, I'm very interested on the development of Trade Street. Street, and I'm very interested on keeping the character of it. If you, one of the cities I love to walk in is Charleston. Picture walkable, break line streets, picture a public-private partnership at the possible, the old wide warehouse where you're talking about certain things, redevelopment of Ellison Street. Those are the things that we talk about. We've done pedestrian studies and Trade Street, things of that nature. So one of the things that we can do to get ideas is coming up next week, actually, and I plan to probably be attending the NC Main Street Conference. It's something that's done by NC Commerce every single year, and it is a conference specifically tailored towards small towns trying to develop their Main Street areas. The actual Main Street program is a 2-year program if we commit, where we actually do a 2-year study. We have to hire an intern, about 20 hours a week, and they go through a lot of different scenarios to help us come up with design ideas for what we would consider to be our Main Street. When you do go through the program, you're considered to be a Main Street community. It opens up a significant amount of grant funding and opportunities. I would love to see some type of public-private partnership in this area. There's a lot of benefits to doing that as well. It does reduce the skin in the game in terms of physicality, but for the interest of Trade Street, I do think with the direction of our planning director, the Main Street Conference would be the first step in that direction in terms of at least bringing you back some tangible things that we can do. That they're already doing is working on design guidelines, but to talk about the revitalization of the entire area, I think the Main Street Conference would be the best place.
Thanks, Chancellor. We picked up some of those initiative opportunities when we were in Tampa. But the Main Street Conference, it focuses primarily just on the Trade Street piece. Before we go to staff comments, there's one circle back that I need going back to the board. And we talked about the Legion Road substation. Okay, and Commissioner Marley added an excellent opportunity that if we build it, it will be for both. It will be for fire and police. Now, where I'm trying to go here is, last year, the former board put back $100,000 to buy that property. What I'm asking the board to do is to green light some funding opportunities for Drew to come back to the board with on construction of the building. Funding opportunities, that's all I'm asking. Didn't say anything about raising property taxes, didn't say anything about loans or anything, just what should be some funding opportunities to build this substation. If the survey comes back, yes, we can build it. We buy the property. Now we're looking at funding opportunities to build the substation.
Mayor, to piggyback on what you said, something that the previous board had foresight with, that $100,000, it was put in the budget through a 0.5% tax, which means that that's cooked into the budget. You get that recurring every single year.
That's a one-time. No, it's a one. Tax increase is there, but that $0.5 of 100,000, I think that's what you're saying, that's on top.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. So every year you'll have 100,000 coming in towards this.
When we presented it, we said this year the 100,000 is for property. Right. Next year it's for a master plan or a design for that property. Year after that, it goes into the initial part of pre-construction, something along those lines.
And so ultimately, because of how you guys did the 100,000, you really already have these aspects already funded. But when you get to construction in a couple of years, that may be when
that's
you
going to be
have
more
to
than
have a
percent.
conversation.
So we're not there yet, so let's keep like this and keep on moving.
We don't need to talk about funding until we know how much we're talking about.
Exactly. And to actually provide some more insight, the reason why they need the survey is if you go back to this map, right there,
The large red area is the top longer area is all a huge easement for a power line. The survey they're doing is to determine what the easement width is, so you can see how much of that you can deal with. When you go to this is a blow up of the intersection at Legion in that corner. And when you see the town dome piece, that's that small little curved area, L shape at the bottom, that's outside the easement. So to answer your question, that survey will tell us how much of this area with our property and the two front pieces we're trying to acquire, we can dedicate towards that. That'll answer you how much space you may have to do joint operations.
Well, the reason I brought this back up on circle back is that I want to keep the pot hot on the stove. I don't want to drift away from that because
This is part of the vision that we're all looking at the future growth of our town. And you're right, if this can be done, this is an excellent location to combine fire and police. At least one substation. And hopefully it won't be 26 years before we build another. I say that sarcastically, but at least it's a start. And Chief, I just want to keep that on the front burner. That's the only reason I did it. I wanted to bring it back. Okay, we're at the last item. Well, not yet. I want staff comments. Any staff comments? None? Everybody wants to go?
Jessica's going to close this out.
Yeah. Yeah. Before I call for the adjournment, Jessica, I think you're the last one up.
All right. Refresher.
Yep. Oh, yeah, you get this one. That will work.
3 o'clock on Friday?
All right. So just sitting here and observing, there's been some great conversations. It sounds like there's been some great things that are happening in this room. So just want to take a few minutes to reflect on that, a few minutes to think about, Mayor, you asked a question of what were thoughts, right? And I wanted to hold that question because there was several things that we still wanted to view or to see in the second half. So I still am holding that from my perspective because as a facilitator, part of the goal is, are you getting out of this what you wanted? Are you able to see what that connection is? And I'm going back to at the very beginning. We gave that one word. What did we want to see? We wanted to see progress. We wanted to see improvement, some direction. We wanted to see togetherness, alignment. We wanted to see us working together. We wanted to see some efficiency, clarity, teamwork. That is very important, I'm sure ongoing, but that was something that we shared also for today. So just a brief question on thinking back on what we were thinking going into this, and now with where we are at the end, how does that align with our original goals?
Did we do it?
Any initial thoughts?
Did we do it?
You may still be thinking, maybe still be processing, but any additional thoughts from you?
I'm ready to go home.
I said enough. I don't think you want to hear mine.
Are we ending with what we started? Did we get out of today what we came to get out of today?
I don't think so.
You don't think so? No?
We made some progress.
Okay.
We did a little bit. If I can expound on that a little bit. In the beginning, I think we talked about the priorities, the needs, and the wants, and I'm not sure that we got there. I think the priorities are the police department and the fire department. That's what we need, because without them, we don't really have a lot. The other things, I think, can fall into place later once our revenue starts coming in. I don't think anything is guaranteed as far as building huge complexes. I think we leave out the senior citizen they've been pushed around, they've been run off. There's no place for them, and there still isn't any place for them. So there's a lot of things I think that have priority and things that can possibly wait until later. And again, like I said, this is not, it's our money here, but it's also the citizens' money. They have every right to decide how it's spent. And I'm not sure that they're given that opportunity. That's all I've got.
I sort of disagree with that a little bit. That's them giving their.
And everybody has their opinion.
If you're elected to make that decision.
Exactly.
For them.
Now, what I would say too is my version of priorities are the things that were brought to us at the council retreat. There were more than just two. I was given about 15 different priorities, ranked top and secondary. And so I commend the board for making the decision they made today. We asked you for direction. You gave it to us. We brought you back with our feedback on what you wanted to see us do with the guidance you wanted to see on these lists of 15 or 20 priorities. You entertained those, you listened, you made some decisions, and we moved forward. So what we'll see now is going into May, we'll see the request come in based on the dialogue that we saw today, and then we make tough decisions on that as well. But I want to make sure you understand that the six of you got together through a process and determined what you wanted to prioritize. And we presented back to you what we thought about those
Additional data, additional information. Just like that process we talked about earlier with the strategic goal, these are the things we're thinking about. Staff give us additional information on this. So now we can make decisions, some decisions were made today. And then going forward to see, are we putting this into, or putting resources to it, are we putting this into the budget, are we moving forward with this so that we can now move to that delivery stage of getting the results from what we're seeing. So, thank you for that.
I'll be on that. I will say, I think that we did get some clarity today. We identified our needs and our shortfalls. We all know we got a budget shortfall every year. The only answer to that is the one that nobody wants. So we did give some direction and clarity on several projects. We did make a decision on moving forward with the following on the ballot. That's something that's been coming for years that we just hadn't done. We've done that today, so I think we made progress. I mean, there was some stuff you seen that we all didn't agree on, but we made a decision. And based off that, I mean, we're going in a direction. And so I think we accomplished a lot in that list of one-word list that you did at the beginning. I think we did good.
I just wanted to say the one thing, and I think as Human Resources Director, just it's important that I speak up for our staff, and I don't mean the people in this room, I mean the people that are doing the work every single day. One thing I didn't hear that I kind of would like to hear at some point is finishing the implementation of the pay study that we put in place. We still have a lot of our employees who aren't necessarily paid where they need to be. I understand that that comes with the tax increase and there's funding, but if we continue to stay behind and we continue to have low COLAs and low merits, we're not going to keep the staff we have. And the staff we have are amazing, and we shouldn't jeopardize that.
To add context to what you said, is I don't think you realize we only interested in quarter of the recommended increase. I'll say that again. The amount of increase we gave with a tax increase was only 1/4 of the amount that was recommended by the pay study.
In next year's budget, that will be 2 years ago.
That's
2 years ago.
So even with the current salary we have, there's still 3/4 of the remaining amount that was recommended for us to remain competitive with the 10 surrounding municipal agency salaries.
I'll add a little to that too. Every February I do one-on-ones with every member of the agency to see what they need, see if there's something we can fix, see what their concerns are, and morale was good. The thing that the overarching theme was pay. good percentage of the officers I met said pay is a big issue for them, especially since some of the surrounding agencies got big raises and they're staying because they like it here, but that was an overarching theme that eventually that might be a decision that causes them to move.
And I think kind of back when we talked about these other things, this should have been, wasn't, but it should have been something that was implemented over time because we can't afford to do it all at once, and I think employees understand that. But I feel like what we did, and this was right before I got here, it kind of, okay, we did it, and we're done. And no one's talked about it again, and we just want to remember that it's still a work in progress.
Actually, we did talk before, I think Stefan was listed as the top priority. Stefan was listed as the top priority. He just did not break it down in subcategories of pay increase. That's right. But I can tell you that Chief Kane made a compelling argument as to why he do need that additional person. He really did. Trust me. He made a compelling argument without realizing he was making it.
And I think that that's a perfect example of strategic priorities and organizational priorities. And so thinking about staffing and wanting to support our staff, and what do we need to do? And then coming back to staff and saying, what needs to be included in that? Well, is it pay? That's what we need to look at. So being able to consider.
So again, being new to the board, just talking to commissioners, here, this is a lot. So I don't think citizens really understand what the magnitude of this is. This is a lot because you want to keep, keep everybody stable, but you also want to continue growth and progression. You also want to show appreciation for all the behind the scenes work rather than hearing the complaints of what's not done. And so I guess the task would be to the departments would be present your budgets with your exact needs as opposed to, and in my thought process, your wants at this time. Because I'm thinking about it on my own personal perspective. What would I do? This is a need for my house. So if you consider the town your house, and your department your house, what is your need? But I can't stress how this is a lot. Because you want to have the substations, right? Because your jobs save lives, right? Because if you don't make it in time, God forbid, that could be a life, and then that would be a headline. Hope Mills failed to make it so-and-so with such and such died and their house burned down. How would that look? Right? Say you don't get your Parks and Rec. Kids can't play. My kids age out in Parks and Rec. So I know what that's like. I know what calling 911 is like when my husband but I know what that's like. So, I know what planning looks like. This is a lot. This is heavy. And I don't think the citizens really understand how heavy this is. And I get it. We don't want to increase anybody's money. You don't want to increase taxes. You don't want to have people saying, I can't afford when I used to be able to afford. However, times have changed. What does that mean? What is that going to look like? So I would think the departments would have to come back with the budget with your exact specific needs. So that we as the board can know what to do for everybody moving forward. I want that position unfroze. I want animal control to have another person. I want the fire stations. But it's the same question. How do you pay for it? So, yeah.
Try balancing the budget.
This is enough. I'll pass back to you.
I think
that's probably a good place. What do you mean? We don't get out of here.
Can I just say one thing?
So I think we're going to close this moment, but we can continue to have these conversations because it sounds like it's very important to continue this. I will tell you, I took many notes, and I'm not going to read them all. I'm not going to share all of this, but I am going to say I did notice that there were decisions made. That's what we talked about. It's very important. We're in that decide phase, and decisions were made in the room. There was engaged and respectful discussions. We had those discussions. We asked those questions. We were focused on moving forward. How do we get to that delivery stage? What are those things that we need in order to get to that? There was alignment with the strategic plan. We're not forgetting about that. We're pulling that into everything that we're doing. That strategic plan, the town vision, where we see ourselves, where we want to be, which, just on a side note, please, before you leave, add your news article so we can have that. But there was a constant connection to that. There was also discussion around what may happen if we don't do these things, which is so important to do that. Sometimes the question on the table is, this is something we're thinking about doing. Do we want to do it or not? And we focus on this is what we get if we do it. But what happens if we don't? And I think exactly what you were just sharing, Mayor Pro Tem, at the end of, if we don't, this is what it could look like. And we have to think about those sides, both sides. There was connection to community and thinking about what is going to be the impact to the community. And then lastly, building on the things that we shared in the departmental retreat, building on things that we shared in the council retreat. Thank you so much for sharing that. This information that we received today was because of those priorities that were shared. We're building on that so that now we can look and say, these are what we want to see moving forward, get into that delivery so that we can do that review. And then think about this process. This is really a new process. So it's the first time we're going through it this way. I know you've done it before and in the past, but I think I'm right saying it's the first time doing it this way. So now think about next year. How do you do this process again? What do we think about in all of the stages and all of the steps to be able to see what we want to see when we're getting to that delivery phase? Yes, sir. I am going to pass it over for final.
I have a little thing to say.
Give it back to him, please.
Make the motion.
And with that, just to let y'all know, here's what's next.
Not chancing.
We got the delegates retreat coming up on March 26th. That's where we're going to ask for money, hopefully to fund some of these projects that we don't have funds for. Then after that, once the budget is balanced at the end of April, you should receive your full budget that first meeting of May. At that meeting, you will set, me and Chancellor have already discussed this, hopefully 2 different workshops. Because the budget is getting large and there's a lot of things that need to be done. Half the budget is public safety. The other half of the budget is everything else. So you do 2 workshops, schedule them at that first meeting of May, where the first meeting is everything that's not public safety, which is pretty much 50% of the budget. So you have time to go through it, and it doesn't take all night. And the second meeting is public safety. We got police, fire, and inspections make up public safety. And then that way you're doing 50-50 going through each department. And again, if anybody wants to come by my office and see what your budget book is going to look like you said, it's a lot. I can show you and go through it because you're going to get a book about this thing. The front part will be about that thing, which is the actual budget. Everything else will be by department. A tab for every department with every justification that they have given to the manager and I, so that you have the same thing that we have in order to make decisions. So that's what's coming.
30 seconds. 30 seconds.
No, let's stay here for another hour.
Just make the motion.
I'm enjoying this.
You want to stay for another hour?
Yes, please. No.
Before I call for adjournment, before I call for adjournment, I would like to thank Mayor Jessica David Mindale for facilitating all of our strategic plans. I think she's done it very well. I can tell you that it's been, one of my key insights today is the educational piece of the alignment of how we put this together. Second, I'd like to thank everybody for their comments and input. I think it was a good start for the new members of the board. This is not a heavy lift. I mean, this is not an easy lift. This is a heavy lift. It really is. And Drew trying to balance the budget is even a bigger heavy lift to do. So, like Drew said, our next delegates meeting is March 26th. We invited delegates down for an evening. We will have packaged up our request for that delegates meeting.
That's at the EOC, I believe.
Yes, it's at the EOC, it's not here. Yeah, and I think it's at 5, right?
6.
5, 6, yeah. So our delegates will be here. The short session starts in April.
4:30.
And whatever funding that we're trying to get will be the opportunity for us to apply for that funding. Then we've got Roger's office too, that we're looking for funding. And Jessica will tell you, I've been begging all these people for money. Don't know how much I'm gonna get, but at least today, we kinda got a roadmap of what we need going into next year, and this is where we start. Do you have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second?
Second.
We are adjourned.
I want to apologize to the staff. I didn't mean to say that the fire department and the police department were the most important, because you all are important.